Chapter 51. Little King Kong listens to his elder brother very much. Whatever his elder brother says is what he does. He quickly stretched out his little finger, shook it to attract attention, and then pointed it at the ground. Hiss! The whole audience gasped. Although I don't understand what it means, I feel the insult is very strong. I want to break the little monkey's fingers. A casual cultivator in the audience said bitterly with gritted teeth and clenched fists. Wake up, you can't fly. Hee, look at the reactions of those people in the air. It's so interesting. The monk next to him didn't care. The ridicule was mainly directed at the group of guys in the air. They were just swept by the aftermath. This spirit deer and little monkey are so mean. Why doesn't anyone take care of them? Look at that, my fists are hardened. Seeing this, Elder Ningman laughed and fell on the couch, highlighting his proud figure, which made Elder Zhongshuan's blood boil. He had to pretend to be unruly and bend one leg to cover it up. Although he saw the scenery he had always wanted to see, it didn't mean that he appreciated the boy. A brat like this still wants to enter my Shantian pavilion? He's dreaming. Come, disqualify this brat and drive him out of the competition along with those two beasts. Yes. The Shantian pavilion disciple guarding outside the carriage immediately responded. Etc. Elder Ningman sat up and became quite displeased with Zhongshan, who ruined her fun. You still want to pursue me? You are dreaming. Then, he smiled politely and said calmly. Firstly, this young man meets the competition criteria, and secondly, he hasn't violated any rules. Even if Elder Zhongshan's Shantian pavilion doesn't like him, I'm afraid they can't just let him withdraw from the competition. Otherwise, wouldn't that be contradicting the rules we set ourselves and contradicting ourselves? The smile on Elder Zhongshan's face froze. Feeling that the beauty was becoming increasingly cold towards him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. This damn kid. Lu Changge's sarcastic words and Little King Kong's gestures undoubtedly ignited their fury. At this point, they no longer cared about saving face. They wanted to beat the boy so hard that he had to call up the spirit deer and the little monkey. Nearly 20 figures jumped down from the flying boat, and loud noises rang out from the arena. The momentum and anger of the crowd entangled, causing the arena to distort as if it were high temperature in the eyes of the onlookers. Haha, it's getting serious. There's going to be some fun. Shoo, I can't bear to watch anymore. These people would have been strong contenders for the championship in previous years, but this time there are 19 of them, and they're beating one. TSK. Yeah, it would be best if we could get that foul-mouthed spirit deer to come down too. That scene would be really beautiful. I'm really looking forward to it. The monks watching the fight in the air were concentrating on watching this battle. This was rare. If the young man could win this battle, he would be the champion. Although they did not think that the young man could win, the cultivation level of a mere 9th-level spiritual master was not enough. After all, this group of disciples were not independent cultivators without any resources. Nangong Yu looked at the 19 late-stage spiritual masters on the opposite side, who were full of momentum, including some at the peak of the spiritual master realm, and a sense of heroism overflowed from his heart. Today, this battle is the day for me to break through to the spiritual sect. I will not let Xiao Bai down. Driven by his thoughts, his whole body was filled with fighting spirit, and he had a vague sense of invincibility, as if he could swallow the world. Go ahead, don't give him another chance to condense his energy. One of the cultivators looked slightly serious and took the lead in attacking, and his first attack was the strongest one. As the long sword was swung, it turned into countless sword blades like falling leaves, flying forward, vowing to pierce it like a sieve. The others also attacked with lightning speed, and various attacks merged and bombarded Nangong Yu with unstoppable force. The entire arena's magic weapon rune shield trembled and seemed to be about to break, causing the casual cultivators watching the fight below to exclaim in surprise. The referee Spirit King's expression changed, and he immediately increased his spiritual power to stabilize the magic weapon. Nangong Yu was seen squatting with his legs slightly bent, forming seals with his hands, and the fire's spiritual power in his body burst out, and a huge bell condensed around him in an instant. The body of the bell is translucent red, with golden runes flowing on the surface. Under the sun-like illumination on the top of the bell, each of the delicate flame patterns carved on the bell body is vivid. Clang! The attacks of the 19 people instantly landed on the fire bell. The sound was so loud that all the spiritual practitioners had splitting headaches, and their bodies trembled violently. The people attacking on the ring were knocked back by the recoil force, and they all felt dizzy and unable to attack again for a while. At this moment, Nangong Yu seemed even worse off. His face was flushed, blood was oozing from his mouth and nose, and his eyes were gleaming. He looked at the people opposite him and shouted, "Come on, haven't you eaten yet?" Lu Changge exclaimed, "Wow." Xiao Nanzi is also a sarcastic person. However, he also knew that Nangong Yu was using the help of the people on the opposite side to break through, so it was not appropriate for him to speak casually at this time. The 19 people looked at each other in bewilderment. No wonder the spirit deer had such a foul mouth. It was true that people became like them. Haven't eaten? Let me ask you to try eating it again. The second wave of attacks was more powerful than the first. The attacks turned into dazzling chains, pouring down with an unparalleled sharp aura. Ding! After a loud bang, the great sun bell emitted a buzzing sound, and the exquisite flame patterns exploded with obvious cracks, as if it would be completely shattered with a slight touch. Although Nangong Yu's ears were bleeding again after his mouth and nose, his aura was even stronger, and there seemed to be several inches of flames in his eyes. He stared at the people opposite him and said with a mocking look, "That's it?" Everyone's blood boiled. Although they knew that this kid was using them as a whetstone, they could no longer hold back after hearing these words. "You're such a jerk. You're so arrogant. Don't be so arrogant." Looking at the third wave of attacks that arrived as expected, Nangong Yu laughed loudly, which was rare for him. Just in time, the great sun bell finally couldn't hold on against the third wave of powerful attacks from the crowd, and the sound of crackling continued to be heard. In the air and below the stage, all the spectators were fixed on the ring, and at this moment they were all impressed by the boy's courage and boldness. Except for the two contracted spirit beasts who had bad mouths. What a pity. Boom. The giant bell shattered with a loud bang, but the fragments of the giant bell condensed by fire's spiritual power did not dissipate. They were frozen in mid-air as if time was stopped, and then suddenly taken back into the body of the young man, and burst out again in an instant. The rich fire spiritual power was like a blazing halo, which not only annihilated all attacks from the opponent, but also sent the 19 spiritual master disciples flying backwards out of the arena. Spiritual sect realm. Oh my god, this is too shocking. Such a breakthrough, it's really. The casual cultivators in the audience were shocked and incoherent. After a long while, I couldn't help but reflect on myself. Can I work as hard as that young man? Do I dare to work so hard? It's right that this young man has such high cultivation. It's because we haven't worked hard enough and value our lives too much. Alas, I dare not fight or struggle on the path of cultivation. How far can I go? At this moment, the many independent cultivators who witnessed the young man's breakthrough began to reflect on themselves. They found that if they were in his shoes, they would not be able to be as brave and bold as the young man. After the 19 disciples took the pills, they all looked at Nangong Yu with complicated expressions and shot towards the flying boat. Nangong Yu wins. Today's challenge is over. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can come again tomorrow. Referee Spirit King announced calmly. Although the time has not yet come, no one objects at this time. The young man has already reached the spiritual sect realm, so what's the point of fighting? I couldn't beat him before, and I'm even less likely to beat him now. None of the previous 9 champions were at the spiritual sect level, so this young man has already secured the top spot. No one noticed that the 2 spiritual practitioners in the audience had a fleeting hint of obscurity in their eyes, and then they quietly left the square. Chapter 52. Shuayan City, in a dark room. The man in black stood in front of an exquisite bronze mirror, his hands filled with spiritual power, and he kept forming seals, and he let out a light sigh. Open. The bronze mirror was rippling like the surface of a lake, and then a young man with a proud and noble demeanor appeared on the mirror. The black-clothed man's expression lit up with joy, his eyes showing admiration and respect. He then lowered his head and said respectfully, "Young master, what's the point of using the video mirror at this time?" The young man lay on the couch on his side, playing with the hair of a fairy-like beauty beside him. His voice was clear and noble, neither hurried nor slow, and he seemed a little nonchalant. The man in black raised his head and glanced at the godlike young master, then immediately lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him, and reported respectfully, "We have discovered the traces of the remnants of the Nangong family. Please make the decision, young master." As soon as these words came out, the young man was shocked. He pushed the beauty away and ignored her screams of pain. He sat up suddenly, showing excitement and muttering, "You are not dead yet." Then he quickly asked, "Where is he now? How is his cultivation?" When talking about his cultivation, the young man's eyes showed a hint of madness and sinisterness. The man in black didn't dare delay, not hiding anything. Zhuang Xiong is very honest. He informed us as soon as Nangong Yu's remnant arrived. After careful observation, Nangong Yu seems to be in good health. Just today, at the loose cultivator competition held by the upper sect, he broke through to the spiritual sect realm. As if he had thought of something, he added, traveling with him was a cub of an ancient ferocious beast and an ordinary spirit deer. Also, today I unexpectedly discovered that this boy seems to have offended the upper sect, the Divine Blood sect. I'm afraid they will attack him in the arena tomorrow. I would like to ask for instructions on how we should proceed, young master. The young man's eyes were deep, and he kept twisting his index finger. After a long time, he said, I want Nangong Yu's body alive. Tomorrow you will decide how to proceed. You can test him in advance. He still has some residual power of the Emperor's bone. We must not let him die at the hands of the Divine Blood sect. After giving the instructions, his eyes were filled with hope. If he died, it would be useless. Xiao Nanzi, you performed well today. Now your cultivation has caught up with me. Are you happy? Changge glanced at Nangong Yu, who was standing in front of the boat, and said jokingly, today's competition ended early, and at his strong request, he rented this light boat, went north along the river, and toured the huge Shuiyun city. As night falls, the Ling River area becomes quite lively. When passing by the pleasure boats, you can hear the gentle chirping of the women in them, which really adds some touching colors to the night. Xiaobai, please stop making fun of me. I don't have that. Before Nangong Yu could finish his words, he saw a luxurious pleasure boat coming towards him as if it hadn't seen the light boat. Several young men were chatting and laughing loudly on the bow. Zhuangshi, Changge saw at a glance the little b**************** d from Zhuangxiong's family, standing next to the group of young masters. Looking at this side sarcastically, whispering a few words to the young masters next to him, and nodding his chin towards Changge. His eyes were filled with a sinister look that was unbecoming of his age. With his entire family dead, how could he still have the nerve to live and still dare to ask for resources? And that damned spirit deer, sooner or later, would peel off your skin. The group of young men in front of him, about 15 or 16 years old, were all dressed in fine clothes and riding horses. They were also very loyal to their friends. At this time, they looked at Changge with provocation on their faces. Oh, he really likes naughty kids and such. He's like a treasure-giving boy. Changge's spiritual power wrapped around Nangong Yu and Xiao Jin Gang, and he directly put the small boat into the space ring. He tapped his four hooves lightly, leaving little moon shadows in the air, and stood in front of the group of young masters, greeting excitedly. Hello, kids. The group of young masters were startled and took a step back. Secretly, several spiritual masters rushed out from the pleasure boat at the back and protected them behind them. Seeing this, the leading young man was certain. He looked at Nangong Yu, raised his head, and said proudly, Are you the orphan that Zhuangshi mentioned? The Zhuang family took you in out of kindness for the sake of their old friend, but not only are you ungrateful, you're even taking advantage of it. What a waste of such a good-looking face. That's right. Zhuangshi said that you were planning to take over his family's property? You don't even care about your good looks anymore. Another young man followed indignantly. Nangong Yu did not say anything, but looked directly at Zhuangshi with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Changge's forehead was full of black lines. He thought it was time for him to show off and get slapped in the face, but he didn't expect that this was it. A bunch of naughty kids. Xiao Nanzi is only 1 or 2 years older than these naughty kids, but the difference is too big. Changge is boring and a waste of time. Then 2 full moons appeared in his eyes and he whispered, Look at me. The voice rang directly in the hearts of these young men, as if carrying a strange magic, making them look into Changge's eyes involuntarily. The moment they looked at each other, their eyes lost focus instantly, and they stood there in a daze. The spiritual masters in charge of protection were about to take action, but they found that they had arrived at a quiet sea without knowing when. No matter what means they used, they could not cause any waves. Changge continued, Take out all the valuables on you, including the space ring. The young master's eyes were out of focus, and they obeyed his orders. The things in their arms, sleeves, necks, and waist were lined up and presented to Nangong Yu obediently. Xiao Nanzi, put it away quickly. Nangong Yu shook his head and laughed, and the violent emotions that had just risen up dissipated a lot. Changge did not stop. I went to destroy the village and threw it into the river. Then I did a 10.5 somersaults and jumped into the river with my knees tucked in. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 young masters immediately surrounded Zhuangshi, and spiritual power surged out and hit Zhuangshi fiercely, but unfortunately, he did not cry out in pain. Not at all happy, Changge immediately released his control over Zhuangshi. Dad, save me. The screams instantly resounded throughout the spiritual river, attracting the attention of many people who frequently looked over here. With a plop, Zhuangshi, his meridians already damaged, was thrown into the river, barely breathing. Then, 7 or 8 young men were seen standing in a row beside the pleasure boat in an extremely neat manner. They then jumped high, hugged their knees in an extremely standard posture, did 10 somersaults, and then dived into the water with their heads without splashing a single drop of water. Beautiful tsk in the past life. Everyone would have won gold medals. Changge nodded with satisfaction. His spiritual power surged. He put down the light boat and immediately left quietly. The monks who were watching from the sidelines, not knowing what was going on, burst into loud applause and cheers. Damn, these young men in big cities really know how to have fun. I've never seen that in other small towns. The movements are neat and the entry into the water is so beautiful. It's really entertaining. It's even better than a ring match. Hey, you know what? If there were a competition like this, wouldn't it be quite interesting? If the difficulty were increased a bit. Not to mention the imagination of those with business acumen. As soon as Changge left with Nangong Yu and Xiao Jin, several spiritual masters suddenly woke up. The figure of his young master was no longer on the pleasure boat, and there was only applause full of admiration from both sides of the Ling River. Help me, Gugu. Chapter 53. We are still in the city, and we haven't even got the Luyan flying boat yet. For now, let's spare Zhuangshi's life. Nangong Yu heard Xiaobai's voice in his ears, and couldn't help but smile and said, Don't worry, Xiaobai. I'm not that fragile. He was an orphan, wasn't he? 6 years had passed, and he had long since accepted the fact that his family had been wiped out. Seeing that he was indeed unaffected, Changge excitedly said, Quickly check what treasures are in those naughty kids' rings. And that young man in the lead, give me the pendant on his neck. As soon as he saw the pendant, a desire suddenly arose in his heart, and he naturally followed his heart, thinking that it must be something that could help him. Nangong Yu searched for a while and handed the pendant over. The pendant was in the shape of a bluish-white teardrop with complex runes carved on it, but it was a little incomplete. Changge used his spiritual power to examine the pendant over and over again, but he couldn't figure out what it was, so he had to put the pendant back into the space ring. Wait until we have more healing points, and then try to deduce it. Ever since he deduced the magical power of controlling the heavens and the earth from the broken stone tablet given by the giant ape, he has become interested in this kind of old and strange thing. Who knows if he can deduce some more great magical power from it? He is full of expectations. The next day, it was still the Shuiyan Square arena. Nangong Yu sat cross-legged on the arena, quietly cultivating. There were fewer flying boats in the sky today, and the casual cultivators watching the competition below yawned in boredom. Oh, it's so boring today. Why doesn't anyone go up to challenge? A young monk yawned and complained incoherently. The older man beside him slapped him and said, Just stay still. Nangong Yu has already broken through to the spiritual sect level. Who would dare to go up there without the spiritual sect's cultivation? Isn't that overestimating one's own abilities? Then what are we looking at here? Are there any independent cultivators under the age of 30 who have broken through to the spiritual master level? The young cultivator covered his head, looking dissatisfied and underestimated. Of course not. Don't underestimate everyone. Look, isn't it on the stage? Inside the Lingshao Palace's carriage, Elder Zhongshan of the Xiantian Pavilion had a conflicted look on his face. He didn't like the young man on the stage at all, but the young man's talent was indeed enough to surpass most of the inner sect disciples. Judging from his age, he is only 17 or 18 years old at most. His cultivation level and invincible combat power among those of the same level are truly extraordinary. Seeing his expression, Elder Ning Man couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that his Lingshao Palace didn't accept male disciples, there would be no place for his Xiantian Pavilion. If they didn't even want such a talented Qilaner, why would your Xiantian Pavilion accept disciples? What a ridiculous jealousy. I wanted to give him a chance to pursue me, but now it seems that this man will never achieve anything great. Time slowly came to noon. Just as Changge was dozing off, something finally happened on the stage. F***K, finally someone's on stage. An unknown cultivator cried out in surprise, and everyone woke up and looked towards the arena. Who among these casual cultivators didn't know about Nangong Yu's breakthrough to the spiritual sect? Anyone who dared to step onto the stage at this time was undoubtedly someone who was quite confident in their own strength. There's going to be a good show. Nangong Yu slowly stood up and looked at the man who jumped into the stage. He was about 28 or 29 years old, wearing ordinary spiritual clothes. His eyes were rather unfriendly, and one could faintly sense a surge of malice in them. That's for yourself. The other party didn't introduce himself, but his aura locked onto him the moment he stepped on stage. Changge narrowed his eyes slightly. The man's breath inexplicably made him feel familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. However, when did independent cultivators become so powerful? His cultivation level is actually much higher than Nangong Yu's, at least at the 5th level of spiritual sect. Xiao Nanzi, be careful, something's wrong. A 5th level spiritual sect cultivator, a casual cultivator? Do you think we're fools? Changge secretly sent a message to Xiao Nanzi through the contract, reminding her. Nangong Yu looked at Xiao Bai from a distance and nodded slightly. Start. Referee Ling Wang didn't care about all the twists and turns. As soon as he saw someone coming up, he started the game directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Yu felt a bloody smell coming towards him and reacted immediately. Divine Bloodgate. The symbol of this technique is too obvious and there is no disguise at all. It seems that changing out of the sect uniform is the greatest respect for Lingshao Palace and Xintian Pavilion. Referee Ling Wang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately sent a message to Elder Zhong Shan. Elder Zhong, a disciple of the Divine Blood sect, has appeared on the stage and appears to be trying to kill Nangong Yu, this young man. Do you want to stop him? Elder Zhong Shan's eyes suddenly opened. His spiritual consciousness swept towards the arena below. A trace of indifference flashed across his eyes, and he said calmly, no need. If he can survive the hands of the Divine Blood sect, he will be recruited into the Xintian Pavilion after the match. If he dies, then he will have no chance of joining our Xintian Pavilion. Humph. Recruiting such a troublemaker into the sect would undoubtedly bring disaster upon it. A casual cultivator like him dares to make an enemy of the Divine Blood sect. Will he provoke the 3 sacred places in the future? Will he even provoke the aristocratic families of the Eastern Desolate Empire? The more he thought about it, the more determined Elder Zhong Shan became. Even if this kid didn't die, he would never be allowed to enter Xintian Pavilion. The referee Spirit King could not understand his thoughts. There was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Nangong Yu. He didn't know how this young man had caught the eyes of Elder Zhong Shan, and he, a Spirit King, could not change anything. On the arena, there was a sudden turbulence and rainbow light. In a short period of time, hundreds of moves had been exchanged, and clanging sounds continued to interweave above the entire arena. Nangong Yu was no longer unarmed. A long spear wrapped in fire's spiritual power danced out a fire dragon. As the tip of the spear was swung, a fire dragon dozens of meters long roared towards the opponent. The opponent on the opposite side was not simple either. He held a long sword in front of his chest, put his arms together in a semicircle, and his spiritual power condensed into a giant blood shadow sword behind him, which seemed to be ready to slay the fire dragon. Boom! When they collided, there was a loud bang and explosions, and both of them slid dozens of meters to the ground. Xiao Nanzi, that's from the Divine Blood sect. Since they won't give up, just kill them one by one until they're terrified. Don't hold back. Kill him. There was murderous intent in Changge's eyes, and his whole body was irritable. The people from the Divine Blood sect were like dogskin plasters, so damn annoying. There were many knowledgeable cultivators among the spectators. They were filled with shock and doubt and wanted to shout, but they could clearly feel the astonishing murderous aura on the stage. It was certain that the disciples of the Divine Blood sect did not come for the reward. If they cried out, they would probably bring trouble upon themselves, because they were from the ruthless and merciless Xinshua sect, the upper sect. Their members never cared about what others thought and would kill at will. This kind of thing is not something they can participate in. You're quite capable, kid. No wonder you can run so far. The man finally spoke, his voice as cold as winter, and the boy in front of him finally caught his attention. Nangong Yu did not answer, but smiled coldly and immediately launched an attack. There is nothing to talk to the dead. He still remembers Xiao Bai warned him that villains die because they talk too much. Chapter 54. Nangong Yu swung his spear, and hot flames instantly burst out around his body. The flames danced with his breathing, as if they were living creatures. Then, the flames condensed into countless fireballs in front of him, each carrying terrifying power, roaring and covering the area. The disciple of the Divine Blood sect sneered and quickly formed seals with his hands. Blood-red light condensed in his palms, forming a complex blood-red shield. Blood shield open. With a loud shout, the shield instantly enlarged dozens of times and stood between the two people. The dense fireballs, like a shower of meteors, collided with the blood shield in an instant, making a deafening roar. Flames and blood intertwined above the ring. The spectators held their breath and watched the battle on the ring nervously. This is terrifying. This young man doesn't look like a casual cultivator at all. This technique must be at least Earth level, right? Someone on the flying boat exclaimed. Even if they were disciples of the sect, Earth level techniques, they wouldn't even dare to think about them. They were the sect's most powerful techniques. Heh, that's for sure. I practice a high-level Xian-level technique, but it's not that powerful. This kid is lucky. After saying that, a gleam of light flickered in his eyes. Do you think you can stop me like this? Nangong Yu sneered in his heart. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hands again. The flames became more violent under his control. All the flames on the ring were condensed into a ball in an instant, and suddenly turned into a blazing fire dragon. The dragon's body, which was dozens of meters long, instantly wrapped around the people and the blood shield. Flame dragon explosion. As soon as he finished speaking, the flame dragon's body swelled up instantly and then exploded violently. Boom. The violent energy carried the power to destroy everything. Not only did the blood shield shatter, but the runes of the arena's magic circle were also destroyed in an instant. Countless tongues of fire devoured the men from the Divine Blood sect. The people watching the fight felt a surge of heat rushing towards them, and looked in shock at the young man who had a calm face as he picked up the other person's space ring. A spiritual master of the first level kills a spiritual master of the fifth level, and he's a disciple of the upper sect. How dare he do that? Everyone who knew about this had their hair standing on end. In front of so many witnesses, he had killed a disciple of the upper sect, and that was from the notoriously vindictive Divine Blood sect. This, unless he can join Xintian Pavilion, which is also a top sect, he will definitely die. The disciple who was defeated by the young man yesterday murmured in a low voice. In the land of Bai, there is no need to say much about the three major holy places. The status of the upper sect is unshakable, and so is its majesty. Even if it is not the young man's fault, so what? It would be fine if no one knew about it. But this was Shuiyin's city, in public. If he went to the sect for the sake of so-called face, he would also face endless pursuit. Well done. Nanshan, Lu Changge felt comfortable. That's how it should be. As the saying goes, revenge is quick, and fortune and misfortune will turn into laughter and frowns. No matter whether he joins the sect or not, if he dares to provoke him, he will be killed. He doesn't want to live such a miserable life in his life again. Everyone stared at the stupid deer in the sky, unaware of the disaster that was about to happen and still jumping around excitedly. They didn't know what to say. On a high-level flying boat in the sky, for figures looked so gloomy that they were about to burst into water. A man behind him said in a vicious voice, "Deacon Wang, junior brother has been careless. Let me take action and kill this brat." I thought that if my junior brother could take action, there would be no mistakes. However, not only my junior brother did not expect it, they also did not expect that this boy had just broken through to the spiritual sect, and his strength was so terrifying. However, now that I know his true strength, I will definitely be successful if I take action again. Yes, let me go, I'll go. The other three were also at the spiritual sect level. They all spoke up at this moment. The reward from the outer sect Great Elder was quite a lot. If they could kill this kid, Tisk, Deacon Wang glanced at them. How could he not know what they were thinking? However, he did not care much. The Great Elder had already promised him what he wanted. Guanwei, go ahead. The other three of you are all over 30, so you still have to give Xintian Pavilion and Lingshao Palace some face. After saying that, Guanwei behind him looked delighted and thought to himself, "Brothers, this is not my fault. It's because you are old. Haha, I am the only one who can take this reward." Then he transformed into a streak of light and landed on the stage, his tone quite arrogant. "My name is Guanwei. You should be content to die by my sword." The casual cultivators in the audience were already numb. They thought today's competition was quite boring, but they didn't expect accidents to happen one after another. It's worthy of being a top sect. Another spiritual master has emerged. Judging from his aura, he is even more powerful than the previous one. The envy in the man's eyes was almost overflowing. "Young man, I'm afraid there's no way you can escape today. The Divine Blood sect is determined to kill you. Am I, a casual cultivator, destined to never rise?" The middle-aged casual cultivator in the audience was filled with despair. After so much effort, another independent cultivator like Fong Zipping has risen to prominence. But is he about to fall again? Elder Ning Man's face turned cold, and with a terrifying imperial aura, he crushed the high-level flying boat of the Divine Blood sect and said in a voice transmission, "Are you, the Divine Blood sect, going too far?" After all, this young man was in their arena competition. If he was killed here, where would the reputation of her Lingshao Palace be? Deacon Wang's heart sank. Under the impact of the imperial aura, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly said, "Elder Ning Man, calm down. This boy killed the only son of the Grand Elder of our Divine Blood sect's outer sect. You know how much the Grand Elder dotes on his only son. If it weren't for the recent breakthrough, I'm afraid I would have come here by now." He spoke very quickly and continued, "We have been entrusted by the great elder to kill this boy and avenge his beloved son. I hope Elder Ningmen will not stop us. This is just the first time, never again." As soon as these words were spoken, Deacon Wang felt his body relax and his aura recede. The three Lingzong disciples behind him slowly got up from the ground. "We can only rely on Guanwei. This scary old woman." Elder Ningman retracted his aura and shook his head. So that's how it was. This young man was quite capable of stirring up trouble. He actually dared to kill the only son of that old man Xiang Huai. "I'm afraid he won't be able to get far." "What did I say, Elder Ning? I said this kid is not a peaceful person. With his low level of cultivation, he dares to kill Xiang Huai's son. Will he kill the Holy Son in the future?" Elder Zhongshan said with a smug look on his face. "Or maybe I have a sharp eye and can tell at a glance that this kid is a troublemaker." Ningman shook her head. "What a pity, young man." When the referee Ling Wang saw that there was no instruction from above, he had no choice but to look at Nangong Yu. "I don't need a break." Nangong Yu immediately replied that the disciple was killed by him due to carelessness and not much spiritual power was wasted. The Guanwei in front of him was the highlight. "Start." The Spirit King sighed silently and announced the start. "Boy, it's time to pay for your blood debt with blood." Guanwei's eyes were cold, and his voice made the ring tremble slightly. The 8th level of spiritual master. Apart from the Spirit King, this was the most powerful enemy he had ever faced head-on. Nangong Yu's face was solemn. He could feel the strong murderous intent emanating from the other party. Chapter 55. Behind the many casual cultivators below the stage, two men in ordinary clothes looked solemnly at the arena. "Brother, the spiritual leader of the Divine Blood sect seems to be very powerful. If Nangong Yu is defeated later, we..." One of the men whispered worriedly. The leading man's face turned fierce when he heard this, and he said, "If that's the case, I will take action directly and take Nangong Yu away." But before he could finish, the leading man continued, "The young master wants it alive. As long as it's his, we'll fight to the death to get it for him." "Yes." Nangong Yu raised his hands, and the fire element's spiritual power evolved into two blazing flames in his palms. He said coldly, "Really?" Guanwei's face turned cold, and his figure suddenly became blurred. The next moment, he appeared in front of Nangong Yu. A blood-red long sword in his hand slashed straight at him, the blade flashing with a cold light, pointing directly at his throat. The fireball in Nangong Yu's palm instantly turned into a shield to block it. With a bang, the fire shield instantly collapsed, and the whole person was knocked dozens of meters away. Blood shadow slash. Just as he had steadied himself, Guanwei shouted loudly and swung his sword. Several streams of blood and sword energy broke through the air and rushed forward with fierce murderous intent. Nangong Yu reacted quickly, rising into the air like a dragon, avoiding the sword energy while unleashing the flame dragon fighting technique. The fire spirit formation condensed behind him, and 3 flame dragons swooped down to the ground with a fierce and fiery aura. Guanwei looked solemnly at the oncoming fire dragon, and immediately bit his long sword with his teeth, raised his hands to the sky, and the blood formation behind him activated. 3 blood unicorns roared out and pounced on the 3 fire dragons. In the blink of an eye, they collided with each other thousands of times. In the end, due to their slightly inferior cultivation, the 3 fire dragons gradually became defeated. Seeing this, Nangong Yu's eyes flashed with coldness, and he sighed slightly. It seems that there is no way to do it without it. He was seen forming seals with one hand, and a big sun rose from behind him. The heaven and earth roared in the surging momentum, and the sea of clouds above the arena was instantly shattered into pieces. He formed a seal with his right hand again, and the sun split into 3, shooting directly at 3 fire dragons. Roar as the sun entered the body. It was like turning a dragon into a star. The 3 fire dragons roared towards the sky, and the dragon roar shook the sky. The momentum of the fire dragons increased exponentially, and the momentum was overwhelming and crushed towards the 3 blood unicorns. Bang! The blood unicorn exploded with a loud bang, and Guanwei's fighting method backfired, causing blood to flow from all 7 orifices and his body to shake. He looked at the 3 fire dragons in the air in horror, his eyes bloodshot, and he said, "Impossible, impossible. Nothing is impossible, it's over." Nangong Yu put his hands together and saw the 3 fire dragons merge into one in an instant, like a divine dragon reappearing, rushing towards Guanwei on the ground with unparalleled ferocity. No, a breeze blew by, taking away some of the heat. On the ring, only that young man stood there, peerless. Deacon Wang was about to take action when he was warned remotely by Elder Ningmen. so he had to give up. After returning, he would definitely inform Elder Xiang Huai of the old woman's evil deeds. However, the fighting method displayed by this young man. A hint of doubt flashed in Deacon Wang's eyes. Inside the Lingshao Palace's chariot in the sky, there was now silence. Elder Zhongshan finally regained consciousness. He and Elder Ningman looked at each other, then lowered their eyes and contacted their own disciples. A moment later, that's right, over a month ago, everyone knew the figure of the Yin Emperor in the misty mountains that shrouded the sky and sun and swallowed up the world with his might. Judging from the power and scene of the young man's fighting skills just now, it cannot be said to be exactly the same as the fighting skills of the Yin Emperor in the rumors, but its aura is definitely correct. Even if he is not the descendant of Emperor Yin, he must have a great connection with that descendant. Elder Zhongshan and Elder Ningman looked at each other, stood up instantly, turned into a stream of light, and landed on the ring. Lu Changge flashed with Little King Kong and came to the ring. He casually threw a healing spell at Nangong Yu, and then looked at the two of them indifferently. Xiao Nanzi, come behind me. We really can't underestimate these upper sections. Xiao Nanzi just revealed a little bit, and they smelled it. I'm afraid the inheritance of Emperor Yin can no longer be hidden. Lu Changge suddenly felt a bit awkward and troubled. I hope they are trying to win him over instead of just forcibly seizing him. Otherwise, I'm afraid this Earth-level, Luyun flying boat is going to be ruined. Thinking of this, he slightly displayed his magical power of Fatian Xiang Di, revealing a trace of aura. Elders Ningman and Zhongshan became nervous and couldn't help but turn their gaze to the spiritual deer that they had never taken seriously. This spirit deer can actually make them feel danger. You have to know that they are at the spiritual emperor level and can be said to be able to walk sideways on the continent. This spiritual deer, my fellow Taoist Lu, we have no ill intentions. We just think that this young man has amazing talent and potential, so we want to invite him to join our Lingshao Palace. Elder Ningman said with a smile. Zhongshan immediately interrupted and said to Nangong Yu, the first time I saw you, I knew you were extraordinary, just as I expected. And you just happen to have a fire element spiritual root, so joining my Shantian pavilion is perfect. On behalf of the sect, I promise you a position as an inner disciple. Then he looked at Elder Ningman, narrowed his eyes and said, doesn't Lingshao Palace accept male disciples? Elder Ningman, please don't forget the agreement between our two sects. He suddenly realized that this woman was not that good. Thinking of this, he suddenly became clear-headed. Look at her slender waist that can be held in one hand. It must be difficult for her to give birth. Damn it, why did I want to touch it so much before? Elder Ningman was stunned by the retort. These dogs are really not a good thing. When it comes to things related to their interests, they are worse than dogs. So he sneered and said, Elder Zhong, you are joking. The rules are set for ordinary people. For a genius like this young man, of course we can make things easier for him. After saying that, he looked at Nangong Yu and continued, I see that you are about the same age as my inner sect disciple, Fairy Qingqing. We can definitely become good friends. Moreover, my Lingshao Palace is full of female disciples, which will be of great benefit to your cultivation of your mind and character. He also emphasized the word good friends in his words. Elder Zhongshan was completely stunned. Damn, this woman has lost all her dignity? She still calls him a friend? I almost don't recognize the word good friend anymore. The independent cultivators in the audience were completely crazy. What kind of magical development was this? Just now, they were still worried about the young man's future because he had offended the Divine Blood sect, but now he was being snatched away by the two major sects? Even if your fighting skills are amazing and your combat power is awesome, it shouldn't be like that. I didn't expect that the clown was actually me, really? The middle-aged cultivator tried hard to close his mouth. Oh my god, those are the two great sections. Is this kid going to take off completely? The young cultivator has become withdrawn. He has said the word envy so many times, really. Isn't the point that Lingshao Palace also invited them? That's a sect that has never recruited male disciples. From the sect master to the outer gate servants, they are all fairies. If I go, I would live for just one day. Blind student, you found the highlight. Chapter 56. Lu Changge hadn't sensed the obvious ill will of the two elders yet, so he didn't act impulsively. At the same time, he transmitted his message through the contract. Xiao Nanzi, whether you want to join or not, don't refuse them yet. Hold them back and wait until we get the Luyun flying boat before we decide. Otherwise, we might end up working for nothing. The pressure these two elders put on him was not small. After all, this was the imperial realm. At the spirit king level, one can initially borrow the power of heaven and earth, transform the spirit into a domain, and control the spiritual domain. The Spirit Emperor realm directly controls the power of heaven and earth, and the spiritual realm is integrated with one's own body. With every punch and palm strike, he carries the power of a realm and can destroy heaven and earth. He himself had never seen a fight between emperors. Even if he had confidence in the magical power of law of heaven and earth, his cultivation was still too low after all, and he could not bring out the power of the magical power. No, Nangong Yu replied in his heart, then clasped his fists towards the two elders who were currently arguing with each other, and said, "Thank you both elders for your consideration. I am quite worried. Could you allow me some time to consider this?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Man and Zhong Shun looked at each other, and an inexplicable look flashed in their eyes. He said without any concern, "Of course I should. However, tomorrow, after the 3 major rankings and the Northern Barbarian Hidden Dragon rankings are announced, the finals will begin. The day after tomorrow, we will return to the sect. I hope you can think it over carefully and give me an answer before the day after tomorrow." Zhong Shun nodded in the same way. "Wake up, kid." Zhong Shun then glanced at the referee, Ling Wang, who immediately understood and announced loudly, "The final champion has been chosen. The finals will begin after the results are announced tomorrow." Upon seeing this, Lu Changge nodded to the two elders and wrapped Nangong Yu in spiritual power. He stepped lightly with his deer hooves and disappeared in an instant. Ning Man's voice was somewhat solemn. "I don't know the origin of this spirit deer. It's only at the spiritual sect level, but it makes us feel dangerous. It's unbelievable. Yes, I don't know what kind of bloodline it is. I think I am familiar with various classics, but I have never heard of such a magical beast." Zhong Shun stared at the direction where Lu Changge left and murmured, "If Lu Changge were here, he would definitely tell him, 'Tremble, mortal, I am the blood of the silly roe deer.'" That boy. Elder Ning Man hesitated to speak, and Elder Zhong Shun spoke directly. "No need to say more. This matter is too serious for you and me to decide. It is better to report it to the sect immediately for a decision. Should we accept him as a disciple or directly?" Zhong Shun didn't finish his words, but Ning Man understood. They could see that the young man was just being perfunctory, but they also wanted to calm him down first. If the spirit deer hadn't been so unusual, it would have probably taken the young man back. The two looked at each other, and then each turned into a light and disappeared. After watching the two important figures leave, many independent cultivators also slowly left. Today's events had a huge impact on them. Truly astonishing. "Is this young man another rising star?" a casual cultivator exclaimed. TSK, TSK. Being sought after by 2 great sections, what an honor. They could probably brag about it for the rest of their lives. Of course not. No matter whether that young man joins Lingshao Palace or Shantian Pavilion, his momentum of soaring to the sky is unstoppable. The young cultivator said with jealousy in his eyes, "God is so damn unfair. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so lucky." There were also a few sober individuals among the independent cultivators. They sensed a different meaning from the changes in the 2 great sections. Their eyes flickered. Perhaps with a bit of luck, they could even. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. "It's really hard to say what the future holds for this young man," someone immediately responded. "Yes, if you enter Lingshao Palace and neglect your cultivation, no matter how talented you are, you will still be lost among the crowd. You might even be kicked out at any time." Zhuang Xiong followed behind 2 men in ordinary clothes, unable to conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. "Nangong Yu, that little b*** d dares to destroy my son. I will make sure you die." When Zhuang Shi was brought back last night, his tendons and veins were broken, and it was impossible for him to practice cultivation anymore, unless he had a heavenly-grade precious medicine to rebuild his veins. But heavenly-grade precious medicines are so precious that even the above-mentioned sects may not have many of them. How can he get them? Thinking of this, Zhuang Xiong's eyes turned red and murderous intent surged. Suddenly a cold snort came from beside me. "Zhuang Xiong, I advise you not to make mistakes. If you dare to ruin the young master's business, my Ouyang family will skin you alive." When he looked up, he saw 2 men from the Ouyang family looking at him coldly. "Yes." Zhuang Xiong's expression changed. He lowered his head slightly and spoke in a low voice. "I felt humiliated deep down in my heart. Why should I, a peak spirit king, be ordered around by you?" Unfortunately, he only dared to think about it in his heart and didn't dare to show it on his face at all. After all, with the strength of the Ouyang family, it is not something that a mere spirit king like him can resist. Even with the strength of the Ouyang family in Bei, it would be no more difficult to crush him to death than to crush a mouse. Lu Changge and his group returned to the restaurant and no longer had the energy to go out for a walk. I was impulsive today and shouldn't have exposed the imperial law, Nangong Yu said in a low voice, feeling quite guilty. Before one crisis is over, another one arises. The crisis of the divine blood sect has not been resolved yet, and now the imperial law may be exposed. This is not like the grudges of the divine blood sect. There are many people coveting the imperial law. In other words, who wouldn't covet it? Even the 3 holy places don't have a complete imperial law. As you can imagine, it's like a 3-year-old child holding gold bricks and parading around the city. If the strength of the emperor realm can obtain the emperor's law, it is still worthwhile to rebuild it. Of course, it is not ruled out that some powerful venerables will also covet it. The holy realm itself will not. After all, every holy realm is the backbone of various forces. Once the hostile forces know that you have rebuilt it, I am afraid that the foundation of thousands of years will be destroyed. But if they had the chance to obtain the imperial law, they would definitely not miss it. Not only would they be able to apply it to other cases, but who doesn't have descendants? All, in a nutshell, their situation is very bad. Lu Changge was aware of the current situation, but for some reason, he felt a little excited deep down. There is a sense of pride that they are about to stir up the waves of this continent. I think I'm probably sick, huh? Xiaobai, what did you say? Nangong Yu saw Xiaobai open his mouth in confusion, but didn't hear what he muttered. Ahem, Lu Changge coughed awkwardly a few times and comforted him. Don't panic, Xiao Nanzi. We will retreat tomorrow after we get the flying boat magic weapon. Don't worry, Shuiyun City doesn't have so many strong people for the time being, and this wave of advantages is on our side. Although he said so, Lu Changge had no idea in his heart. Originally, according to his idea, he would hold off the enemy, while Nangong Yu would take Xiao Jin Gang and flee on the flying boat first, and then he would go through the contract channel. This set was perfect, but he suddenly remembered that the permanent teleportation contract channel, which only worked once every 10 days, had been used on the day they came to Shuiyun City. This means that if you want to teleport directly there, you have to wait for 7 or 8 days. By that time, Shuiyun City will probably be surrounded by powerful people, and there will be no point in running away. The temporary contract channel can only transmit for half an hour. Once half an hour is over, it will have to return to where it came from. It's a bit difficult. Chapter 57. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Everything will work out when the time comes. He just didn't believe it. Didn't God give the roe deer a chance to survive? The next day, it was the beginning of the month. Today is not only the final of the competition, but also the day when the results are announced in mainland Daxia. The entire Narcissus City square was surrounded by water. It was no exaggeration to say that it was truly packed. Not only the ground, but the sky was also filled with various flying boats, chariots, and spirit beast mounts. There were crowds of people, some chatting, some laughing, and some roaring with the sounds of various spirit beasts. It was so noisy that it couldn't be described. Lu Changge struggled to squeeze in with Nangong Yu and Xiao Jin Gang in the air. Fortunately, he had the magical power of Fation Xiang Di to shrink himself. If he was the same size as before, it would be impossible. When the final time came, Xiao Nanzi still hadn't squeezed in. I'm so exhausted. I really don't know what these people are doing. This list is updated every month. After all these years, haven't you seen enough? Lu Changge couldn't help but complain. Instead of practicing in seclusion every day, he has become so idle that he is really, hey, I can tell you're a newbie just by listening to you speak. Don't you know that every time the results are announced, everyone around the list will be contaminated by some energy, which is of great benefit to their own cultivation? Didn't your elders tell you this? The cultivator next to him glanced at him and said contemptuously. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The overall ranking is no different from the special rankings. The aura is even more intense. So, as long as you're not far from this big city, you won't miss it when the results are released. Lu Changge snorted at the monk, then turned and stared at Xiao Nanzi without saying a word. Nangong Yu naturally heard it as well, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed as he explained. Well, this is the first time I've heard of it too. The elders never told me about it before. They just told me to practice well and never mention these things. This is normal. With his previous talent, it would be better for him to practice for a while longer than to gain so little benefit from practicing. In fact, most of the chosen ones only occasionally pay attention to changes in their rankings or understand the strength of their competitors. Xiaobai, the results are starting to be announced. Nangong Yu exclaimed in surprise, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Changge shift his gaze. It was not his fault. The announcement of the results in Shuiyun City was much louder than that in Heishan City. From above the 9 heavens, divine light began to bloom, causing the sea of clouds to churn for hundreds of miles, thunder and lightning to intertwine, and then it pressed towards the water cloud square like a cloud tornado. That terrifying aura is enough to scare anyone. As time went by, a purple gold list hung down from the bottom of the cloud tornado. Lightning and thunder kept moving on it, and the divine power it emitted seemed to crush the sky. There were only 3 characters written in a flamboyant style above. Legendary list. As the name suggests, the legend list contains legends from the Lingwu Continent, each of whom is unrivaled. Alas, is there any need to put up the legend list? It hasn't changed in hundreds of years. A cultivator near Changge complained. Any one of these 10 Saint Realm legends is capable of crushing several Saint Realms at the same level. Their profound foundation is not so easy to change. The spiritual practitioner beside him agreed. It's a shame that only half of the human race's saints occupy the legendary ranking. That Western region demon race's great saint is truly terrifying. After all these years, he still occupies the top spot. Changge's eyes at this moment were firmly attracted by the 3rd place on the list. 3rd place. Ancient Star Tree. Age unknown. Ancient spiritual plant. Peak of the Holy Realm. This ancient tree is really awesome. You should know that in the Lingwu Continent, spiritual beasts and spiritual plants belong to the same lineage. But compared to spiritual beasts, spiritual plants are much fewer. And no matter whether it is a spiritual plant or a spiritual beast, it is quite difficult for them to grow. This old man is a role model for all spirit beasts and plants. Unfortunately, I heard that the ancient star tree has been staying in the Starfall Mountains in the center of the 4 regions. It is considered a neutral force. Neither humans nor demons in the 4 regions dare to provoke it easily. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely go to the Falling Star Mountains to see the splendor of this ancient star tree. We are from the same lineage, so I'm sure this old man won't make things difficult for me. Changge's mind raced as he made plans silently, but now was not the right time. If his son went there now, he might die on the way before he could even see him. It is worth mentioning that in addition to the 3rd spiritual plant, there is also a big boss in the Misty Forest. 6th, Mist Dragon. Age unknown. Ancient ferocious beast. Peak of the Saint Realm. According to rumors, the reason why the Misty Forest is covered in fog is because of the fog dragon. I don't know whether it is true or not, but I think there must be a reason. The rest are nothing much to say. The 1st, 4th, and 7th are all from the demon clan. The 2nd is a sword cultivator monster from the Xingqian sword sect. The 5th is from the Sky Holy Land. The 8th is from the royal family of the Eastern Wasteland Empire. The 9th is from an aristocratic family in the Eastern Wasteland. The 10th is actually a casual cultivator. It's a pity that this wandering cultivator did not establish a sect, but traveled all year round. Otherwise, he would definitely be another great saint religious sect. I have to say, these people are really well informed. It's strange to say that as one of the 3 great holy places of Bei, the Netherworld Holy Sect doesn't even have anyone on the list. At this moment, another list slowly unfolded at the bottom left of the legend list. The list of geniuses. There are 50 places, and all the human race are the best under the age of 50. The ages of the demons, spirit beasts, and other races are different. Xiao Nanzi. Our path of cultivation is long and difficult, and our opponent is too strong. Changge scanned the area from head to toe, feeling a wave of suffocation. Why? Because all the air around him had been sucked away by this group of people. Damn, no matter how many times I've seen it, it shocks my whole family every time. The talkative people around me started complaining again, and the most important thing was that there were still people supporting it. Isn't it? I don't know how these geniuses cultivate it. At such a young age, they have such high cultivation levels. It's really outrageous. Oh, how do you say that? This is outrageous. Changge deeply agreed with this. A spiritual emperor in his 30s? There are even some who are less than 30 years old. Be honest, do you also have a system? Since the cultivator entered the Spirit King realm, he began to borrow the power of heaven and earth and comprehend the way of heaven and earth. Therefore, the progress of his cultivation began to be impressive. It is normal for him not to make any progress for several years or even more than 10 years. And these. The most important thing is that these geniuses have not just reached a simple realm, but are truly invincible in the same realm, of course, except for the geniuses who are ahead of them. Even the older generation who have been immersed in the imperial realm for many years may not be able to match him. Isn't that outrageous? The number 1 on the Tianjiao list is already a F********G spiritual lord. Changge also joined the monks around him in happily complaining. Nangong Yu looked at Xiao Bai's speechless expression and was speechless too. It's okay for others to complain, but how dare you complain too? Don't you have any idea of your own strength? However, he didn't dare to say this, lest he get beaten. so he could only calmly say, "The hidden dragon ranking is also open. Oh, let me see. With our strength, we should be able to make the list." Lu Changge dropped the conversation and looked towards the hidden dragon list. Oh, Chapter 58. As soon as the Qianlong ranking was released, the huge Shuiyun Square, with hundreds of thousands of people, immediately fell silent. Everyone stared at the overall ranking list with dull eyes, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The first place on the hidden dragon ranking is first place, Lu Changge, under 1 year old, spirited roe deer, first level spiritual sect. What's going on? I can't hide my identity as a silly roe deer anymore. Is this artifact so powerful? I've only ever told Xiao Nanzi my name, and she knows it? Is Qi that mysterious? Although Lu Changge was sure that he would be on the list, he did not expect to be ranked first. At this moment, my whole body inexplicably felt relaxed, just like drinking a sip of iced cola on a hot summer day. Could this be what Xiao Nanzi was talking about, that Qi? Lu Changge tried to practice the technique, and a roaring sound was heard in his body. The spiritual power surged and flowed 3 times faster than before. There's something, at this moment, all the spiritual practitioners who were looking at the list were completely overwhelmed. Where did this spirit beast named Lu Changge come from? How did it become the top of the list? I remember that there was no such person on the last overall list. No, it must be this spirit beast. A cultivator next to him exclaimed, "Spiritual roe deer? What kind of spiritual beast is this? Why have I never heard of it? An ancient spiritual beast, or a divine or sacred beast?" Another person tried hard to recall various classics, but still couldn't remember what kind of bloodline it was. Someone finally discovered its cultivation level. It's only at the first level of the spiritual sect. How can it be number 1? Which of the latent dragons on the list isn't at the 9th level of the spiritual sect? They can kill kings. Could its combat power be higher than these geniuses? I don't believe it. Look, this spirit beast is not even a year old yet. Damn, less than a year old. A spiritual beast of the first level has directly jumped to first place. Could it be some innate creature? The list is broken. How is this possible? Not only Shuiyun City, at this moment, everyone in the entire Lingwu Continent who heard the news went crazy. Beiyi Yunding Plateau, Dragonback Mountains, and the Holy Land of the Sky. It was as if I was in a beautiful building above the clouds. The hurried footsteps were gradually approaching, and the sound was heard immediately. Reporting to the sect master, there has been a major change in the hidden dragon ranking. A spirit beast less than a year old has suddenly jumped to the top spot. The overall ranking shows it as a spirit roe deer, but we have never heard of it before. As soon as the words fell, the figure in the high position who had originally closed his eyes suddenly opened them. For a moment, the entire sea of clouds in the holy sky land was churning, the sky was shaking, and the earth was trembling. The overwhelming aura made all the creatures in the Hentang highlands tremble. Oh, spirit roe deer, the divine voice pierced their ears, and the old man in the audience did not dare to look up, waiting quietly for instructions. After a moment, I seemed to hear the murmur of a tall figure, which disappeared in a flash. "I know, go down." After the old man left, the figure on the high seat slowly closed his eyes. Spiritual beast? Kind of interesting. Deep in the misty forest, the fog is so thick that sunlight can hardly penetrate. You can't see your hand in front of you, and the interior seems dark and mysterious. At this moment, there seemed to be a dragon roar, and the fog surged. At this moment, all the creatures in the misty forest crawled on the ground with their heads facing the depths, trembling. Starfall Mountains. An ancient tree towers into the clouds, with a thick trunk and its surface covered with mysterious runes, as if it contains the mysteries of the starry sky. It has lush branches and leaves, and each leaf sparkles with star-like light, as if it can absorb the power of the stars. The branches and leaves swaying in the wind seem to stop for a moment, and then return to their original posture. Western regions, Tongtian Peak. Its peak is thousands of feet high, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. Its majestic figure can be seen from any corner of the western regions. The mountain is surrounded by steep cliffs, almost perpendicular to the ground, and covered with various rocks that resemble ferocious beasts. A bird's cry was heard, and 2 bright stars rose from the sea of clouds. They turned out to be a pair of eyes. A body that covered the sky and the moon rushed out of the sea of clouds, with a wingspan of thousands of feet. Its feathers were as hard as steel and sparkled with silver-white light. In an instant, he fell to the top of the mountain and looked towards the northern barbarians. Deep in the endless forests of southern Xinjiang, in an ancient bronze hall, a ghostly figure shrouded in a black robe stood, its gaze seeming to transcend time and space. He murmured softly, "With such talent, life or death." Seems to be asking myself. Shuiyan City. Lu Changge, who also found it incredible, snorted in disdain when he heard the discussions around him. Foolish mortals, tremble under the iron hoof of me, the foolish roe deer. Lingwu Continent, your king has appeared, it's normal to think about it. Before he had the magical power of law of heaven and earth, he didn't dare to say that he was invincible in the spiritual sect realm. But after he had this magical power, let alone the spiritual sect realm, even the spiritual king realm was no problem. The entire Shuiyan Square was like a vegetable market. Even the following Bei Hidden Dragon list failed to attract everyone's attention. All the limelight was stolen by this spiritual roe deer. I believe that after today, spiritual beasts like the spirit roe deer will become the most recognized and strongest bloodline in the spirit martial continent. Of course it does. Not only does it grow quickly, but it also has incredible combat power. I really want to know what this spiritual roe deer looks like. If I had a portrait of this spirit roe deer, wouldn't I be rich? Hiss, Taoist friend, your words have awakened me from my dream. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be a real portrait. Lu Changge no longer cared to listen to what others were saying. This was a great business opportunity. Aren't we all curious? He'd ask Xiao Nanzi to get some photo stones or something, and then he could show off his skills. The rhythm of getting rich, Xiao Nanzi. What do you say? Let's do it later. Lu Changge expressed his idea. Nangong Yu's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "You really have a unique way of thinking, but forget it. It's too dangerous. It would be fine if the geniuses on these lists had some background, but for independent cultivators like them, it is better not to be too high profile." In previous years, many geniuses with backgrounds died inexplicably, not to mention them. After some persuasion, Xiaobai finally gave up the idea, but he started to criticize again. Xiao Nanzi, you still need to work harder. You're ranked last on the Hidden Dragon ranking? It would be so embarrassing if you told others about it. Okay, you are first. I am first too. What's wrong with me? Isn't little King Kong not even on the leaderboard yet? Why aren't you talking about it? Nangong Yu turned his head to look at Xiao Jinggang with an unusually obvious movement, without saying a word, and touched Xiao Jinggang's head. Lu Changge noticed it immediately. Hey, I'm talking about you, Xiao Jinggang. Xiao Nanzi is on the list after all, but what about you? What are you doing all day long? You don't practice well. Look how far behind us you are, little King Kong. Nangong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I also read through all the spiritual practices that were ahead of me on the overall list. Yes, I read through them all and memorized them firmly in my mind. I must improve a few places next month. It would be too embarrassing to be last. It was still the Lingxiao Palace carriage. Elder Ningmen and Elder Zhongshuan sat opposite each other. They had not said a word since the appearance of the Qianlong ranking. Finally, Elder Ningmen, Elder Zhongshuan. They both raised their heads at the same time and spoke. You speak first. You speak first. The two paused, looking at each other. Elder Ningman sighed softly and said, could that spirit deer be the spirit roe deer that ranks first on the Hidden Dragon ranking? Chapter 59. Elder Zhongshuan frowned and said, it looks like a deer, but it's different from other spirit deer. Its fur is like snow, and it has 4 horns on its head. It can also make you and me, at the Spirit Emperor level, feel dangerous. I'm afraid there's an 80% chance of it happening. There is no such coincidence in the world. That spiritual deer is also at the first level of the spiritual realm. It makes sense to say that it is the spiritual roe deer that ranks first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. After all, even if they were geniuses on the list, no matter how powerful they were still one spirit king away from the Spirit Emperor realm. Could they pose a threat to the Spirit Emperor? This was pure absurdity. But this suddenly appearing spirit roe deer is different. No one knows what its bloodline is, what its background is, and what kind of combat power it possesses. It is unknown and unpredictable. Ningman rubbed her brows with a headache and sighed. However, it's too exaggerated to say that he has such strength in less than a year. The matter of the imperial law has been reported to the sect, but no directive has been received yet. The earliest the sect members can do so is tonight. The young man, who now has the cultivation level of the first level of spiritual sect, has made it onto the overall ranking list. Although he is the last one, it is so terrifying that it is certain that he possesses the imperial power. The young man and the spirit roe deer are one and the same, so they have to consider what attitude they should adopt to deal with it. Otherwise, if they are not careful, they will offend 2 future geniuses. Forget it. Let's prepare for the finals of the competition first. Before the sect makes clear its intention, we should not act rashly, so as not to sow disaster for the sect. The results have been announced, but most of the wandering cultivators still stayed. Although they knew the result was a foregone conclusion, Many wandering cultivators who had never seen the young man still wanted to witness his heroic demeanor. But they knew that this young man, with the cultivation level of the first level of spiritual sect, had made it onto the hidden dragon ranking. Although he was ranked last, the list was of such high value that those who could make it onto the list were all geniuses picked from among millions. Where else can you get such a close encounter with these geniuses? Such a good opportunity must not be missed. The finals are about to begin. 10 champions, please take the stage. As soon as the referee Ling Wang finished speaking, 10 figures instantly shot into the ring from various directions. Of course, this also includes Nangong Yu. Today, the young man was dressed in black clothes, and his long hair was tied up with a black jade crown, which made his posture more upright and his face as white as jade. Standing in the ring, he was as eye-catching as a crane among chickens. Look, that's Nangong Yu, who made it onto the hidden dragon ranking. The audience whispered, their eyes filled with amazement and curiosity. He's truly young, not even 17 yet, and he's already achieved so much. What a future! It's really terrifying. The first and last place are both at the first level of spiritual sect, someone whispered with a hint of ridicule in his tone. What's wrong with being a first-level spiritual sect master? Don't look at you being a 9th-level spiritual sect master. If you have the guts, go and give it a try. I'll beat the shit out of you. The person next to him immediately retorted. Nonsense. I didn't say I could beat them. But on the overall list of the hidden dragon ranking, apart from these two, the other spiritual cultivators are no lower than the late stage of the spiritual master. No one will doubt the authority of the list. This is the experience gained over thousands of years on the mainland. When the referee Ling Wang saw that all 10 people had arrived, he made an announcement directly. The finals will be a free-for-all among 10 champions, and the winner will be crowned the champion. Start. The other 9 people looked at each other. They were all at the peak of the spiritual master realm. They knew that they had no hope of winning the championship, but they also wanted to see how big the gap was between them and the geniuses on the Qianlong ranking. Therefore, as soon as the referee made the announcement, the 9 people immediately used their strongest fighting methods and rushed towards the young man. Nangong Yu looked at the overwhelming and surging attack with an expressionless face. With a wave of his right hand, the spiritual power and flames flashed and turned into a fire dragon. The 9 fighting methods were instantly swallowed by the fire dragon, and then the fire dragon stopped in midair, looking at them quietly. The 9 people couldn't help but feel powerless and shook their heads with a wry smile. The gap was too big. They were not on the same level at all, so they should stop humiliating themselves. I give up. As soon as one of them finished speaking, it seemed as if he had awakened the other 8 people. They all admitted defeat. Nangong Yu wins. The people in the audience felt bored for a while, but this was normal. If they really fought back and forth with these people, they would suspect that the list was broken. Even though I know we can't win with just 9 of them, this is too much. It's not satisfying at all. I even took off my pants, but I didn't bring any toilet paper. Let's go. Even so, the spiritual practice on the scene is still not reduced. He is a living genius on the overall list. He will be less and less if you look at him, right? The geniuses haven't left yet. How can they leave? Nangong Yu looked at the referee Ling Wang. The finals had already started, so it was time to give the magic weapon to him. Xiaobai has been thinking about it for a long time. Elder Zhong, this young man is staring at me and asking for a reward. Where is the magic weapon? Are you going to give it to him or not? Referee Spirit King quickly asked through voice transmission. Zhong Shun and Ning Man were also in a dilemma at this time. What should they do? If you give it to him, I'm afraid that this kid will take the magic weapon and leave. If you don't give it to him, where will the face of the 2 major sects be in front of everyone? The 2 looked at each other, sighed, and turned into streams of light and came to the ring. Smiling, he said, "Congratulations, young friend, on making it to the overall rankings. I wonder if you've made up your mind." Nangong Yu said calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, elders. I have no intention of joining the sect for the time being." The audience devoured the melon with gusto. They had never seen the upper sect be so friendly before. Although it wasn't directed at them, the boy looked so handsome when he refused. It should be said that with this young man's talent, he is indeed qualified to choose a sect. However, if he hurts the reputation of the previous sect, I am afraid it will not be easy for him. Ning Man frowned slightly, not feeling surprised. The boy's attitude yesterday had already explained it, but the question was what to do next. She is just an outer sect elder, and she cannot make a decision on such matters. Nangong Yu continued, "I wonder about that, Lu Yun flying boat." "Oh, this." Elder Zhong Shun grumbled, not knowing how to refuse. He caught a glimpse of the spiritual practitioners below the stage with their eyes shining, and sighed slightly. He had no choice but to take out the Luyun flying boat and hand it over. He said, "Why don't you go visit my Xiantian pavilion? I believe you will gain a lot." "No, I have something important to do." "Thank you, two elders. We will meet again if we are lucky enough." Nangong Yu took the flying boat and was about to leave. Elder Ning Man suddenly said, "Wait a minute, my friend. This place is not far from Lingxiao Palace. Why don't you go to Lingxiao Palace first to avoid the limelight?" After saying that, he glanced at some spirit boats in the sky, as if giving a warning. Lu Changge flashed and came to Nangong Yu with Xiao Jin Gang. "What's the matter? Aren't you finished yet?" Nangong Yu shook his head and handed the flying boat to Lu Changge, but he threw it back. "Take it, it's all the same. There will definitely be a fight soon, so it's better to let Xiaonan hold it so that it will be convenient when running." Nangong Yu naturally knew this and did not refuse it this time. He then clasped his fists towards the two elders and said, "Thank you for the reminder, elders. See you again if we are lucky. Throw out the flying boat. Control it to a size of 10 feet, more than enough to seat the three of them. If it were any bigger, it would be too wasteful of spiritual energy." Then it shot towards the outside of Shuiyan City. As soon as they set off, many flying boats followed closely in the sky. Ning Man and Zhong Shun each threw out a flying boat and followed from a distance. Chapter 60. East Wasteland Empire. Deep in the Imperial Palace, there is a little-known secret hall where representatives of the 5 major families gather. The outer perimeter is heavily guarded, and each line of defense is guarded by the most elite guards in the palace. At this moment, inside the palace, an old man in a purple robe stood up, looked at the 5 people, and said slowly in a slightly shrill voice, "The Emperor has sent me here to discuss this with you all. I'm sure you all know what this is all about, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, one of the young men said with a fierce look in his eyes, "Isn't it just that there are still some remnants of the Nangong family who are still alive? Just kill them." A middle-aged man beside him said, "The whole family has been destroyed, and you are still afraid of a child who has not grown up? My Wang family will send the northern barbarians to kill him." The Emperor takes this too seriously. Even if his imperial bones regenerate, can he still seek revenge on us? Ha ha ha, that's right. Can a genius who hasn't grown up still be called a genius? My Chen family will also send people to take action. My Shengwan family will also. Seeing this, the purple-robed old man smiled slightly, his smile not reaching his eyes. He tried to keep his voice low and said, "In that case, the Emperor will look forward to hearing good news from everyone. Xiao Nanzi, there are a lot of people following behind you." Lu Changge looked at the hundreds of flying boats following behind him. His eyes were cold, and he said jokingly. After a pause, Nangong Yu spoke up. "These people are not stupid. Even if they didn't recognize that I was using the imperial technique yesterday, once the list was open today, my spiritual sect first-level cultivation level would be too conspicuous among the list of those at the late or peak spiritual sect levels. None of the cultivators who were able to embark on this path of cultivation and go quite far were fools. Even if they could not imagine that the young man was practicing the imperial method, he was definitely above the heavenly level, otherwise it would be impossible to have such a terrifying combat power bonus. If they don't seize it before the young man rises to prominence, there will be no chance of getting it in the future. It can be said that this is the closest they have ever been to obtaining a heavenly level technique. What's wrong with the boy's high fighting power? If he can beat one, can he beat dozens or even hundreds of them? Is he stronger than the Spirit King? With this idea in mind, there are definitely many people who want to fish in troubled waters, all wanting to pick up a loophole 100 miles outside Feiyan City. Several high-level flying boats stayed in the air, quietly waiting for something. It is right in front of the direction of the Luyun flying boat. As time passed, the flying boat had already left the city. Lu Changge could feel that the flying boats behind him were beginning to stir. "Can't you hold it back?" At this moment, several flying boats in front also appeared in sight. Nangong Yu was about to turn in another direction when he heard Xiao Bai say coldly, "Go straight over, I want to see how many people covet your skills. Since I can't get through anyway, the flying boats behind me are about to take action, so I might as well solve it all at once." Thinking of this, Lu Changge looked at the panel. Healing points, 19,000. Alas, there are still too few left. Forget it. The stronger it is, the better. The larger the base number, the stronger the law of heaven and earth, magical power will be. All in, healing points minus 12,000, cultivation, second level of spiritual sect. F***K, is it that dark? Lu Changge's forehead was full of black lines, ashamed of his inner shouting so arrogantly. "Just a damn level up, don't be angry. Don't be angry. If you get angry and become sick, no one can replace you. It's just the second level. It's enough to beat these little shrimps." In the blink of an eye, the Luyun flying boat landed in a huge valley. Several high-level flying boats not far away and hundreds of flying boats behind it quickly surrounded it. Hundreds of flying boats surrounded Lu Changge and his group like a dark cloud. Every flying boat was filled with spiritual practitioners, their eyes flashing with greed. The Deacon Wang of the Divine Blood sect brought several spiritual sect members with him and said coldly, "Nangong Yu, you killed my disciples, so come back with me to receive your punishment." He knew very well that Nangong Yu's martial arts were not simple. He said this only in the hope that those who were eyeing his martial arts would not dare to stop him. Unfortunately, in the face of heaven-level skills, the reputation of the upper sect is of no use. Immediately, a cultivator shouted, "If you want the technique, just say so. It's shameful to frame someone." As soon as these words were spoken, the voice echoed throughout the valley, revealing everyone's purpose, and everyone simply stopped being shy. "Nangong Yu, hand over your skills, and we will not make things difficult for you. Humph, if you don't hand it over, today will be the day you die. You're already a genius on the Hidden Dragon rankings, so don't make a mistake. You won't lose anything by handing over your skills, right? Hand it over." The voices of the crowd echoed among the mountains, and among them were many powerful people in the late spiritual sect and spiritual king realms. Deacon Wang looked extremely unhappy. He wanted to find out who had spoken first, but unfortunately the place was already crowded with people. There were even more people watching the excitement in the distance. Several black-robed men from the Ouyang family, along with Zhuang Shi, stood on the flying boat. One of the black-robed men said worriedly, "Brother, with so many people, if we want to capture Nangong Yu alive, I'm afraid it will be difficult. We'll act according to the circumstances and try our best." The black-robed leader also frowned deeply. This Nangong Yu was really good at causing trouble. Even if the Nangong family had not been destroyed before, it would probably be destroyed in the future. Zhuang Xiong looked at the surrounded Nangong Yu with a smug and sinister smile on his face. It was a pity that he couldn't kill him with his own hands. Lu Changge looked at the crowd in the distance. Elders Ning Man and Zhong Shun were among them. Will these two take action? "Oh, I'm afraid there are only so few people. That's all I have to say." The words were full of regret, leaving Nangong Yu speechless. "Boy, don't try to hold on any longer. Look, you're surrounded by thousands of cultivators now. You can't escape today. Hand over your skills obediently. Maybe there's still a chance for you to survive. Otherwise," another monk immediately added, "otherwise, this valley will be your burial place, along with the two beasts beside you." Yes, I'm so lucky to have this opportunity. To try to monopolize, it is simply a crime worthy of death. See, everyone is still shouting. Lu Changge found it quite interesting and said, "Xiao Nanzi, please give me a technique." Nangong Yu was now the focus of everyone's attention. When they saw him take out the martial arts from the ring, everyone quieted down, staring at the martial arts in his hand with fanatical eyes, and their breathing became heavier. And then watched him give the skills to the spirit deer beside him. "No, you're crazy, aren't you? Expecting the spirit deer to escape with the skills? Instead of giving the skills to us, he gave it to a beast. This is simply outrageous." Everyone's spiritual energy surged, and they were about to attack, only to hear the beast slowly say, "So many of you want it. Who should I give it to? Sacrifice that magical deer to me, and I will spare your life. Give it to me. I am at the peak of the Spirit King realm. I can protect you. Little deer, give it to me. I can ride you, or you can ride me if you want." At this moment, Deacon Wang of the Divine Blood sect burst out with the aura of a peak Spirit King, and the valley fell into temporary tranquility. Seeing this, Deacon Wang quickly said, "Everyone, don't be fooled by this beast." Then he looked at Lu Changge and sneered, "Linglu, you are still a little naive if you want to provoke us." As soon as these words were spoken, thousands of monks suddenly became murderous, and their eyes flashed with fierceness. Lu Changge grinned and said, "Really? I see that among the cultivators present, you have the highest cultivation level, so I'll give it to you." As he spoke, he threw the martial arts in front of him at an extremely fast speed. "Thief, do you dare to take it? Grab, kill." For a moment, the scene became chaotic. Hundreds of people rushed towards the martial arts. The power of heaven and earth was disordered, and all kinds of spiritual power instantly covered the people of the Divine Blood sect. Chapter 61. Hundreds of people remained motionless, with their arms folded across their chests, watching this farce as if it were a joke. How could the monks involved not know about this? It was just that they didn't miss any possibility. What if it was true? On this side, Deacon Wang instinctively took over the skills, but before he could check them, he was overwhelmed by the surging spiritual power attack. The three spiritual sect disciples behind him didn't have time to react and died on the spot. However, As an outer sect deacon of the Divine Blood sect, he has the cultivation level of a peak spirit king, which is definitely not just talk. How could he be killed so easily? A moment later, Deacon Wang, covered in blood, appeared more than 1,000 meters away. He glanced fiercely at the many monks who attacked him, then tactfully turned his gaze to look at Lu Changge. What a cunning beast! He actually resorted to such a shady trick. However, the martial arts book had already been blasted into powder by the chaotic spiritual power. Everyone stopped attacking. It was impossible for a heaven-level technique to be destroyed so easily by them, not even an earth-level technique. As everyone knew, all techniques above the profound level were protected by an inexplicable great power. How dare this beast tease us? Does he really think we're made of clay? Kill him. There is already a way to seek death. Kill. Everyone was furious, and a surge of spiritual power and fighting methods spread throughout the valley. Far away, Elder Ningman hesitated for a moment, then asked Elder Zhongshan, "Shouldn't we take action?" This statement has two implications. Zhongshan understood instantly and said, "Let's take another look. If that magical deer is really that magical road deer." Lu Changge didn't want to play anymore, so he jumped on the ground with all four hooves and twisted his neck. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. As he spoke, the entire valley began to tremble. The deer's body instantly expanded to 100 feet tall. Dark clouds in the sky quickly gathered, forming a huge storm vortex, and the center of the vortex was Lu Changge. At this moment, he was seen with the storm above his head, his four hooves stamping the earth, as if he had become the master of this valley. Every breath he took caused the surrounding air to roar like thunder, as if even the heavens and the earth were trembling. Roar, the sound was like thunder, and under the roar that was completely different from that of a deer, it turned into a shock wave, and the attacks of thousands of monks were wiped out in an instant. Lu Changge just stood there quietly, his hair like flowing moonlight, emitting a faint halo, and his voice echoed in the valley. "Come on, continue." Hundreds of flying boats and thousands of monks were stunned at this moment, staring blankly at the giant in front of them. No, the giant deer. What is this? A monk said with gritted teeth. Roe deer, a spiritual roe deer. It must be that spiritual roe deer, the one that tops the hidden dragon ranking. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone reacted immediately, and their legs trembled slightly. Is this the spirit roe deer? A spirit beast that has never appeared before. Humph. Why should I be afraid of it? The top of the hidden dragon ranking is only at the spiritual sect realm. We have so many spiritual kings, and we can't even take down a small spiritual roe deer. Yeah, what do we spirit kings have to be afraid of? We were just startled just now. Kill. Many spirit kings only felt that they were frightened by a spirit beast, and a feeling of shame and anger instantly turned into anger. Kill. Lu Changge's 100-foot body seemed to have become a living target, allowing all kinds of spiritual power combat methods to fall on him. Last time he used it in a hurry and didn't have time to experience the strength of this magical power. Today, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Seeing that this spiritual roe deer had a body of 100 feet, but did not fight back, everyone became more and more excited in attacking. This was the top of the potential dragon list, an unknown spiritual beast in the Lingwu Continent, and the precious blood in its body must be a good thing. Kill. This precious blood must be extraordinary. This spirit roe deer is less than a year old, yet it possesses such power. If I can eat its flesh and blood, it will surely greatly enhance my cultivation. With such high defense, these animal skins and bones are also valuable. The whole body is full of treasures. Everyone, work harder. After careful feeling, Lu Changge was quite satisfied with his body after using his magical powers. The attacks of the spiritual master can be completely ignored. The spiritual king realm can cause him pain, and the peak spiritual king realm can directly break his defense and even injure him. After feeling it, his whole body shook violently, and the thousands of monks who were besieging him flew back hundreds of meters in an instant. He opened his mouth slightly, his voice booming like thunder. "It's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire valley fell into darkness. Just as many monks exclaimed in surprise, a huge silver moon slowly rose, illuminating the four antlers that looked like ancient trees. Everyone was so frightened by the hideous antlers that their breath was held in their throat. Then, all their minds were deeply attracted by the antlers on the silver moon, and they just stared at them intently. Gradually, the bodies of all the monks began to light up, becoming brighter and brighter. In this pitch-black space, with only a silver moon, they looked like brilliant stars. Then, it became brighter and brighter. Finally, there was a bang, like a trigger, and every time a cultivator's body exploded, A large amount of moonlight bloomed from his body. One after another, the entire space was illuminated by the moonlight as if it were daytime. In the distance of the valley, all the monks who were watching got goosebumps at the same time, and their hair stood on end. Not only did the spirit deer suddenly transform into a giant of 100 feet, its defense was terrifying. It was only a spiritual sect, and the attack of the peak spiritual king's fighting method only broke its defense, and it recovered in an instant. The attack of the spiritual sect couldn't even cut off a hair. Even though they knew that this spiritual deer was a spiritual roe deer, they were only surprised for a moment. What really made them feel terrified and frightened was the spirit roe deer's method of attack. Because in their eyes, Lingwu just said, "It's my turn." Then, all the thousands of monks participating in the siege froze in midair. Then, one after another, strangely and inexplicably, they exploded. Yes, it exploded, just like swallowing an explosive fruit in a misty forest. With a bang, nothing was left, only a rain of blood in the sky. A moment later, the entire valley was dyed with blood, turning it into a poignant and beautiful picture. The blood spread on the ground like ink, and the strong smell of blood could be smelled for hundreds of miles. Changge glanced at them indifferently, then looked sharply at the monks who were watching the battle in the distance. With a light step of its 4 hooves, it instantly appeared in front of them. Its body, which was over 100 feet tall, was like a mountain. Even without deliberately emitting any aura, it was terrifying enough. Everyone was in a panic and begged for mercy. "Master Lingwu, we have no ill will towards you, Master. Please understand." "Yes, Master Lingwu, we didn't do anything. Master Lingwu, please spare us." Elders Ning Man and Zhong Shun tensed up, but didn't act rashly. The spirit roe deer clearly didn't look like it was going to kill someone, but rather, it looked like it was looking for someone. "Who are you looking for?" I only heard the thunderous sound, as if I had found a fun toy, and said happily, "I found you." The two followed Linglu's gaze and saw 4 figures hiding behind many cultivators, their eyes dull as they were drawn out by the spiritual power. Chapter 62. It was Zhuang Xiong and his group of 4. Changge had already discovered a few of them, but he had never paid any attention to them. Now, after dealing with a group of short-lived ghosts, he would naturally not let these few go. If there is a chance to spare such a person, why keep him alive for the new year? Then he looked deeply at the 2 elders, Ning Man and Zhong Shun, and returned to the valley in a flash. After destroying the spiritual power of the 4 people and throwing them into the flying boat, their bodies immediately shrank. The voice was somewhat urgent, and the voice said, "Xiao Nanzi, hurry up." Nangong Yu's expression changed slightly, and he controlled the flying boat and turned into a stream of light, flying away in an instant. Zhong Shun and Ning Man looked at each other, feeling that decades of anger had been released today. With the power displayed by the spiritual roe deer, they were afraid that they, with the strength of the 1st and 2nd levels of the Spirit Emperor realm, would not be able to stop it. Therefore, it is better to do nothing than to become evil. However, the situation of the spirit roe deer and the young man must be reported to the sect as soon as possible. On the other side, Changge collapsed on the water boat with a thud after being thousands of kilometers away from Shuiyan City. "Xiaobai, how are you?" "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Nangong Yu and Xiao Jingang immediately stepped forward, looking nervous. Xiao Jingang didn't understand what was going on, but Nangong Yu had already noticed it when Xiaobai transmitted the message. "Nothing. The damage to my body is quite severe. I'm afraid I won't be able to use this magical power again in the short term." Changge was extremely weak and had already reached his limit by trying to hold on. It was difficult for him to even stand up for a while. I couldn't help but think, I still have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too much of a stretch. Or, you can upgrade the law of heaven and earth magical power to the earth level to see if it will be better. Xiao Nanzi's cultivation is too low. Once she loses her combat power, she will be too passive and lack a sense of security. But it's really great. This is the life a monk like me should live. Ha ha ha. Changge grinned and let himself lie on the flying boat, looking at the snow clouds retreating rapidly in the sky. He could see things in a positive light, but Nangong Yu was not. It was all because of his low cultivation level that Xiaobai had to fight desperately with those cultivators. It was always like this. Nangong Yu's dark eyes dimmed slightly, revealing a hint of irritability. My cultivation is still far from enough. Turning to look at the unconscious Zhuang Xiong and the other 3, his eyes were red. These people deserve to die. Although he did not know the other 3 people, he knew that if they could conspire with Zhuang Xiong, what good things could they have? Just when he was about to kill the 4 people, he heard Changge say, "Look into the other 3 people's backgrounds." I've noticed before that Zhuangxiong isn't in a dominant position. Perhaps there's something to be gained from this. Nangong Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what Xiaobai meant, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. As a 1,000-year-old family in the eastern wilderness, the Nangong family has its own secret method of searching memories. On the flying boat, screams were heard, instantly startling all the birds and beasts in the forest. Amid the roars and cries of beasts and birds, and the screams, Lu Changge fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already dusk. The flying boat was quietly parked on a mountaintop, facing the night wind. Little King Kong was sleeping soundly. Nangong Yu was standing alone on the cliff at the top of the mountain, his clothes fluttering noisily, revealing a bit of sadness. Lu Changge was much better now. At least he could move much more freely. He walked slowly to Nangong Yu's side and looked with him at the mountains and forest that looked like a lurking giant beast under the dark night sky. After a long moment, Nangong Yu spoke up. They were from the Ouyang family of the eastern wasteland, but their memories were sealed. I don't know much about them, but the demise of their family was caused by many aristocratic families, including the imperial family. Lu Changge was not surprised when he heard the young man's low voice. Based on what the young man had said about the situation in the empire, it would be strange if the royal family did not take action. Your cultivation is still low. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, so there's no need to be so anxious. I know. I want to go to Findon City, Nangong Yu suddenly said. Lu Changge was stunned. Findon City was in the territory of Xiantian Pavilion, right? Xiao Nanzi certainly didn't want to join Xiantian Pavilion. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to run out of Shuiyun City today. Xiao Nanzi's eyes were filled with hatred as she said coldly, "Although I can't touch the Ouyang family now, I can still collect some interest." The third young master of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Wu, is now in Findon City. F***K, that kid went to the north, and there are the Earth Spirit sect blocking us ahead. If this kid runs away, there will be no place for us. The middle-aged cultivator angrily punched the giant tree next to him, and the whole giant tree turned into powder in an instant, revealing his peak spirit sect cultivation. Master, if we don't capture him while he is seriously injured, I'm afraid our Xinquan sect will have no chance. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of an elder beside him, and the greedy look could not be hidden. By now, the news that the young man possessed a heavenly-level technique had already spread throughout the territories of several major sects in the surrounding area, and everyone knew about it. This is the closest they have ever been to a heavenly-grade technique. If they can obtain this heavenly-grade technique, their Divine Fist sect will surely rise and will no longer be mocked as a third-rate sect by the world. It is not impossible for them to counterattack and become the 9th greatest sect. Thinking of this, both of them were filled with emotion. They looked at each other and were about to continue chasing with the disciples behind them. At this moment, an elderly elder came up breathlessly and advised, "Master, it said that kid has a spirit deer with him. That spirit deer is the spirit roe deer that ranks first on the hidden dragon ranking. With our strength, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to our Divine Fist sect." The headmaster glanced at the old man with a hint of disdain in his eyes and snorted coldly. "Great elder, you are old now. Have you lost your ambition to make progress? As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you are not willing to take any risks, what is the point of practicing for us?" After saying this, he waved his sleeves and said, "Besides, the spirit roe deer is not with that kid now, and he is seriously injured. If we miss such a good opportunity, we will be unworthy of being cultivators. We will suffer the consequences if we do not take what heaven has given us. Doesn't the great elder want our Divine Fist sect to flourish?" Having said that, the middle-aged sect leader's eyes flashed with coldness as he stared at the great elder. Seeing this, the great elder knew that the sect master had made up his mind. He sighed softly and said, "Well, since the sect master has made his decision, then I will sacrifice my broken body and fight for the sect." After he finished speaking, the aura of the Spirit King realm flashed across his body, and the head of the sect was delighted. With the great elder taking action, there was no chance of catching that kid. Go chase. However, before he had run 100 meters, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the aura it exuded made the entire forest tremble. I thought someone sensible had come, but I didn't expect them to be birds of a feather. How disappointing. The tone was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Chapter 63. Although the young man was dressed in black and blood-stained clothes, his eyes looked at them as cold as winter and like a ferocious bird in the dark night. Under his gaze, a chill rose in the hearts of dozens of people in the Divine Fist sect. It's Nangong Yu. The disciple behind him trembled in his voice, as if he had encountered an unmatched ferocious beast. The headmaster suddenly came to his senses, clenched his fists tightly, suppressed the panic in his heart, and said in a sharp voice, "Nangong Yu, you are already seriously injured, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly. You really don't know how to live or die. Hand over your skills, and I, the Divine Fist sect, will give you a quick death." He spoke without any momentum, and turned to look at his own elder, as if he had regained some confidence. Although the elder was old, he was still a powerful spirit king, and he would have no problem dealing with a seriously injured spirit sect leader. At this time, the great elder also stepped forward and said earnestly, "Young man, why are you doing this? Why don't you just hand over the skills? I will guarantee you and let you go." The headmaster was about to scold, but seemed to have thought of something and remained silent with a cold glint in his eyes. It seemed that the words of the great elder inexplicably hit the young man's funny spot, causing him to laugh wildly, and the leaves around him fell down. Then, the boy's expression suddenly became serious, and he uttered softly, "It's really boring. How can you want the technique without paying a price?" After he finished speaking, a big sun rose slowly from behind him, and its scorching breath swept across the entire forest. Everyone from the Divine Fist sect took a step back nervously, beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down their foreheads, not knowing whether it was because of the heat or because of nervousness. The great elder took a step forward, and the spiritual power of the Spirit King realm suddenly burst out. The pressure on the people behind him was reduced, and they immediately became full of confidence. "Boy, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the penalty wine. The great elder will kill him. That guy is just bluffing. Don't be fooled by him, great elder. Kill him." The great elder glanced at the disciples behind him and said helplessly, "You are too murderous. We have taken his skills and will let him go." Nangong Yu almost couldn't maintain his spiritual power. Could this be what Xiaobai meant by weird? Let's not waste time. Xiaobai and the others are still waiting. Then, he formed hand seals, and a palm-sized fire lotus emerged from the sun behind him. This lotus consisted of 36 petals, and the pistil resembled a red and white fire seed. It was lifelike and incredibly real, each petal like a delicate fire jade, with the patterns clearly visible on it. The great elder looked at the small fiery red lotus floating towards the crowd, and his hair stood on end. The power of his domain burst out completely, but it seemed that it was not enough. Directly ignite the fire in your heart, burn your limited vitality, and the entire field will explode. Changge. The area shrank rapidly, enclosing only the people from the Divine Fist sect, like a huge upside-down bowl. The head of the sect was completely stunned by this scene. Was the elder crazy? A small lotus frightened him so much that even its vitality burned. Before he could speak, he saw the palm-sized fire lotus, without any momentum, straight into the field and float among the crowd. Nangong Yu turned around and snapped his fingers as Xiaobai said, "Bang!" A mushroom cloud rose behind him, and flames shot up into the sky in an instant. Is this what Xiaobai said? A real man never looks back at the explosion? It really feels great. However, it is cool, but not very practical. Nangong Yu immediately turned around, and with a flash of his body, he came to the place where the Divine Fist sect was previously located. He picked up a few space rings, left a trail of afterimages, and disappeared into the mountains and forests. A moment later, hundreds of figures appeared here. Judging from their attire, there are independent cultivators and those from sects, and there are also many powerful Spirit King realm cultivators among them. At this moment, everyone looked at the scene with extremely ugly expressions. They finally caught the kid and beat him seriously, but he ran away. It would have been fine if he had just run away, but he was also intercepted by someone else. No, looking at the battle situation, although there are traces of the domain, it seems to be only used for defense. That kid is definitely not dead. A casual cultivator observed carefully for a while and spoke. Yes, with his seriously injured body, he certainly can't run far. Let's keep chasing him. The man in green sect uniform said immediately, "Humph, his route has long been exposed. I don't know how many people are waiting to get a piece of the pie along the way. If we don't catch this guy here, I'm afraid our hope will be slim," said the leader of another sect. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, we should stop wasting time and energy. Let's join forces and capture that guy first. We can then seize the technique. As for what happens after we get it, it all depends on our own abilities." "Damn it, done. Second, I happen to have a secret technique that I can use to find out where this guy is. This is a hidden valley. It is not big, but it has pleasant scenery and is quiet and peaceful. In the center of the valley stood a lake, like a flawless emerald. Within the lake were lush greenery, rocks, white clouds, and even spirit deer. It was a reflection of the entire valley. The spirit deer lay lazily by the lake, swinging its long, smooth white tail boredly. Although the place is nice, it gets boring if you stay there for too long. Changge stared at the silver fish that jumped out of the lake from time to time. Half a month passed in a flash. The sequelae of using the magical power had improved a lot, but if he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait for a while. The magical power of Fatianxiangdi is indeed strong, but the side effects are too serious, and even the healing spell is helpless against this side effect. In the most serious cases, even the healing spell cannot be used. In the final analysis, it's because my physical body is too poor. He realized these days that he still needs to strengthen his physical body in the future. Relying solely on the physical improvement brought about by improving his cultivation would probably be a drop in the bucket. If I could get a physical bodybuilding magical power or a precious medicine for strengthening the body. It's a pity that there are too few skills of the demon tribe in Bei. Otherwise, if I could find a few books of bodybuilding skills and integrate them, I'm sure my physical body would be strengthened a lot. I hope Xiao Nanzi can give me some help. Changge has already told Nangong Yu about the situation. As the son of destiny, it must be much easier than for him to find it himself, right? He expressed that he was looking forward to it. Xiaobai, I'm back. Speak of Chow Chow, and here he is. The young man's figure is like a nimble giant ape, and he is beside him in a few leaps and bounds. He smiled and said, "Today's harvest is not bad." There were a series of clanging sounds, and dozens of space rings fell to the ground. The young man sat on the ground and began to check them. Seeing that he was covered in blood, Changge was afraid that he was seriously injured, so he cast a healing spell on him. Ding! You have healed a third-level spiritual master, 9-star luck, human, healing points plus 1,400. Nangong Yu was immediately surprised and asked, Xiaobai, can you use spiritual power? Well, I just recovered today, and I'm fine now, except that I can't use that magical power. Changge said casually and began to check these space rings. After a long time, he sighed helplessly. Xiao Nanzi's luck is not very good. At this moment, Nangong Yu had fully recovered. Although he had not yet broken through to the 4th level, he was not far away. Xiaobai, guess what good news I got this time? Duh. Chapter 64. Nangong Yu looked unusually excited and looked at him with burning eyes. Changge's heart skipped a beat. He stood up abruptly and speculated. News about the body-building magical power? If that's true, then wouldn't the heavenly law ability be able to be activated at will? That would be so cool. What are you thinking about? How can supernatural powers be obtained so easily? Nangong Yu's excited face froze, and he was speechless. Changge plopped back down on the ground and said weakly, "Oh, what's the news?" Although it's not a physical training technique, it's also a good place to train your body. Nangong Yu saw Xiaobai's lack of interest and continued to explain. This place is called Chaos Wind Stream. Every year at a certain time, a strong gale would rage. This wind not only tempers and refines the body, but also contains the unique whirlwinds of Chaos Wind Stream. If you can cultivate in this whirlwind, your spiritual power will increase rapidly. In previous years, at this time, countless spiritual practitioners would flock here. As soon as these words were spoken, Changge immediately perked up. If this was really the effect, it would be necessary to go there. Only, you're not going to Fendon City? And, with your current, attractiveness, are you sure you can successfully enter this chaotic wind gorge? Let's deal with your physical body first. That guy can't get away. I can just disguise myself later. There are always more solutions than problems. Nangong Yu glanced around and asked, "Where's Xiao Jingang?" Changge raised his head and nodded towards the dilapidated wooden house. "He has been treated. I'm afraid he is still resting. You go and take a look." Since he encountered the first wave of interceptors half a month ago, he knew that the news that Xiao Nanzi possessed the heavenly grade kung fu had been exposed. Because of the side effects of his magical powers, he couldn't even use his spiritual power, so he had to find a secluded valley to recuperate and let Xiao Nanzi take Xiao Jingang out for some exercise. Now Xiao Jingang was showing signs of becoming useless. This won't work. So, yesterday, Xiao Nanzi carried me back. We still have to find a way to heal it. Changge took out the map of Lingshao Palace given by Fairy Qinshin from the space ring and began to study it. "Brother, where are we going?" Xiao Jingang glanced at Nangong Yu, who was controlling the flying boat in front, turned around and asked. As the enemies they faced became stronger and stronger, Xiao Jingang became much calmer than before. Perhaps he realized the shortcomings of his own cultivation and has been working very hard recently. He has now reached the 8th level of spiritual master cultivation, but among the three of them, he is still a rookie. It's a good place to quickly improve your cultivation. Do you want to go? Changge smiled mysteriously and whispered quietly. Really? Big brother, I want to go. Second brother couldn't beat me before. I want to go. Xiao Nanzi cheered, then lowered his head in disappointment. Changge touched its shoulder with his hoof and said affirmatively, soon you will become stronger too. Xiaobai, the village ahead is almost here. At this moment, Xiao Nanzi's voice sounded, and Changge quickly stood up and shook his body. Although he couldn't show his saintliness in front of others. Given the recent special circumstances, it's better not to be too high profile. Now that we've taken a detour, if we're surrounded again, I'm afraid our plan to go to Luanfengjian will be ruined again. He cast a group healing spell on the village from a distance and immediately returned to the flying boat. Walk. Ding. You healed a small human villager, gaining sporadic faith and healing points plus 6,500. Nangong Yu immediately controlled the flying boat to head in the direction planned previously. Although he didn't understand why Xiaobai did this, he didn't ask. Xiaobai must have his reasons for doing so. Changge has harvested healing points from several villages along the way these days. Including this village, the number of healing points has increased to more than 40,000. Let's use it to upgrade first. After a little thought, he made a decision. After all, if one's cultivation level is higher, the body will naturally be stronger. Presumably, the sequelae will heal faster. If he couldn't use Fation Xiangdi, he would feel too insecure, especially when he went to a place like Luanfengjian, where many spiritual practitioners gathered. Most importantly, he could feel that if this magical power wanted to be upgraded to the earth level, a huge amount of healing points would be required. Although the result was worthwhile, there was nothing that could be done because the landlord had no surplus food. System, give me all in. Healing points, 42,000. Healing points, 80. Cultivation, 5th level of spiritual sect. As soon as the spiritual power in his body exploded, he controlled it firmly in his body. He controlled the power hundreds of times greater than his own twice. Now he felt extremely easy to control the spiritual power of the spiritual sect realm. The chronic illness that had lasted for more than half a month finally passed away. Changge felt so light all over. The last bit of sequelae was finally completely solved after he upgraded to the 3rd level. He could also feel that after using the law of heaven and earth, magical power twice, his body had grown to adapt to the terrifying surge. Xiaobai, congratulations. Your cultivation has improved again. Nangong Yu didn't even turn his head, but raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Well, you can't be the only one making progress, right, little King Kong? Changge said in a light tone, and then teased little King Kong beside him. Brother, are you mocking me? Huh? Little King Kong has learned such a high-level word for sarcasm. Nangong Yu listened to the bickering behind him, his smile undiminished, and reminded, a few hundred kilometers ahead, you'll reach Luanfeng Town. The entrance to Luanfeng Gorge is right inside Luanfeng Town. Although it's a town, it's not much smaller than a large city. This month of the year is also the busiest time of year for Luanfeng Town. After a slight pause, he continued, Luanfeng Town is located at the intersection of the 3 great sects, Lingshao Palace, Xintian Pavilion, and Xinshua Sect. The jurisdiction is not very clear, so it is quite confusing. We should proceed with caution. Then he laughed sarcastically. Those people thought we were going to go straight north, but they never guessed we would turn a corner and go west. Changge nodded. He had to admit, this group of people were like annoying flies, making him extremely annoyed. Most importantly, his group's conventional combat power was no match for them. Just tell me, isn't that infuriating? Not long after, a man and 2 beasts walked into the famous Luanfeng Town. At this time, Luanfeng Town was crowded with people, and the streets and alleys were blocked. Many monks came in droves just for this 1-month opportunity to strengthen their bodies. Various flying boats and carriages shuttled through the air. Changge, who had been worried that Xiao Nanzi would be exposed, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. There were no buildings higher than 3 stories in Luanfeng Town. All were built from either huge stones or heavy wood to withstand the occasional strong winds from Luanfeng Gorge. The roofs were also sloping, giving them a rather exotic feel. Nangong Yu randomly found a room outside the inn to sit down. He and Xiao Nanzi were less than 1 meter apart, so it was quite suitable for them to sit snuggled up in the wide chair. As soon as I sat down, I heard the conversation of 3 monks at the table behind me. The Chaos Wind Gorge will open the day after tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm still a little short of breaking through to the spiritual sect level, so I can only practice on the periphery. Chapter 65. Another cultivator continued. I heard that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction in Luanfeng Town tomorrow. There will definitely be precious medicines for bodybuilding. If I can find any of them, it will help me improve my physical body and even enter the Central District. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Lingwu Continent. Its industries are spread across the entire continent, and it has branches in every city in the 4 major domains. Its scale is terrifyingly large. It's just that the owner of the Chamber of Commerce is quite mysterious, but his power is amazing. Anyone who has planned to attack the Chamber of Commerce has died, and the Holy Realm is no exception. The cultivator who had spoken earlier gave a wry laugh and said, "If it were the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's auction, it wouldn't be surprising to see precious medicines for bodybuilding. But with our financial resources, there's no chance of us buying any of these." Ah, that's right. Every year at this time, there are too many cultivators from the spiritual master realm to the spiritual king realm. In addition, inner disciples from major sects also come here. They are all very wealthy. The prices of anything related to bodybuilding are driven to extremely high levels. It's not something we can even dream of. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 of them looked at each other with bitter smiles and fell into silence. Changge looked at Nangong Yu and asked in a voice transmission, "Xiao Nanzi, how many spirit stones do we have now?" So many people have sent their warmth and kindness during this period, and little by little, we should have saved quite a bit. Just at the station outside Shuiyan City, there were at least thousands of space rings, plus the ones Xiao Nanzi collected later. Nangong Yu had already sorted it out and said calmly, "We currently have over 2 million spirit stones, and there are also many other resources that we don't need. Why don't we sell these first and exchange them all for spirit stones? This will make it easier for us to participate in the auction tomorrow." He also heard the conversation between the 3 monks opposite, and of course he knew what Xiaobai was thinking. If there really was a precious medicine, he couldn't miss it. Changge nodded, stopped drinking tea, and followed Xiao Nanzi to the location of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Of course, a large chamber of commerce is more reliable when it comes to selling these unused resources. Being able to make the Chamber of Commerce so large and still being sought after by so many monks, there is naturally no problem with its credibility. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. It covered a vast area, spanning 3 floors, and was built entirely of precious yew wood. The exterior walls were decorated with the Chamber of Commerce's logo and various magic arrays, making the place feel even more luxurious once they entered. Magical weapon area, elixir area, material area, and rare items area, etc. Changge looked around, obviously curious about this Chamber of Commerce that spread across the 4 regions. At this moment, a small area came into view, which made him stunned. Is it really that awesome? Changge couldn't help but exclaimed and walked towards that area. Seeing this, Xiao Nanzi and Xiao Jingang immediately followed. Above this area, there are 3 big characters, Iron Painting and Silver Hook. Kung Fu area. In Lingwu Continent, the preciousness of martial arts is self-evident. It is really shocking that Wanbao Chamber of Commerce can set up a special area to buy and sell martial arts. Nangong Yu sighed behind him. It's rumored that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will auction off Earth-level techniques every once in a while. It's truly astonishing. Even the Earth-level techniques are willing to be auctioned. All I can say is that it is worthy of being a giant chamber of commerce that can open branches across the 4 regions. However, he didn't need it. With the Emperor's technique, other techniques were of little significance to him. Changge's eyes flashed, and he quickly walked through various exercises. After a long time, he couldn't help but sigh. Why are they all human techniques? Aren't there any demon techniques? At this moment, a gentle voice came to my ears. "Friend Lu, are you looking for some demonic cultivation techniques?" Changge turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a man in his 20s with a handsome face and gentle brows. He was wearing a green robe with bamboo patterns, which was simple yet elegant. The cuffs are embroidered with the unique logo of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Unlike other workers in the hall, its logo is embroidered with gold thread. Seeing Changge looking at him, he smiled gently and continued, "My name is Xiaolan. What do you want, fellow Taoist Lu and fellow Taoist Nangong? Feel free to tell me." Nangong Yu's expression changed slightly, his body tensed, and he looked warily at the young man in front of him, saying in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Xia, do you know us?" He obviously didn't expect to be recognized so quickly. Seeing him so defensive, Xiaolan smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Nangong, there's no need to be so. My Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is spread across the 4 regions, so we're naturally well informed. And since fellow Taoist Nangong and fellow Taoist Lu always appear at the same time, it's not difficult to spot them." When mentioning the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Xiaolan's eyes flashed with pride. Then, He looked at them with a burning gaze and said sincerely, "After meeting you two today, I can see that you two are indeed extraordinary. However, it is also a coincidence that I met you two here, so I shamelessly stepped forward and wanted to make some friends." Changge didn't care whether he made friends with someone or not, but Xiaolan's luck was indeed extraordinary, probably around 7 stars, comparable to the Qinxin Ferry of Lingxiao Palace. Unfortunately, it is now covered with a thick layer of dust and is a bit black. I'm afraid there has been a bloody disaster recently. But what does this have to do with him? So, Changge asked, "Do you have any demonic techniques?" Bodybuilding techniques would be best, but that's fine too. As soon as he opened his mouth, Xiaolan immediately looked him in the eye. This was Lingluo, who was at the top of the hidden dragon list. He was an absolute monster, and he couldn't afford to ignore him. After a moment of hesitation, he frowned and said, "This is the Northern Barbarians. There aren't many demon skills here, and there are even fewer in this branch. If Brother Lu is anxious, I do have one, but it's not of high quality. I'm afraid Brother Lu won't be interested. This Xiaolan is really good at taking advantage of others," even Brother Lu called her. Changge didn't care about it, but was quite interested in what he said about the demon clan's skills. It's not that high, so it's not that high. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. If he deduces more skills, he will eventually achieve great success. Xiao Nanzi's cultivation of the imperial method has been abandoned, and the one he cultivated himself is still of the middle grade of the earth level, which is a bit not good enough. Therefore, he said anxiously, "Quickly take it out, and let me see it." Xiaolan didn't take the bridge, but took it out from the space ring and handed it over directly. A volume of Changge's spiritual power, wind-walking body tempering technique, or a top-grade Xian level 1. What a rich man. He doesn't even look down on the Xian level top grade. After complaining in my heart for a while, I started to read it. Nangong Yu smiled helplessly upon seeing this, turned around and asked, "Brother Xiao, how many spirit stones does this technique cost?" "I'll give it to you." Xiaobai didn't understand, but he did. When it came to buying and selling martial arts techniques, you could only try out 1 or 2 pages. If you wanted to read more, you had to buy it. Xiaobai didn't know the ins and outs of it, so he just looked through them all, so he could only pay with spirit stones. "Brother Nangong, you're too polite. It's just a Xian level technique. I'll just give it to Brother Lu. There's no need to mention spirit stones." Xiaolan shook his head. To him, the Xian level technique was indeed worthless. If he could use it to befriend Lingluo and Nangong Yu, who possessed the imperial technique, then the value of the technique would be completely exceeded. Not to mention the Xian level, even the earth level is worth it. Unfortunately, in the northern barbarians, there are too few demon skills. If it were in the western regions, how can that be? No reward without merit. Nangong Yu refused immediately. There is no free lunch in the world. If there is, there must be a hidden price. Brother Nangong, there's no need to refuse. Just consider it as Xia's advance investment. I believe that with Brother Lu and Brother Nangong's qualifications, it won't be long before they will shine brightly in the 4 regions. Xiaolan believed it without a doubt. Not to mention Nangong Yu, who possessed the imperial magic. He had full confidence in the spiritual roe deer that had never appeared before. Just when Nangong Yu was about to refuse, Changge's voice rang out at the right time. Chapter 66. All right, then I'll accept it. As a return gift, I'll tell you a piece of news. He then looked at Xiaolan again and said slowly, "I see that your forehead is black. I'm afraid you'll have a bloody disaster soon." Xiaolan's smile froze on her face, and she didn't know what to say. Is this spirit roe deer really that capricious? I gave it a technique out of kindness, and it cursed me? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Changge said no more. This method looked good, but the landlord had no surplus food at the moment, so he couldn't deduce it, which was a pity for him. By the way, do you have any precious medicine for strengthening the body? Xiaolan tried to calm down and said in a good mood, "With your cultivation levels, ordinary precious medicines are probably useless. We do have earth-grade and heaven-grade precious medicines, but they're already on the auction list for tomorrow." Changge nodded in understanding. With this technique, the trip was worthwhile. "Xiao Nanzi, don't you want to sell some sundries?" "Sell them." Before Nangong Yu could move, Xiaolan immediately said with a smile, "There is a VIP room on the 2nd floor. Please follow me up." The many monks in the hall on the 1st floor were dissatisfied when they saw the 2 people and 2 beasts going upstairs. "Why can't we go up to the 2nd floor?" "That's right, you're treating us differently. It seems like the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is no different from other chambers of commerce." Baotong gave a typical smile and explained, "Sorry, you can go up if you show your VIP card." "VIP card? I happened to watch it from beginning to end, and those 2 guys didn't show any cards. Don't think of using this excuse to fool us." The monk who spoke first said angrily, "I'm sorry, sir. He's the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, so there's no need to show him." Bao Tong smiled, but his eyes were cold, and the aura of a spiritual master was slightly revealed. He said calmly, "Okay, if you don't need anything, you're welcome to come again next time." After hearing these words, the monk blushed, but he dared not say anything more, and left with his long sleeve covering his face. The remaining monks in the hall were all whispering, but did not dare to comment loudly. I didn't expect the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to come to Wanfeng Town. He's a figure like a god. Alas, I didn't see him clearly just now. What a pity. I heard that Wanbao Merchants has several young masters. Judging from this one's age, I'm afraid he's one of the younger ones. That's normal. The bodybuilding in Luanfengjian is quite well known in Bei. It's not surprising that they come here. And that young man, the spirit deer, the monkey. Why do they look familiar to me? Several groups of monks in different corners of the hall put down the treasures in their hands and quietly left the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After a long time, the second staircase of the Chamber of Commerce. "Brother Xiao, please stay. There's no need to see me off." Nangong Yu stopped Xiao Lan from seeing them off. They were already very conspicuous, just going upstairs, and seeing them off to the door would be too conspicuous. The fact that he now possesses the heavenly grade Kung Fu is not known to this place yet, so it's better for him to keep a low profile. Xiao Lan knew his situation and didn't force him. He took out a Wanbao Chamber of Commerce card and handed it to him, saying, "This is the Chamber of Commerce's VIP card. All the spirit stones I just sold have been deposited into it. You can use it at any Chamber of Commerce in the 4 regions of the mainland." After a pause, he continued, "At tomorrow's auction, if Brother Nangong is short of spirit stones, this card can be used to overdraw 1,000,000 spirit stones." Nangong Yu was a little confused. Of course he had heard of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's VIP card, and it had been used in his family, but he had never heard that this card could be overdrawn. However, the spirit stones he had just sold were still inside, so he had no choice but to take them. Before going downstairs, he said to Xiao Lan solemnly, "Brother Xia, you'd better take what Xiao Bai just said seriously." After saying this, he left with Lu Changge and the other beasts in the gazes of the monks. Xiao Lan watched them leave, pondering Nangong Yu's last words. A dark light flashed in her eyes. Could it be that his good brother had some other tricks up his sleeve? On the street, not sure if it was an illusion, Lu Changge felt several malicious forces lurking in the dark. He used his spiritual awareness to gain nothing, so he shook his head and stopped paying attention. It's nothing more than Xiao Nan's identity being exposed, which is not difficult to guess. "Xiao Bai, your intuition is always accurate. What do you think of Xiao Lan, the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce?" Nangong Yu's voice echoed in his heart. Lu Changge pondered for a moment and said directly, "This person has a pure aura and is worthy of friendship. Didn't he also give you a jade talisman that can be used to contact him? If we need precious medicine resources in the future, it will be more convenient for us. The most important thing is the skills. I need a lot of demon skills to deduce and upgrade them. It is easier to find them by myself than to go to the Chamber of Commerce. As the young master of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, even if he is only one of them, the resources he can access are beyond their imagination. It is worth it even if it is just for the intelligence information." "Oh my god, that's Fairy Qinshin from Lingshao Palace. I didn't expect her to come too," a cultivator exclaimed as he looked at the white treasure boat with dozens of fairies standing in the sky. The last time the results were announced, Fairy Qinshin was no longer on the list. Today, I see that she has indeed broken through to the Spirit King level. The cultivator beside him continued. Many monks on the street looked at the treasure boat in the sky. No, to be more precise, they looked at the fairies on the treasure boat and kept swallowing their saliva. At this moment, another huge treasure ship came through the air. It was made of unknown material, but it was golden in color and looked extremely noble and luxurious. The Xiantian Pavilion has also arrived, but I wonder which true disciple will lead the team this time. The knowledgeable cultivator recognized them immediately and showed anticipation on his face. At this time, a young man on the treasure boat appeared in everyone's sight with a group of fellow apprentices. This caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. "Hiss, that's Ling Hongzhua from Xiantian Pavilion. He's a genius who's been on the Qianlong ranking. His fire-controlling skills are awe-inspiring. I heard that he has cultivated Xiantian Pavilion's heavenly grade technique, the Burning Heaven Art, to the 5th level. It's extremely terrifying." It was still the cultivator who spoke before, and he shouted out like a know-it-all. Lu Changge couldn't help but take a few more glances at this casual cultivator. Then he looked up at Ling Hongzhua and scanned him up and down. His luck wasn't as high as Fairy Qinshin's, maybe 5 stars. His eyes lit up as he said, Xiao Nanzi, you two are both playing with fire. Why don't you go up and have a fight to see who is better at playing with fire? Nangong Yu was a little tempted when he heard this, but when he thought about the current situation, he became hesitant again. Just as he was about to speak, a strong smell of blood swept across the entire Luanfeng town. Chapter 67. In the distance, a treasure ship gradually grew larger in everyone's sight. It was a treasure ship that was as red as blood. Red mist was floating on the ship, making the treasure ship look like a ghost ship in a sea of blood, mysterious and terrifying. A group of young men in blood-red robes stood at the bow of the boat, looking down at Luanfeng town as if they were looking down at thousands of low-level creatures, with arrogance and contempt coexisting in their eyes. The divine blood sect is as annoying as ever. Changge was quite close to the wandering cultivator, so he heard the cultivator's muttering. At this moment, a cold snort sounded, like a thunder exploding in the sky, shaking the red mist floating on the blood-colored treasure boat. Dingbai, your divine blood sect is really grand. The one who spoke was Lingwu Continent from Xiantian Pavilion. Although he had only been in the Spirit King realm for a year, his power was so great that even a veteran Spirit King in the late stage, or even a Spirit King at the peak stage could not match him. He is indeed a genius from Xiantian Pavilion who has entered the Qianlong ranking. The blood boat trembled slightly before being pinned down by the leading young man. His expression turned cold, murderous intent surging in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, Lingwu Continent, it's been a year since we last fought. How about we sign a life and death contract today, with everyone witnessing, and fight it out to the death? Hiss. This divine blood sect is really a place where people will fight to the death if they disagree with each other. They are too cruel. Not only are they cruel to others, but they are even crueler to themselves. Many cultivators on the street were a little crazy. It really fits the style of the divine blood sect. It's awesome. Changge's eyes were filled with confusion. What on earth was this life and death contract? Why hadn't he heard of it? I am indecisive, Xiaonan. Nangong Yu understood immediately upon seeing Xiaobai's look, and explained, the life and death contract is also part of the function of the Qi artifact on the list. Any spiritual cultivator who has been on the list can sign a life and death contract, as long as both parties agree. At that time, the artifact will descend to the arena, and only one person can survive. After the explanation, Nangong Yu helped him expand on it. In addition to this life and death contract, there is also a challenge contract. This can only be initiated by a lower level to a higher level. This one will not kill the person. The artifact will heal the injuries of the combatant before he dies and send him out of the arena. Speaking of this, he had only seen the challenge contract arena in the Eastern Wilderness, but had never seen the life and death contract. Hearing this, Changge couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This continent is not simple. Is it a divine weapon that only covers the 4 regions, or does it cover the entire continent? Is it really a divine weapon? Then whose is it? Just when the situation was tense and a war was about to break out, a gentle sound of piano sounded, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's auction is about to begin. You two should refrain from damaging the relationship. The Luanfei Gorge will open tomorrow. Don't let the small things get in the way. Fairy Qinshin, dressed in flowing white, stood out with a sweet smile and began to persuade. Dingbai looked at Lingwu Continent coldly without replying, but did not continue the stalemate. He landed with a group of disciples and went directly into the auction of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Lingwu Continent chuckled and called out, Junior Sister Xiao, come along. Brother Ling, please go first. After the disciples from the 3 major sects entered, there was a lot of discussion at the scene. Changge didn't pay any more attention, called Nangong Yu who was frowning, and entered the auction. After showing their VIP cards, Baodong immediately welcomed them respectfully into a private room, served them some spiritual fruits, and then left. What's wrong? Changge asked casually, looking at the audience and other boxes. I just saw Meng linger with that Qinshin fairy. Nangong Yu was speechless. If it weren't for the accident, I'm afraid I would be in Xiantian Pavilion now. However, if that accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't have obtained the Imperial Law, and without the Imperial Law, I wouldn't be being hunted down now. In this world, every sip and bite of food, whether it is a blessing or a curse, is hard to say in a single word. Meng Lingwu, the daughter of the Red Flame sect's leader, is she the weirdo you were talking about? Changge was stunned. This name seems a bit old. I have to say, if Xiao Nanzi is not mistaken, then this girl's opportunity is really not small. She has entered the upper sect. She is quite good. The man and the deer looked at each other, turned around, and put the matter aside, as it had nothing to do with them. Little King Kong was not interested in the topic they were talking about. He was showing off the spiritual fruits crazily. There had been no fighting in the past few days, and he had been turning his grief and anger into food. He accepted all the spiritual fruits in their hands, both high-level and low-level, and ate them all. Even the body shape is much wider. Today's auction is undoubtedly the most popular one this year. Lingwu Continent has attracted a large number of cultivators here, and the huge auction hall is directly full. This is the result after the capital verification restriction. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce knew that these monks wanted to get the resources back as soon as possible, so they didn't keep them in suspense and started directly. A dignified yet charming female auctioneer swayed onto the stage and clapped her hands gently. The first item was escorted up. Spirit Gathering and Body Strengthening Pill, 5th grade. The effect is as the name of the pill, gathering spirits and strengthening the body. I believe there is no need for me to explain the effects of a 5th grade pill. It can improve the Spirit King realm by 1 level, and it has no side effects and strengthens the body to the late Spirit King realm. The female auctioneer smiled slightly and reminded him, "Tomorrow, Chaos Windstream will open. With this pill, you can directly reach the inner area and enjoy more and better resources." Hiss. After hearing this, the crowd went wild. What were they doing here for? Wasn't it to enter the Chaos Wind Gorge? Besides sharpening their bodies and improving their cultivation, there were also wind spirit stones deep within. It was said that absorbing enough of the best wind spirit stones could even increase the body's wind attribute. As expected of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, they made such a big move at the first try, and it exploded right at the start. For a while, exclamations and shouts were heard everywhere, reminding everyone to stop after a brief taste. The auctioneer looked at the eager eyes of the audience, and, seeing that their emotions were already aroused, he stopped talking nonsense. He said seriously, "The auction price starts at 100,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones." Someone shouted immediately from the audience. 120,000. I'll give you 120,000. 130,000. Seeing Changge turn around, Nangong Yu immediately knew what he was going to ask and said directly, "The normal price of this pill is around 800,000 spirit stones, but now that the Chaos Wind Gorge is about to begin, I'm afraid it won't be less than 1.5 million. However, we should have enough spirit stones." "No. Nanchan is pretty good." She even learned to answer quickly. Changge glanced at him sideways and made a teasing sound. Nangong Yu smiled awkwardly, raised his chin, and motioned Xiaobai to continue reading. The charming auctioneer chuckled and said, 900,000 spirit stones. Are there any more bids?" In fact, after the price reached 500,000, most of the people who made bids were those sitting in the box. "I'll offer 1 million spirit stones. Anyone else want a bid?" As soon as these words were spoken, the place fell silent, because they recognized that the voice came from Ding Bai of the Divine Blood Sect. Although there was no threat in his tone, when it came to the Divine Blood Sect, everyone knew that they were vindictive and petty. At this moment, Ling Hongshua's chuckle could be heard instantly. "I'll help Brother Ding to cheer him up. 1.5 million. As a disciple of Xiantian Pavilion, Ling Hongshua is very rich. He doesn't care about such a small amount of spirit stones. However, it's okay to ask for it this time. It would be bad if he asked for it too much. After all, this medicine came from their Xiantian Pavilion. It would not be good if word got out that Xiantian Pavilion was deliberately raising the price." Ding Bai sat in the box, his eyes sinister, looking coldly through the box towards Ling Hongshua's box, and said coldly, 1,510,000. A smile flashed in the auctioneer's eyes, but being able to achieve this price was already beyond his expectations. He immediately said, 1,510,000. Once, twice, 3 times. "I'll give you 1.6 million. Change's voice instantly rang out in the auction hall, causing a burst of exclamations. Chapter 68. Hiss, who is this? How dare he? Many monks in the hall immediately spoke out. Isn't he afraid of offending the Divine Blood Sect? Given the character of the Divine Blood Sect, no matter who he is, it will be difficult for him to walk out of Wanfeng Town safely. Another cultivator said. Some cultivators also retorted, he's also sitting in a private room. Maybe he's also a genius from the upper sect? Moreover, anyone with such financial resources must be of a high status. Not to mention the discussions of the many cultivators. Ding Bai's murderous aura instantly filled the entire auction venue. It was icy cold and extremely terrifying. Ling Hongshua is fine, as he is also a genius from the inner sect of the upper sect and an old rival, so it is not surprising that he is causing trouble for him. But this person who just appeared from that corner is also here to compete with him? Do you really think that Ding Bai is made of clay? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A majestic aura rushed towards the box where Changge was. The extremely precious Yu cracked instantly, and the terrifying aura crushed him straight away. Just as the box was about to collapse and explode under the overwhelming aura, a cold snort sounded from deep behind the auction hall. In an instant, like a savage dragon reviving, the fierce aura instantly turned into a breeze and blew through the venue. Ding Bai felt like he was hit by a hammer. Blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he looked into the depths with horror. A domineering voice rang out. "This is the auction of our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Everyone, please participate calmly. Otherwise, you will be expelled." The words were gentle, but the voice was like spring thunder bursting in everyone's ears. The powerful aura swept over, and all the monks in the audience had their hair standing on end and their hearts trembling with fear, as if they would be killed on the spot at any time by this tiny bit of overflowing momentum. All of them were horrified. Changge used his spiritual power to roll up the spiritual fruit in front of Xiao Nanzi, threw it into his mouth, and chewed it, looking extremely calm. How could the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Lingwu Continent just talk? When Ding Bai's momentum came towards him, he ignored it. If the box was really shattered by the momentum, it would definitely not be him who would be embarrassed, but Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. "If you don't have money, just go back and stay there. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty?" He had already been offended, so it didn't matter. Changge continued to mock him. The monks in the hall saw that the person in the box was still provoking and his voice sounded young, so they looked at each other in surprise. "This kid is really a tiger," one of the cultivators whispered. "I'm afraid it's that little genius who just came out of the sect. He's fearless. We should just sit back and watch the show." "That's right. Let them fight for it themselves. We can't afford it anyway," another monk said. The female auctioneer was a bit overwhelmed, but she couldn't let the atmosphere get cold, so she smiled and said softly, 1,600,000. Any other bids?" As he spoke, his eyes involuntarily looked towards the box where the Divine Blood sect was. He didn't know if this Divine Blood sect disciple still wanted to. Ding Bai's face turned pale and blue, and he took a fierce look at Changge's box, with murderous intent in his eyes. Then he closed his eyes tightly and stopped bidding. He had money, but he wanted the last thing. Seeing no movement, the female auctioneer immediately called out, 1,600,000 spirit stones once, twice, 3 times, deal. With the hammer falling, the first auction item finally had a buyer. A lot of time had been wasted on this auction item, so we had to speed up the process later. The second lot is the Dragon Blood Flower, a high-grade, Xian-grade precious medicine. The starting bid is 10,000 spiritual stones, 20,000 spirit stones, 30,000 spirit stones, 150,000 spiritual stones once, twice, deal the third lot. As each lot was sold, the atmosphere in the auction house recovered and was getting more and more enthusiastic. Changge fiddled with the pill that had just been handed to him. It was the size of a thumb, yellowish-brown in color, with a little glow flowing around it, and there were lines all over it. If you listened carefully, you could faintly hear the sound of wind and thunder. Is this the so-called soul-gathering body-tempering pill? The name is too random. Brother, you've been looking at it for a long time. If you don't like it, give it to me. Xiao Nanzi's eyes swayed up and down with the rise and fall of the pill, and there was a crystal waterfall hanging at the corner of his mouth. Nangong Yu withdrew his gaze from the venue, glanced at Xiao Nanzi, and almost laughed out loud. Then, he said seriously, "This must be given to your eldest brother. Otherwise, who will protect you? Who will heal you? Here is a precious bodybuilding medicine that is just right for your cultivation level. Eat this." As he spoke, he handed over the Ganoderma lucidum that he had just bought for 130,000 spirit stones. Little Jean Gang said, "Oh," took the earth Ganoderma, looked at the pill, took a bite, looked at it again, and took another bite. Then he saw his elder brother swallow the pill in one gulp. Nothing has changed? Could it be that they took a picture of a fake pill? Changge was puzzled. The mention of a fake pill was just a joke. Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would not do anything to damage its reputation. At this moment, a warm current flowed through his body. Changge immediately activated the Moonlight Tide technique to absorb it with all his strength. He had spent 1.6 million spirit stones to buy this, and it was a shameful waste. The pill was mild after all, unlike the golden marrow grass he had eaten before, which was so painful that his scalp numbed. A large amount of spiritual power gathered towards the box like a tsunami, with an extremely powerful momentum. The hot auction atmosphere in the hall was paused, and everyone looked towards the box where Changge was. This kid is quite smart. He used it directly and cut off those people's thoughts. A middle-aged monk nodded and said with great appreciation, "In the world of cultivation, even if something is on you, it may not belong to you in the end. Only what you eat is yours." Yes, it's quite clever. However, I'm curious about what expression Ding Bai from the Divine Blood sect has at this moment. Haha, the cultivator next to him covered his mouth and laughed. What expression? At this moment, Ding Bai's fist was hardened, and he squeezed the air to pieces, causing a loud roar. The fellow disciples behind him lowered their heads tightly and dared not speak at all. Investigate. I want to know all the information about this man within one day. Yes, brother. This was just a small incident in the auction, and the auction continued. Changge carefully felt the changes in his body. He didn't know whether it was because his foundation was too strong or for some other reason, but the growth of his cultivation was negligible. It was completely unlike what was said in the introduction, that even the Spirit King realm could be improved by one level. As for the physical body, the improvement is quite good, but it is far from being as exaggerated as the introduction said. Xiao Nanzi, I feel like I've suffered a great loss. I should have let you eat first, Changge said with a bitter face, looking up at the sky speechlessly. The enemy is too strong at the moment, so we unanimously decided to let him improve his physical body first, preferably to the point where he can use his full strength without taking any damage. This way, their safety will be greatly guaranteed. Unfortunately, the result is not ideal. Changge's heart was bleeding when he thought of the 1.6 million spirit stones. After waiting for a long time, I didn't hear any response from Xiao Nanzi. I turned around and saw Xiao Nanzi standing in a daze with the broken tip of a spear in her hand. No, he just took this photo. Duh. Chapter 69. And entered a state of enlightenment. Changge stared at the larger and brighter aura of luck above Nangong Yu's head and was stunned for a while. He couldn't help muttering, "The son of luck, so terrifying." At this moment, the broken spearhead suddenly burst out with an aura of destruction of all things, as if it was going to penetrate the world. The ancient sacred mountain was like thin paper in front of it. At this moment, the entire Luanfeng town was in turmoil, with lightning flashing and the world shaking. The guns and tents soared into the sky, sweeping across the 9 heavens. The entire roof of the box was instantly reduced to dust. The entire auction venue, and even the entire Luanfeng town fell into deathly silence at this moment. All the monks looked towards the box where Changge was in horror. An extraordinary figure flashed out from the back of the auction venue, staring blankly at the spear and tent that was soaring into the sky. Upon closer inspection, the tall and majestic body was actually trembling slightly. Changge didn't have time to pay attention to the changes outside at the moment. He stared closely at Nangong Yu, who was wrapped in the peerless destructive spear and tent. His eyes were still tightly closed, as if he had fallen into another dimension. Under the spear's piercing intent, his entire body was cracking with sounds. His muscles curled up, blood splattered, and then he was constantly repaired by the inexplicable power, repeating this over and over again. There was no chaos at the auction venue due to the intimidation of the Chamber of Commerce's tall figure, but many monks who had come to their senses closed their jaws in shock. Crap, who was in that box? What kind of treasure did he eat to emit such a terrifying aura? I, a spirit king, feel like I'm made of paper in front of him. A spirit king rubbed his arms vigorously and said tremblingly, "This is the intention of the gun. Do you remember that just now, there was an unwanted useless gun in that box?" Hiss. Another monk slapped his thigh and sighed. Another cultivator enviously said, "That person is definitely very lucky. Otherwise, why would someone buy something that neither you nor I, nor the tens of thousands of cultivators present, would be interested in? You must never offend this kind of person, otherwise you will die without knowing how." An old monk reminded the young monk beside him. The jealousy in Ding Bai's eyes was not concealed at all. What kind of shit luck was this? Why did he just let that guy go and let him take that broken gun away? Otherwise, wouldn't this opportunity be yours? When he thought about how he had missed such a great opportunity, Ding Bai wanted to rush over and kill the boy immediately, but after looking at the strongest people guarding the venue, he had to give up the idea. I became more and more murderous in my heart. I must kill those 2 guys. Then everything will be mine. It's Nangong Yu. Meng Linger was so shocked that she accidentally screamed. Then she reacted and immediately covered her mouth, but unfortunately, it was still heard by the fairy Qinshin in front of her. Xiao Yingyin turned her head, staring at her intently, and asked, "Nangong Yu? Is that the Nangong Yu who won first place in the Shuiyun City Arena competition?" Under Xiao Yingyin's gaze that seemed to see through everything, Meng Linger lost her mind and did not dare to hide anything. She told her about Nangong Yu's training in the Qian sect. After Xiao Yingyin confirmed it, she couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. Thinking of the orders from the palace, she couldn't help but bite her teeth, her face changing from gloomy to bright. It's not that she didn't know what the cultivators from the outside world thought of her own Lingxiao palace in secret, but she had always been dismissive. Didn't expect that it would happen to her so soon. Meng Linger lowered her head. A trace of resentment flashed across her eyes. Damn Fairy Qinshin, you will be in trouble from now on. Then I thought of the ending of Fairy Qinshin. In her previous life, Fairy Qinshin was unwilling to follow the orders of the palace elders and insisted on making a name for herself. As a result, she died in a secret realm. Thinking of this, Meng Linger almost laughed out loud and snorted in disdain in her heart. What's wrong with relying on men? There are plenty of resources that people will give you. It's a waste of your good looks. She didn't expect to meet Nangong Yu here. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although she had already entered the spiritual master realm, he was so dazzling. How could she be worthy of appearing in front of him right now? At this moment, the spear intent that penetrated the 9 heavens intensified again. The sky above Wanfeng town seemed to be shattered, and the divine light was overwhelming. In the box, Lu Changge stared at Nangong Yu intently, with the healing power on his antlers always ready, for fear that the repairing power would disappear in an instant. By then, he was afraid that Xiao Nanzi would explode into a ball of blood mist in an instant. The terrifying gun intent surrounded Nangong Yu's entire body. His body was reborn after repeated collapse, becoming more and more crystal clear, and it seemed as if holy light was surging under his skin. As time went by, Nangong Yu's body stopped bleeding, and even the blue and purple marks gradually disappeared. His whole body was as white as jade under the tempering of the spear, and his bones were also golden and dazzling. And there was also the roar of thunder. The spear intent gradually disappeared, and Nangong Yu opened his eyes. As his eyes opened and closed, the spear intent soared into the sky, as if it had transformed into 2 imperial weapons and divine spears that destroyed everything. Like thunder, it disappeared above the box, and a rumbling sound was heard. "Brother, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Don't you like it?" Xiao Jingang's voice suddenly rang out. Nangong Yu's face flushed red, his spiritual power moved, and a red cloud covered his body. He immediately took out the spiritual clothes from the space ring and put them on. Unhappily, he gave Xiao Jingang a chestnut to eat, but he didn't expect that Xiao Jingang would squat down with a fart, seeing stars, and about to faint. Lu Changge quickly cast a healing spell on him. Ding! You have healed the 8th level of Spiritual Master, 6-star luck, and Ancient Beast. Healing points plus 105. Then he walked up to Xiao Nanzi, who was staring at his hands in a daze, and tapped his body with his hooves, making a clanging sound, which made him sigh in agreement. Xiao Nanzi, how many spirit stones did you use to buy this broken gun? Lu Changge asked casually while picking up the remaining ashes on the ground. 10,000 spirit stones? What's wrong? Nangong Yu helped Xiao Jingang up apologetically and said casually without turning his head. Lu Changge paused while scraping the ashes, then turned around and said to Nangong Yu solemnly, I want a treasure that can deduce magical powers, as well as the skills of the demon race, and something that can cure the sequelae of great magical powers. The solemn look was just like making a wish in a temple in a previous life. Only the bowing and kowtow were missing. Nangong Yu. The auction outside continued, but the eyes of many monks kept drifting towards the damaged box, fearing that another accident would happen. A monk frowned and thought, what else was filmed in that box? There shouldn't be anything else, right? Seeing the auction atmosphere disappear forever, the enchanting auctioneer couldn't help but look at the shabby box with some resentment. As one item after another passed by, Nangong Yu never won anything. Whenever he asked for something, no matter what it was, all the monks in the hall would scramble for it like crazy, as if they were going to empty their pockets. Even the big shots in the private room were not immune. This made Lu Changge a little disappointed. He was still thinking about asking Xiao Nanzi to fulfill his wish. Next, here's the last lot of this auction. I'm sure everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time. As the female auctioneer clapped her hands, the true identity of the last item was finally revealed. Chapter 70. This time, it was no longer a pretty waiter who brought the items to the stage, but a man. Judging from his aura, his cultivation was no less than that of a peak spirit king. On the tray in the man's hand, an exquisite white jade bottle stood quietly, with golden lines outlined on the bottle. The light it exuded was blazing and vigorous. The value of this jade bottle alone was probably no less than that of a ground-level magic weapon. This scene made all the monks present hold their breath and look at the stage nervously and excitedly. The enchanting auctioneer nodded, very satisfied with the reaction. She walked to the man with a swaying step, glanced around the venue, and under the gaze of everyone, stretched out her slender fingers and pulled out the cork. Boom! The blazing divine light shot straight up to the roof, like a volcanic eruption or fire from heaven. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a phantom rose into the sky. Its body was enormous, with a sheep's head and horns, wolf's hooves stepping on fire, and a dancing dragon's tail. Its whole body was covered with crimson scales, and each scale looked as if it had been carefully forged, shiny and dazzling. He roared towards the sky, and his majestic aura instantly spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. The strongest wave swept across the entire Luanfeng town. Then, the man controlled the jade bottle, and a suction force appeared. The phantom struggled unwillingly, and the whole venue shook under the pulling. The man was sweating profusely, and his hands were shaking. The enchanting auctioneer's expression changed, and she immediately took action. A light blue beam of spiritual power rushed straight towards the shadow, and turned into a large net the moment it got close. The two of them worked together to pull the beast shadow back into the bottle, put the cork in, and both breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was shocked to realize that this enchanting and charming auctioneer was actually a powerful person at the peak of the Spirit King realm. This was just a branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. There were countless such branches in the 4 regions. From the small details, it was clear that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was indeed terrifying. Okay, this is the last lot from our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Luanfeng Town. It's the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, a drop of the blood of the Imperial Flame prisoned ancient beast. I don't need to elaborate on its effects. It can be used for alchemy, bodybuilding, practicing secret techniques, and so on. The auctioneer's face was full of pride as he slowly introduced. Although all the cultivators present had known the news for a long time, they were still shocked by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's generosity when they saw it in person. This was the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, invincible in its realm. To kill it, at least dozens of emperors would have to attack at the same time. This is precious blood for body forging. After using it, my body will be close to that of a ferocious beast at the Spirit King level. It is far beyond the reach of the spirit-gathering body-forging pill, the cultivator on the scene exclaimed in amazement as his eyes glowed green. The most important thing is that it can greatly increase one's own foundation, refine essence and cleanse marrow, and achieve ultimate sublimation, leaving the cultivators of the same realm far behind. Unfortunately, such a price is not something we can covet. A cultivator showed envy and muttered to himself. The auctioneer saw everyone's amazement. Seeing that everyone had come to their senses, he shouted, "Starting bid. 1 million spirit stones. 2 million spirit stones. I'll give you 3 million spirit stones." Changge was a bit bored. He thought the finale would be something good, but it turned out to be just this. He has no use for this thing. As a spiritual beast, the purer the bloodline, the better. If used externally, the effect may be limited. Looking at Xiao Nanzi, he was afraid that he was of no use now. With his current physical strength, he was probably stronger than himself. He also had the gun intent that could destroy everything. It could be said that Xiao Nanzi had gained the most from this trip. The most important thing is that they don't have the financial resources to participate. When he thought about how he had spent so many spirit stones, and the result was, well, it was hard to describe. Jealousy made him split apart. Nangong Yu was not paying attention to the auction of the blood essence of the ancient beast of Yin Yu at this time. He was completely focused on the comprehension of the spear intent. With this physical body and the awakened spear intent, his strength increased several times in a short period of time. At this moment, the entire Luanfeng town trembled again, and many cultivators were paralyzed. What happened? Everyone in the venue looked at the damage box at the same time. There was no movement in that box. Suddenly, outside the auction venue came the sounds of a large number of monks running and shouting. Luanfeng Gorge is about to open early. Everyone hurry up. The Luanfeng Gorge is about to open. Hurry up and grab a good spot. Changge was stunned and immediately rushed out. Why did he come to Luanfeng Town? Isn't it just for Luanfeng Gorge? There's nothing good to stay here anymore. Nangong Yu grabbed little King Kong and followed closely behind. Not only them, but many cultivators sitting in the auction hall also left. Anyway, they couldn't afford the blood essence of the ancient beast of the Hell of Flame. The charming auctioneer was stunned. Alas, everything goes wrong. There was no other way, as there were still a few important money-paying gentlemen in the box who had not moved. So I had to shout faster. 5 million spirit stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Once, twice. 5.5 million. On the other side, as soon as Changge left the venue, he used his spiritual power to roll up Xiao Nanzi and Xiao Jin Gang and rushed straight into the sky, no slower than a flying boat. As he got closer, the entrance to Luanfeng Gorge gradually became clear in his sight. From afar, 2,000-foot-high peaks stood facing each other like crouching gods, their summits piercing the clouds, their summits reaching as far as the eye could see. Between the two peaks, a massive fissure formed the entrance to Luanfeng Gorge, like the mouth of a monstrous beast ready to devour at any moment. The gentle breeze at this moment was like its breath. It was not until he got closer that Lu Changge discovered that the crack called Luanfengjian was about a kilometer wide. Looking closely, it seemed to become narrower the deeper he went. After countless years of wind erosion, the peaks on both sides have formed a strange stone forest at this entrance. The stone forests have various shapes. Some are like swords pointing to the sky, and some are like ferocious beasts lying on the ground with their mouths open and roaring. The sea of clouds in the sky gathered and seemed to be churning, which was a sign that the Luanfeng Gorge was about to open. At this time, a large number of monks had gathered here, and the crowd was bustling, noisy, and chaotic. It's finally opening. I've been here for more than half a month. It's really shocking. A young monk looked at the entrance with anticipation and amazement in his eyes. The deeper you go, the greater the rewards will be. The outer area is just for strengthening the body with the help of wind pressure. I heard that there is a wind column, an eye in the middle area. The spiritual energy is condensed there, which can not only strengthen the body, but also quickly improve the cultivation. However, the wind blades there are dense, and ordinary spiritual masters can only stay away. A cultivator who had been to this place in the past sighed with a gleam in his eyes. An elderly cultivator beside him sighed bitterly. Alas! It's a pity that only cultivators above the spiritual master realm and below the spiritual emperor realm can enter here. Otherwise, I would also like to go deep into that place to see how this chaos wind gorge was formed. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding cultivators immediately stood in awe. This old cultivator was actually a powerful cultivator in the spirit emperor realm. Everyone was trembling with fear, trying to recall if they had said anything to offend the old man. "Senior, are you a powerful spirit emperor?" A dazed young cultivator asked ignorantly. The elders around him couldn't stop him, and he looked scared at this time. "Oh no, I'm in the spiritual master realm, F***K. Old man, you've already got yourself killed." Chapter 71. When Lu Changge saw this scene, he found it quite funny, but he was still a little confused. "Xiao Nanzi, why can't the spiritual emperor realm enter here?" Asking when one doesn't understand has always been his good habit. Nangong Yu frowned slightly and said, "I don't know the specific situation, but there are many similar treasured places with cultivation restrictions in the Lingwu Continent. It goes without saying that those with lower realms can enter. However, if a strong person who exceeds the requirements of the treasured place forces his way in, he will be bombarded and killed by the mighty power of heaven and earth. I suppose it's the same here." Lu Changge nodded. This was quite a good idea. The Chaos Wind Gorge had existed for so many years, and it was likely that some reckless and powerful spirit king or higher realm cultivator had forced his way through it. If they had succeeded, they would not have left behind such lessons. At the same time, more and more monks came here. Seeing that the Luanfeng Gorge had not yet been officially opened, they stayed in the air and waited quietly. "Oh my god, isn't that Wuji City, ranked 84th on the Qianlong ranking? Are people from Wuxiang sect here too? This place is 300,000 or 400,000 kilometers away from the territory of Wuxiang sect," a cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw a man with long flowing hair, a slender figure, and an unparalleled handsome face. He was more handsome than any monk they had ever seen. But under the gaze of everyone, he had another look in the next moment, full of masculinity, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and was truly dazzling. This is probably the heavenly grade martial art, Wuxiang divine art, of the Wuxiang sect, a superior sect. I heard that when it is practiced to perfection, one can transform into thousands of forms and have 1,000 faces. It is extremely powerful and strange and unparalleled. A cultivator introduced with a shocked look. "Look, over there is Lin Yuanbai from the Soul Refining sect, who is also a strong man on the potential dragon ranking. Could it be that these geniuses have traveled here and come to take a look?" Another cultivator pointed at the young cultivator on the other side and said in surprise. Under the attention of all the cultivators, several spiritual practitioners with considerable backgrounds arrived in a short period of time. Among them were some powerful ones who had been on the potential dragon list in their early years, but they were no longer on the list after breaking through to the Spirit King realm. Their cultivation was even more powerful than those on the list, but the threshold for the prodigy list was too high. At this moment, people from the Xinshua sect, Xiandan Pavilion and Lingxiao Palace had also arrived. This place was at the intersection of the territories of these three major sects, so at this time every year, the three major sects would send a large number of disciples here to gain experience and increase their cultivation foundation. Lu Changge looked at the three people who led the many disciples and wondered who took the essence and blood in the end. Fairy Qinshin of Lingxiao Palace looked as calm as ever. Ding Bai of the Divine Blood sect had a grim expression, gazing towards Xiantian Pavilion with a fierce glint in his eyes. Ling Hongzhou smiled from time to time, clearly in a very good mood. The case was solved. It must have been Ling Hongzhou who took it. Lu Changge couldn't help but reveal a look of regret. If the people from the Divine Blood sect had taken it, they could have snatched it away. Xiantian Pavilion had no grudges for the time being, so they should be more restrained. If they provoke a strong enemy again, they might not be able to stay in bay anymore. Just as he was lost in thought, a murderous aura transformed into a bloody blade and attacked him. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Xiao Nanzi burst out with unparalleled spear intent. As her eyes opened and closed, a red spear broke through the air and hit the bloody blade. Boom! The entire entrance to Luanfeng Gorge was instantly filled with surging air waves. Under the extremely powerful shock wave, a large number of low-level cultivators screamed in fear. Their bodies were knocked to and fro, and they could hardly stand still. The position where Lu Changge and the others were standing was immediately vacated, facing Ding Bai from the Divine Blood sect from a distance. Boy, you are so brave to snatch my spirit-gathering and body-tempering pill at the auction. Ding Bai's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes looking at Nangong Yu were full of murderous intent. As soon as these words were spoken, the monk who had just participated in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce auction immediately reacted. Hisk, is this the guy? This is bad. We have offended the Divine Blood sect. Not to mention entering the Chaos Wind Gorge, it will be impossible for us to leave. The middle-aged cultivator looked regretful and at the same time disgusted with the Divine Blood sect's actions. Alas, looking at that young man's cultivation, he must have reached the peak of spiritual sect. It's a pity that Ding Bai was a strong man on the Hidden Dragon list in his early years. Now he is in the spiritual king realm and is even more unmatched. This young man is in trouble. Everyone sighed. This kind of thing is too common. The strong are respected. At this moment, Fairy Qinshin also saw Lu Changge. Her face lit up with joy, and she was about to step forward to greet him, but suddenly she remembered the image of Shuiyun's city that the palace had shown her. Only then did he realize that fellow Taoist Lu was actually the spiritual deer that topped the continent's hidden dragon ranking, and the one with him must be Nangong Yu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cast his gaze on Nangong Yu next to Lu Changge. Not to mention his aura and cultivation, just looking at his appearance and temperament, he could indeed be called a genius. So, he didn't rush to go up and greet fellow Taoist Lu, but just waited and saw first. Then fellow Taoist Lu spoke. You little jerk, if you don't have the financial resources, don't go to the auction. How dare you yell about something like this? If I were you, I would have scurried back to the Divine Blood sect in disgrace. As soon as Lu Changge opened his mouth, Ding Bai's gaze shifted immediately. At the same time, he was so angry at his words that his whole body was shaking with blood mist. It turned out that the one who mocked him in the box was this spirit deer. So it's you, you foul-mouthed beast. Today is the day you die. Ding Bai was furious. He waved his hand, and countless blood blades appeared behind him in the void. They rushed towards Lu Changge like a bloody rain of meteors. Nangong Yu took a step forward and opened his right hand. The spear given by the giant ape appeared in his hand. The spear intent surrounded his body, and the red spiritual power burned violently. The spear turned into a beam of fire that pierced the sky, like a divine weapon sent from heaven, and rushed forward with the breath of destroying all things. Boom! High above the entrance of Luanfeng Gorge, the blast of air caused the sky to shake, rocks to fly, and dazzling light to cover the entire entrance, giving the spectators a frightened feeling. This young man is too strong. He is fighting against a spiritual king at the spiritual sect level, and he is not just an ordinary spiritual king. He is a spiritual king who was removed from the list because of a breakthrough. The young cultivator was stunned and wished that he was the one with such power. Don't be happy too soon. The Spirit King realm is still the Spirit King realm after all. The young man's real cultivation level is only the 6th level of the spiritual sect. He is still far from it. Ding Bai is at least in the middle stage of the Spirit King realm. A cultivator saw the key to this battle at a glance and shook his head and sighed. Indeed, Nangong Yu almost flew out after the collision and was pulled back by Lu Changge's spiritual power. In comparison, Ding Bai seemed a little calm and composed. It was obvious that the previous attack did not waste much of his energy. Nangong Yu was also helpless. His body was stronger than Ding Bai's under the tempering of the peerless spear intent, and he also comprehended his own spear intent, but his spiritual cultivation was still far behind. Although he was not injured, he could not hurt the other party. If he were at the peak of the spiritual sect now, he believed he would be able to kill Ding Bai. Boy, you're just a mere spiritual master. What can you use to fight me? How about this? Why don't you kill the beast next to you, and I'll spare your life? What do you think? Ha ha ha. Ding Bai's blood-stained clothes swayed in the wind as he stood in the void. For a moment, he was extremely powerful and full of vigor. Chapter 72. Lu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the arrogant Ding Bai in the air, and said lightly, Xiao Nanzi, if you don't hone your spear intent now, when will you? Nangong Yu had already lost control when Ding Bai insulted Xiao Bai. With a wave of his spear, a pair of flaming wings spread out from behind him. He stood opposite Ding Bai, his fighting spirit high and fierce, and said in a cold voice, You talk too much nonsense. Flame spirit wings is a simple spiritual combat method in the imperial law. Even if one is not broken through the spirit king realm, one can still soar into the sky. After saying that, he pointed his spear and transformed himself into a rock, rushing forward with a roar. Boy, if you don't accept my toast, you're courting death. Ding Bai slightly opened his 5 fingers, and a long sword appeared in his hand, with blood flowing on it, and an astonishing murderous aura. He chopped it down directly, and the blood-red sword light of dozens of meters long slashed towards the opponent like lightning. With a clanging sound, Nangong Yu's figure was directly chopped away. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Then he rushed back at an even faster speed, swung out a spear, red flames burst out, and the sharp spear intent seemed to tear the sky and the earth apart. Ding Bai is worthy of being called a veteran genius, with a rich foundation of cultivation. With each move he makes, he brings with him unparalleled spiritual power, and he is extremely powerful and calm. The two of them moved at an incredible speed, transforming into 2 brilliant rainbow rays, one red and one crimson, which kept interweaving in the sky above Luanfeng Gorge, making clanging sounds. In a short period of time, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of moves. There was another collision, and the young man was directly smashed into the ground, with rocks flying everywhere and smoke and dust rising. The young man was seen with his spear stuck in the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were tightly closed, as if he had fainted. Lu Changge was about to make a move, but when he saw Xiao Nanzi like this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he stopped his plan to make a move. Is this another epiphany? Do you have to be like this every time? You make me look stupid. He had complained too much, and he didn't want to vomit anymore. When the other monks who didn't understand what was going on saw this scene, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. A spiritual sect is a spiritual sect. Never think of challenging a spirit king realm powerhouse. The strong cannot be insulted. In the air, Ling Hongzhua had come to the side of Fairy Qin Xin at some point. Seeing this, he couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. He and Ding Bai are old rivals, so he naturally knows his strength. This kid, who is at the spiritual sect level, dares to speak arrogantly to the spiritual king level. Who gives him the courage? Xiao Yin was stunned when she heard this. Ling Hongzhua didn't recognize Nangong Yu. Didn't Xiantian Pavilion notify him? Thinking of this, Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh a little and retorted calmly, Not necessarily. This young man is a natural talent. Even if he can't defeat Ding Bai now, I think he will catch up in no time. With the young man's combat power, once he breaks through the Spirit King realm, Ding Bai won't even be qualified to be his opponent. After hearing this, Ling Hongzhua looked at Xiao Yin in disbelief. When had she ever been so optimistic about someone? Moreover, he and Ding Bai had been rivals for so many years, so wouldn't that put him in a bad light as well? So he snorted coldly. I'm afraid Fairy Qinshin will be disappointed. I think this young man will die here today. Even if he is a genius, he needs a chance to grow up. Xiao Yin glanced at Lu Changge below, shook her head, and said no more. Fellow Taoist Lu is here. He's the spirit deer, #1 on the hidden dragon ranking. The power in that image, a spirit king? Let's see if a spirit emperor can kill the boy. However, it is enough for you to know these things, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble for fellow Taoist Lu and get yourself into trouble. Boy, weren't you still talking tough just now? You can't do it after just these 2 moves? I haven't even warmed up yet. Ha ha ha. Ding Bai crossed his arms across his chest, looking down at the creatures below like a god. It seemed that his mind was clear, and the power of his whole body exploded a little more. After waiting for a long time, but with no response from Nangong Yu, Ding Bai became impatient. Boy, Remember not to mess with people you shouldn't mess with in your next life. Then he put his hands together and pulled again, and a delicate knife rotated in his palm. Ding Bai's eyes were murderous, and he pushed with both hands. The few-inch blood knife grew taller in the wind and instantly became 100 feet long. It was covered with blood streaks and filled with murderous aura. It rushed towards the young man to kill him. The buzzing sound it made during its movement was like the chanting of hundreds of demons. Many cultivators felt as if their eyes were pierced by sharp needles and had splitting headaches when they just glanced at it. They didn't dare to think about what kind of powerful attack they would face as the target of the attack. Changge stared intently, ready to take Xiao Nanzi away at any time. Just as the attack was approaching, Nangong Yu's eyes suddenly opened, flames burning fiercely in his pupils. A huge phantom, like the god of fire, stood behind him, synchronized with his movements, and thrust out a spear. There was no brilliant light, no dazzling holy light, but it was plain and unpretentious. There was no fluctuation of power, just like a casual gesture by an ordinary person who had not embarked on the path of cultivation. With such an ordinary stab of the spear, all the magic weapons of the cultivators present here trembled violently. The spear's intent, which penetrated the heavens and the earth and had the will to see through everything, was firmly pressed against the tip of the knife, and a thunderous sound was heard during the collision. The rocks at the entrance of the entire Luanfeng Gorge shook and rolled, the sea of clouds shattered, and the wind was cold and fierce. Wait, Gangfeng. All the monks woke up from the strong wind and looked suddenly at the crack at the entrance. At this moment, the wind had color. A light blue wind blew out from the depths of the crack, and the low-level monks couldn't help but feel a slight tingling on their skin. The Luanfeng Gorge is officially open. Go ahead, go, stop looking. All the monks did not care to watch the outcome of the battle. They rushed towards the entrance and turned into streams of light and shot into the crack. Changge flashed and came to Xiao Nanzi's side. He cast 2 healing spells, and she instantly recovered to her peak state, and her cultivation was further improved. When Ding Bai saw this scene, his eyelids twitched violently. He glanced at Luanfengjian, then looked down at Nangong Yu, who had recovered. His eyes turned red, and he made up his mind to attack again. Brother, why don't you come out and talk first? The disciple of the Divine Blood sect couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw that other cultivators had already entered. Xiao Yingyin also spoke up at this time. Brother Ding, it is more important to sharpen our bodies and increase our foundation. Everything else can be discussed after we get out. After saying that, he glanced at Changge and whispered, Dao Lu, we'll go ahead. Then he led all his disciples and rushed forward together with the disciples of Xiantian Pavilion. Seeing this, Ding Bai glared at Nangong Yu and Changge fiercely and said murderously, I hope you can come out alive. Then I will take your lives with my own hands. Changge and Nangong Yu were too lazy to pay attention to him. They took the little King Kong who was making faces at Ding Bai and his group and rushed towards Luanfeng first. I hope this Luanfengjian won't let me down. Chapter 73. As soon as they entered, a huge wind pressure came towards their bodies. Changge and Nangong Yu were fine, but Xiao Jingang had a hard time walking. There were crowds of monks around him who were trudging along with great difficulty. Each of them had a painful look on their face, their spiritual power surrounding them as they headed deeper into the abyss against the wind pressure. We have just entered the valley, and there is such a strong wind pressure. I really wonder what the surrounding area will be like. A cultivator at the spiritual master level exclaimed while resisting the strong wind. That's not a place that people like us at the spiritual master level can go. It's already good enough that we can temper our bodies outside. Boy, let me teach you a lesson. When your body is about to crack, step back a little. Wait until your body recovers before moving forward. Repeat this process, and your body will definitely improve greatly. The strong wind in Luanfeng Gorge will last for a month. Don't be anxious. Take your time. The veteran spiritual master cultivator next to him seemed to find it much easier to resist, and he advised. Then he continued to sigh. I heard that starting from the middle area, there are wind spirit flowers growing in the mountain streams that can quickly restore the body. That is a truly good thing. With it, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort in just 1 month. What a pity. With their level of cultivation, they are unable to reach there. The strong will always be strong, and this is true everywhere. It can only be said that it is a pity. Seeing that the powerful people above the spiritual sect realm from the 3 major sects had accelerated their speed and gone deeper, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. He turned to Nangong Yu and said, Xiao Nanzi, you go to the middle circle to strengthen your body first. I will take Xiao Jingang and walk for a while and come back to meet you later. After saying that, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. There were at least tens of thousands of cultivators outside, and all of them were injured under the wind pressure. He would not miss such a good opportunity to harvest healing points. He didn't even have the healing points to deduce the bodybuilding exercises Xiao Lan gave him, let alone improve his cultivation and innate magical powers. It's really sad to talk about it. His situation is rather awkward. His peak combat power is impressive, but his regular combat power is a bit insufficient. Even with all his efforts, he can only fight at the early stage of the Spirit King realm. To call him a warrior is a bit of an exaggeration. Nangong Yu saw that Xiao Bai had other plans, so he didn't refuse. Okay, I'll go to Zhongwei to check the situation first. You come over as soon as possible. Then he looked at Xiao Jingang and said, Xiao Jingang, keep working hard. I will, second brother, go first. Nangong Yu touched Xiao Jingang's head, turned into a residual shadow, and disappeared in an instant under the envious gaze of many cultivators. At this time, most of the cultivators who were able to go inside had already gone deep, and the rest were all cultivators at the spiritual master level. As they advanced step by step, some of them gradually had their bodies broken and were ready to retreat. At this moment, a huge green ball of light rose into the sky. Under the gaze of everyone, it exploded like a firework, and green clouds scattered all over the sky. The warm and soft green light fell on everyone, and the skin and muscle tissue that were originally full of cracks slowly healed. Oh my God, my wound has healed, and I can move on. A second-level spiritual master monk cheered in surprise. I have recovered too, and I can feel my body getting stronger. Who is helping us? Many monks began to look around, trying to find the monk who helped them recover. It's the spirit deer. No, it's this fellow Taoist Lu. We thank you for your help. The monks not far from Lu Changge were not blind. They saw with their own eyes the magical power coming from his antlers and spoke out. Ding! You healed many low-level monks. Healing points plus 35,200. Cool. Lu Changge was overjoyed. Although he was very tired, he was happy to see so many monks benefit from it. But isn't this too little healing point? Although the luck of the cultivators present here are all 1 or 2 stars, or 2 or 3 stars, it is not that little. Then he noticed that the prompts on the panel this time were somewhat different from the prompts given when he treated ordinary villages and towns. Without the sporadic power of faith, could this be the reason? Or is it because it is group therapy? Lu Changge shook his head. Forget it. It's better to have it than not. Feeling that his body was empty of spiritual energy, it would be more cost-effective to heal ordinary people. Everyone present was a cultivator, unlike ordinary people. Casting such a large-scale healing spell would consume too much energy and be a bit too difficult. With just this one move, all the spiritual power was exhausted. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he did not hide. He lightly stepped into the air with his 4 hooves and slightly activated his halo magical power. Suddenly, holy light surrounded him, and he looked like an auspicious beast. He said in a clear voice, "We are all spiritual practitioners, so we should help each other. However, this magical power consumes a lot of energy. I need time to recover my spiritual energy. Everyone needs to hold on for a while longer." These words were so righteous that many monks immediately stood in awe and showed gratitude in their eyes. What kind of divine spirit deer is this? In this cruel world of cultivation, it has such great moral character. It really makes people cry. Brother Lu's words make us ashamed, but the bodybuilding treasure of Luan Fengjian is only available once a year. Please don't let us delay your cultivation. Some cultivators were extremely moved and were afraid that it would delay his cultivation. Yes, I think fellow Taoist Guanlu has a very strong physical body. I think it should not be a problem for him to enter the middle circle. But now he is wandering around here on the periphery because of us. Isn't it a pity? Another veteran spiritual master cultivator said with reluctance. But most cultivators, though grateful, kept silent. Once the spirit deer entered deeper, their tempering speed would return to its previous state, a completely different pace from when the spirit deer was present. Humans are selfish. At this moment, another cultivator's voice rang out. Fellow Taoist Lu, I cannot repay you enough. I have a pill that can restore your spiritual power. Please take it. After saying that, he threw a jade bottle over. In order to prevent it from being blown away by the strong wind, Lu Changge immediately used his spiritual power to wrap it up and pull it back. With a look of shame on his face, he said, "What can I do? I helped everyone without even thinking about any reward." Those monks who had been silent just now seemed to be awakened at this moment and began to take out their space rings, leaving Linglu speechless, but they were still willing to give up the resources to restore their spiritual power. Moreover, once this spiritual deer has collected so many resources from everyone, it will probably feel embarrassed to leave. Fellow Taoist Lu, I have a precious medicine that can restore spiritual power. Take it. I have a spiritual power recovery potion here. Fellow Taoist Lu, take it. This is the soul-enriching grass. Catch it. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming amount of recovery resources were thrown at him. Lu Changge collected all his spiritual power into the space ring, and then his voice was choked with sobs. Everyone, you are too polite. The cultivation world is indeed full of good people. People like Ding Bai from the Divine Blood sect are, after all, a minority. As soon as these words were spoken, many monks immediately united against the common enemy. The Divine Blood sect is extremely overbearing and is not a good thing to begin with. However, we have to say that the power of the upper sect is not something that we casual cultivators can deal with. Fellow Taoist Lu should be careful. Yes, fellow Taoist Lu, please don't be too impulsive. The Divine Blood sect will never let go of any grudge. Stay away. Chapter 74. Lu Changge coughed up the pills to restore his spiritual power while listening to everyone's advice. He couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. These old birds were really too sensible. It was boring. As they went deeper, the monks had no time to talk. They struggled to resist the wind pressure grinding on their bodies, and many cracks appeared on their bodies. Now that my spiritual power is fully restored, it's time to show my power in front of others again. Lu Changge cleared his throat and said, Everyone, hold on. Let me help you practice. All the monks looked over in surprise. Fellow Taoist Lu was indeed a hero among deer. He was a blessing to monks like us. Green light was shining again, but it was slightly different from the last time. The green light on the cultivators who were given resources was even brighter, and their bodies were basically restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. However, those cultivators who were not given any resources only had a little bit of green light on their bodies, which could only sustain their health. Ding. You healed many low-level monks, healing points plus 31,800. With the comparison, the monks with less green light immediately noticed the difference and couldn't help but look at Lu Changge one by one. Why are there so many green lights on their bodies, but only a few scattered ones on me? One of the monks looked at Lu Changge dissatisfiedly and asked. One person spoke up, and the others who had less green light to heal also expressed their dissatisfaction. Yes, why are there so few of us? Why do you still treat people differently? Another monk who was also not given resources immediately agreed. That's right, why do you have two faces? The monk who had just been given the resources couldn't help but laugh when he saw it, and felt extremely relieved. Although there were people who had more healing green light than him, that was because they had given more resources. They were all paying attention to those who had not been given resources just now. If they were treated the same way by Lingwu, they would definitely be worried even if they didn't say it out loud. Before Lu Changge could speak, the monk who had just spent resources immediately refuted it. Why is it so little? Don't you have any idea of what's going on? You still want to get away with it in the cultivation world? I've already treated you, and you still have the nerve to say it's too little. Without fellow Taoist Lu, you'd still be struggling to recover, yet you still have the nerve to complain here. Lu Changge didn't pay much attention to those monks who didn't provide resources and still questioned him, but at the same time they spoke, he also took back the sporadic healing green light. How can one repay kindness with evil? Do you really think he's doing charity? What the hell? As for those who didn't complain, he didn't care as long as they didn't feel that their progress was slow. At least they could contribute some healing points. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. In order to accumulate healing points, Lu Changge followed for 3 whole days. Seeing that he was about to enter the middle circle, Lu Changge couldn't help but sigh, and the journey of earning healing points should also end. Take a look at the panel. Healing points, 348,000. Yes, nearly 350,000 healing points. It should have been much more than that, but some early-stage spiritual masters, even with his healing, would find it difficult to keep up with the pace of the main force. After all, he also needs time to recover his spiritual power. Therefore, people fell behind as they went along, and in the end, there were fewer and fewer people. But those who could keep up all the way basically gained a lot, and their physical bodies improved rapidly. Lu Changge stepped into the air, and thousands of monks immediately looked over. He only heard him say softly, I'm sorry, Lu can't accompany you any further on the road. Many cultivators were stunned when they heard this, but soon they realized that with fellow Taoist Lu's cultivation level, he should have entered the middle circle long ago, but because of them, he was delayed for 3 days in vain. We will always remember Brother Lu's great kindness. It's a pity that our cultivation is too low to be of any help to Brother Lu. It really makes us ashamed. The cultivator closest to him lowered his head slightly, looking embarrassed. Yes, This time we are all thanks to fellow Taoist Lu. Otherwise, with our cultivation level, we would not be able to get here. From now on, if fellow Taoist Lu has any instructions, we will do our best to fulfill them. A cultivator said solemnly with a fist clasped. So am I. All the monks echoed. Lu Changge smiled slightly. It was enough to just listen to this. If they were really asked to do something, I'm afraid most of the monks would run away faster than anyone else. But he didn't care, since he had already received the reward. Then we say goodbye. Even if things don't change, we will meet again in the future. After saying that, he took Xiao Gang and quickly ran towards the inner area under the gaze of everyone. This fellow deer is truly a fine beast. Yes, you delayed your own practice to escort us for so many days. What a shame, we've offended a behemoth like the Divine Blood Sect. As soon as these words were spoken, the monks present looked at each other in bewilderment and fell silent. The scene instantly fell into silence, with only the howling of the wind echoing in the mountain stream. Ding! You have healed the 8th level of Spiritual Master, 6-star luck, an ancient fierce beast. Healing points plus 85. Lu Changge gave Xiao Gang another healing spell and couldn't help but exclaimed, as expected of the bloodline of an ancient fierce beast, this body is so powerful. We have now entered the middle area. I didn't expect that Xiao Gang can still resist, and his physical strength is increasing rapidly. In the Chaos Wind Gorge, the deeper you go, the richer the spiritual energy becomes. Some special particles contained in the wind continuously temper your body, and even the recovery speed is much faster. The gale in the middle area became stronger and stronger. Unlike the desolate area outside, all you could see was a special kind of grass, as slender as a sword, about 20 to 30 centimeters high, stretching deep into the mountain stream. Brother, flowers. Little King Kong suddenly pointed to the corner behind the wind-eroded stone on the left. It's the wind spirit flower. Lu Changge's eyes lit up. He dodged over and plucked up the flower. He saw that the flower had a straight stem and no leaves. It only had 6 oval petals with sharp edges like blades. The whole flower was dark green and looked quite strange. I heard this thing can speed up the tempering of the body. Here, eat it. Little King Kong was not polite and took it and stuffed it into his mouth. Fortunately, those who could enter this place were all monks. If they were ordinary people, their mouths would probably be cut. Xiao Nanzi, we have entered the central area. Where are you? Have you found a good place? Lu Changge asked through the contract. Xiao Bai, you two continue to go deeper, about 50 kilometers. Oh, right. After entering the middle area, there will be a wind spirit formed by the condensation of wind elements. It will attack indiscriminately. The attack speed is very high, but after killing it, the wind spirit stone will explode. Be careful. Nangong Yu's panting voice came back with a slightly hurried sound. Obviously, he was still fighting. Lu Changge was stunned when he heard this. Why hadn't he heard the cultivators in Wanfeng Town talk about the wind spirit attack? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Tinjianer said that the battle on Xiao Nanzi's side was quite fierce, and he had to go over and join them quickly. Wind spirit stone is a good thing, so make sure it is not used up by other cultivators. Chapter 75. Moonblade. With a ripping sound, the wind spirit was torn into 2 halves, and a translucent light green stone floated in the air. The third one. After putting the wind spirit stone back into the space ring, Lu Changge continued to move forward with Xiao Gang. This place should be not far from Xiao Nanzi. As they went deeper, the wind spirit finally appeared. It was a translucent creature, as elusive as the wind, with wings on its back, a head but no face, long flowing hair like swords, and claws as slender as blades. It could almost blend into the wind and was extremely difficult to be discovered in this chaotic windy ravine. It was not known whether it was because the monks who had gone ahead had killed too many or what, but he and Xiao Gang had not encountered many along the way, and the quality was also poor. It was not known whether to say that they were lucky or unlucky. The advantage is that I didn't get attacked much, but the disadvantage is that I didn't get any wind spirit stones. At this moment, a strong spiritual power fluctuation came from the front, and rocks rolled and flew from the cliffs on both sides. The fallen rocks were driven by the fierce gale and smashed towards the outside. There's a fight ahead, Little King Kong, don't resist. Lu Changge's spiritual power rolled up the Little King Kong, moved it left and right, avoided the huge rocks that were attacking fiercely, and ran towards the direction of the wave. Outside, the distance of several kilometers would only take him a moment to reach, but in this chaotic wind ravine, it took him several minutes. Hiss! Lu Changge couldn't help but gasp. A massive wind spirit stone floated in the air. Not to mention its quality, the 3 of his combined couldn't even match its size, let alone its color. The wind spirit stone before him was no longer translucent, but a deep, deep green. Even from such a distance, one can still feel the wind-type spiritual energy contained within it. I'm afraid it's not top quality, but it's not bad at all. Changge concealed his shock. Such a wind spirit stone was undoubtedly a priceless treasure for cultivators who practiced wind-based exercises. For him, it should be of great use. The bodybuilding technique he got for free from Xiao Lan has not yet been integrated. He wonders if there will be any surprises after adding this thing. He is quite looking forward to it. Then, he looked at the other two cultivators who were fighting with Nangong Yu. Wu Jiqing from the Wuxiang sect and Lin Yuanbai from the Lianhuan sect. When these two influential figures came to Luanfeng town, they caused many cultivators to exclaim in surprise, which left a deep impression on him. With his arrival, the three of them stopped and formed a triangle to tightly surround the wind spirit stone in the middle, looking fiercely at Nangong Yu and Changge. Kill them first, and then decide on their ownership. Lin Yuanbai immediately transmitted the message. They were also present at the battle at the entrance, so of course they knew that the man and the deer were in the same group. When they saw him coming, they looked at each other in tacit understanding. Kid, give up. Even with that deer, you are no match for the two of us. Wu Jiqing said expressionlessly. He didn't think that this man and this deer could defeat his side. They were not Ding Bai and would not give this kid a chance. Once they started, they could defeat him within 10 moves. I didn't let that kid out because I didn't want Lin Yuanbai from the soul refining sect to get him. Otherwise, a 5th-level spiritual sect cultivator. I didn't kick you out just now because we were competing with each other. You don't think you are qualified to compete, do you? At a spirit deer? That's really nonsense. Lin Yuanbai smiled contemptuously at Nangong Yu. Changge narrowed his eyes slightly. The people of the soul refining sect were indeed just as the rumors said. They were all extremely arrogant. My mouth stinks too. Okay, stop wasting time here and take action. Lin Yuanbai said impatiently with a flash of annoyance in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual power in his body burst out instantly, and the fierce momentum rushed straight to the sky. The wind and clouds changed color, and behind Lin Yuanbai, several hideous figures danced wildly, as if there were endless demons whispering. Wu Jiqing's giant figure held a sword, roared to the sky. His eyes shot out lightning, and with supreme power, he slashed with the sword, and the space seemed to be shattered like a mirror. The two of them mobilized boundless power and attacked Changge and Nangong Yu. As expected of the geniuses on the Hidden Dragon ranking, both of them are at the peak of the spiritual sect realm, but their power is even more terrifying than that of ordinary peak spiritual king realm masters. Nangong Yu looked serious and came to Changge's side in a flash. Xiaobai. Changge nodded slightly, and without saying anything, a bright silver moon slowly rose up, and the power of the moonlight transformed into a crystal light mist. It did not have a huge momentum, but it carried a kind of heart-pounding power and a creepy feeling that jumped out from the depths of his heart. Nangong Yu saw this and did not hesitate. A blazing red sun broke through the sky. The power of the sun was like a volcanic eruption, and the red glow was boiling like magma. The scorching light shot straight into the sky, carrying an awe-inspiring momentum, blazing and overwhelming. At this moment, the sun and moon merged into one in the sky, and the energy between heaven and earth coalesced. The coldness of the silver moon intertwined with the crimson brilliance of the scorching sun, and the surrounding air emitted a low rumble from the surge of power, like the roar of mountains and seas, shaking the heavens and the earth. Facing the overbearing and unparalleled giant palm of the demon god and the godlike slash of the god, Changge and Nangong Yu did not dare to be careless at all. Combined, the silver moon and the red sun instantly merged into one, transforming into a huge halo, half of which shone with the sun's scorching light, and the other half emitted the moon's cold silver light. Lin Yuanbai and Wu Jiqing were no longer as arrogant as before. Before the halo was used, the terrifying aura had already suffocated the two of them, and their hair stood on end in an instant. You will die? This thought suddenly arose in their hearts and could no longer be driven away. The brilliant divine light emitted by the halo alone was enough to cause the shadow of the demon behind them to collapse directly. Is this really a fighting method that two people at the spiritual master level can master? It is simply horrifying. Not to mention the Spirit King realm. Even those who have just entered the Spirit Emperor realm dare not face its power head-on. Withdraw. The two of them were extremely decisive. They used their secret technique and disappeared from here in an instant. No matter how good the top-grade Wind Spirit Stone was, it was not as important as their own life. Seeing the two people running away, Changge and Nangong Yu took back their spiritual power with some difficulty. Huh. I didn't expect that I would succeed in one try. I am worthy of it. Changge laughed and said breathlessly. This was a combination of skills he and Nangong Yu had worked out during the aftermath of his last attack. The inspiration came from his own, rising moon over the sea, tactics. He hadn't expected it to be successful the first time it was performed, and to be so powerful. Yeah, Xiaobai is worthy of it, but the consumption is too high. It's better for us to pick one each. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. It was obviously easier to fight one person at a time. His current cultivation level was the 5th level of the spiritual sect. With the combination of the Emperor's Law and the Spear Intent, it would be absolutely no problem for him to pick one. The fight just now was just for fun. It was ridiculous that Lin Yuanbai really thought that this was all his strength. The power of this combination skill is beyond words. Even a peak spirit king can be killed in seconds, but the consumption is too great. Even if he can barely recover some of the spiritual power at this moment, 70% of the spiritual power in his body has been lost. Changge laughed and said, "Didn't you see those two guys were scared away directly?" The consumption of spiritual power did not affect his mood at all. If he continued to optimize, he would surely shock the entire continent one day. Chapter 76. He put away the wind spirit stone and spent some time replenishing his spiritual power. Nangong Yu looked up into the depths of the mountain stream and frowned, saying, "We have to hurry. The people from Lingshao Palace, Xintian Pavilion, and Xinshua sect have already gone in. If we delay any longer, all the good stuff will be gone. This place is still in the middle of the middle circle. It cannot be said that the training of their physical bodies has no effect, but the effect is also very limited. The Luanfeng Gorge will be open for only a short month, so it is still very urgent." Then he glanced at Changge, who was using his healing powers on Xiao Jingang, and said hesitantly, "With Xiao Jingang's body, I'm afraid he can't go too deep. I found a hidden eye of the storm before. Why not let Xiao Jingang practice there? Too much is as bad as too little. Going too deep may not be a good thing for Xiao Jingang." Xiao Jingang also knew his situation. This depth was already his limit. If he went any deeper, it would not achieve the best training effect. So he said, "Brother, I will practice here. We will reunite after the chaos wind stream is over." Changge nodded. If they could find the eye of the storm, that would be great. Practicing in the eye of the storm would not cause much damage to the body, and the tempering effect would be better. It would be a good place. Without further ado, let's go to the eye of the storm you mentioned. Neither the man nor the two beasts were the type to be fussy. Once they made a decision, they took action immediately. Soon after, they came to a hidden cave. The entrance was so small that only a child of 5 or 6 years old could enter. If it weren't for little King Kong's ability to shrink, he would not be able to enter. It's right here. The strong winds and the chaos wind stream have the ability to hinder spiritual awareness. It's not easy to enter without being noticed. I have a large number of wind spirit flowers here. Take them." As Nangong Yu spoke, he handed Xiao Jingang a space ring. The large number of wind spirit flowers in it were exactly what he had harvested in the central area over the past 3 days. "Thank you, second brother. Then you and eldest brother should be careful." After saying that, Xiao Jingang shrank his body again and went in. Immediately, a scream was heard, causing Changge and Nangong Yu to tense up. "Brother, second brother, the spiritual energy here is so strong. I need to practice well. You two can go now." When the voice came, Changge breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Xiao Nanzi, and said, "Let's go and see what good things are in the depths of chaos wind stream." "Walk." Nangong Yu nodded, and the man and the beast ran straight into the depths. Deep in the middle area, close to the inner area. "I've been looking for it for so long. This should be it." Meng Linger's face was filled with surprise. She muttered to herself and looked around nervously. Seeing that there was no one there, she breathed a sigh of relief and pressed down hard on an inconspicuous protrusion on the cliff wall with a somewhat nervous look. After waiting for a long time, there was no response. What happened? Then he burst out all his spiritual power and tried a few more times, but the bulge remained motionless. Meng Linger's face turned grim. Could it be that my cultivation isn't good enough? That's impossible. Didn't Fairy Qinshin gain the opportunity here in her previous life, and then successfully break through the Imperial realm and climb onto the continental prodigy rankings? The opportunity here was revealed later. I heard that it can be opened with the cultivation level of spiritual sect. Thinking of this, Meng Linger tried a few more times unwillingly, but still to no avail. This almost drove her crazy. She had tried her best to make Fairy Qinshin miss this place, and then she found an opportunity to leave the team, but she didn't expect this result. Without these opportunities, how can I rise in such a short time? No, I must not miss them. Meng Linger's expression changed for a moment, and then she looked at the bulge with hatred and rushed towards the depths. After she entered the eye of the storm and practiced for a while, she would definitely get this opportunity. Until her figure disappeared, two figures appeared here. It was Lu Changge and Nangong Yu. Xiao Nanzi, didn't you say that the woman was only at the spiritual master level? Just looking at her outburst, she's already at the middle stage of the spiritual sect, Lu Changge asked in confusion, looking at the direction where Meng Linger was going. Nangong Yu was also confused at this time, and murmured, "Perhaps entering Lingxiao Palace has given me some extraordinary opportunity." He was very sure that Meng Linger had definitely reached the spiritual master realm when she was in the Qian sect. As for why she was able to break through to the spiritual sect realm and even reach the middle stage of the spiritual sect in such a short period of time, he had no idea. However, this is not important. He is not so conceited as to think that no one else will have any chance except himself. Let's go and see what this woman is doing here for so long. Lu Changge didn't care. Even if they were both at the spiritual sect level, their cultivation was vastly different. The man and the beast flashed to the front of the cliff and looked at the part that Meng Linger had just bombarded. After observing for a long time, they didn't find anything strange. Try it. After Nangong Yu finished speaking, he summoned his spear and fired a shot. The stone wall in front of him became illusory for a moment and then returned to normal. There's a problem indeed. Then he burst out with spiritual power. A trace of red flame emerged from the tip of the spear, and he thrust out again with the intention of destruction. I saw the stone wall in front of me change in an instant. Countless unknown shadows flashed by, making me tremble with fear, and finally turned into a wide portal. Haha, I don't feel there is any fatal danger. Xiaonan, let's go in and take a look. Lu Changge sensed it with his divine eye, then his eyes lit up with joy. He called Nangong Yu and walked in first. Seeing this, Nangong Yu hurriedly followed. As the man and the beast walked straight in, the portal on the stone wall behind them disappeared and returned to its original appearance after being eroded by the wind. Wow, Xiao Nanzi, there's a whole new world in here. It's so huge. A light shone from Lu Changge's antlers, illuminating the surrounding caves. The interior was extremely vast, and upon careful observation, the walls and ceiling of the caves were covered with various runes and ancient murals. It is unknown what material the murals are carved from, but the colors are deep, ink like marrow, red like blood. The moment the spiritual consciousness touches it, a sense of desolation comes over you, as if gods and demons are wailing and weeping blood. Lu Changge and Nangong Yu both felt heavy in their chests. Blood oozed from the corners of their mouths in an instant, and their bodies were covered with cracks, as if they were about to break apart in the next moment. The man and the beast were horrified and immediately withdrew their spiritual consciousness, not daring to explore again. 2 healing spells instantly enveloped the body, and it slowly recovered under the bath of the green holy light. At this moment, the stone wall on the side shook violently, a white figure suddenly appeared, and then the stone wall returned to normal. Fellow Taoist Lu, you're here too. Where is this? A gentle and pleasant voice came. Lu Changge turned his head and was startled. Fairy Qinshin, what a coincidence. He greeted her and then continued, we don't know where this is. How did you get in? Chapter 77. Xiao Yin was a little embarrassed and whispered, I was fighting a powerful wind spirit and accidentally hit the cliff wall. I didn't expect to be sucked in directly. She felt a little embarrassed that her attack missed, and she was accidentally sucked into the stone wall. Hearing that Lu Changge and Nangong Yu were the same, he felt a little better. He took out a night pearl and fixed it in the air, then looked around carefully. Don't use your spiritual sense to see. The murals here are extremely powerful and contain mental attacks. Seeing that she was familiar with Xiaobai, Nangong Yu immediately reminded her. If she got injured, Xiaobai would probably have to treat her. In this strange place, it would be better to conserve some spiritual power. Thank you, fellow Taoist Nangong, for the reminder. Fairy Qinshin nodded slightly, but didn't care. Then he formed seals with his hands, and streams of dizzying spiritual energy surrounded his body, and his spiritual consciousness was cast into the mural. Lu Changge and Nangong Yu immediately looked over and saw that although her spiritual power was vibrating and making bursts of piano sounds, she was not as seriously injured as herself, and they couldn't help but sigh. This Lingxiao Palace is indeed a top sect known for its rhythm and soul attacks. They can withstand such a strong mental attack. As soon as Nangong Yu finished his exclamation, they saw that Fairy Qin Xian's pupils shrank. Her body was shaking. Her face was terrified, as if she had encountered a tremendous terror, and she kept coughing up blood. Then he suddenly woke up, gasping for breath, and collapsed to the ground, unable to recover for a long time. Changge didn't hesitate to cast a healing spell and asked, "Fairy Qinshin, are you okay?" Seeing that she seemed to be still immersed in it and there was no echo, they had to walk around and use their naked eyes to see what was so magical about this stone wall. After a long time, Fairy Qinshin came to her senses, but the fear in her eyes had not diminished in the slightest. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly said, "Friend Lu, friend Nangong, my Lingxiao Palace has a secret technique that can protect the soul from damage for a short period of time." After she said this, Changge and Nangong Yu looked at her in surprise. "You are not very convincing like this, girl." Therefore, the two did not respond, and the atmosphere on the scene fell into an awkward state for a while. Fairy Qinshin immediately understood what they meant. She frowned slightly and explained, "I wasn't injured by the stone wall just now. It's just that the scene inside the stone wall is too horrifying." Then, her voice hesitated again, as if she had made some difficult decision. Her face straightened and she continued, "I can teach you the secret method. You will understand it once you see it. The content of the mural is truly too horrifying. If it were fake, it would be fine. But if such a day really came..." Seeing Fairy Qinshin being so serious, the two of them couldn't help but become curious. What on earth could be so difficult for a strong man who had already been promoted to the Spirit King realm to accept, and even become so scared? "Well, thank you very much, Fairy Qinshin." Changge agreed immediately. His innate magical powers told him that Xiao Nanzi had no ill intentions. Moreover, even if there was no gain, it would be good to learn a secret technique for free. What's more, it's a secret technique for soul defense. When I meet masters like the soul refining sect who mainly use soul attacks in the future, I will have more means. As for a half-baked person like Lin Yuanbai, forget it. I can still beat him without the secret technique. Nangong Yu also nodded and clasped his fists to express his gratitude. Only a fool would refuse such a good thing. Fairy Qinshin seemed to have not yet fully recovered from her slumber. Seeing the two men nod, she lightly tapped her forehead with her finger. A green ball of light was drawn out, split into two, and shot straight over, sinking into the foreheads of the man and the deer. After a long time, Changge and Nangong Yu finished absorbing and digesting it, nodded at her, and spiritual energies surged around their bodies, and they poured their spiritual consciousness into the mural. Upon seeing this, Fairy Qinshin took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and continued to devote her spiritual consciousness into it. Although the content is terrifying, it also contains great opportunities. If you can gain some understanding, it will not be in vain. This is a vast continent with high peaks and deep valleys, towering mountains, and huge trees reaching into the sky, growing around the mountains and full of vitality. In a flash, they arrived at a battlefield. There were figures of the strongest humans, with an aura that could suppress the world. Every move they made was like a punishment from heaven. They looked down on the world and had the ambition to swallow the world. With a casual move, they caused the space to shatter and the rays of light to fall. So many strongest people were actually fighting against that unknown black shadow. This unimaginable battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split, the sun and the moon to lose their light, and countless powerful humans were killed on the spot, staining the sky with blood. It seemed that the entire continent was about to collapse in this war. Then the scene changed again, and countless ancient ferocious beasts that had disappeared in the long river of history appeared. Their bodies were as big as 1,000 feet, and the earth shook when they moved. The ferocious birds flew across the sky, covering the sky and the sun like a wild beast. Their opponents were also black shadows, and they hit the sky until it collapsed and the stars fell. Tree? Spiritual plant. Changge felt as if in a dream, only to see the scene change again. A towering Jinmu tree appeared in his sight, like the world's Jinmu tree. Its thickness was unimaginable, and its branches and leaves covered the entire continent. As the branches and leaves danced, stars hung down, and divine light gushed out, smashing into countless black shadows. Countless battle scenes played out in their minds one by one, and the power of each figure was no less than that of Emperor Yin. What kind of brilliant era was this? The geniuses appeared out of nowhere. The ancient ferocious beasts were rampant, and there were also dazzling spiritual plants and beasts. The power displayed in every battle was enough to make people's hair stand on end and their whole body feel cold. If these beings were as powerful as gods, then what kind of creatures were they fighting against, that unknown black shadow? These beings, inconceivable to him, were like ordinary people before that shadow, all of them swept away, weeping blood. The battle in the mural became more and more fierce, and suddenly it came to an abrupt end. The picture was swallowed by a mysterious white light. All objects became blurred in this light, as if their existence had been erased. Then, a single blood-red character suddenly appeared within the white light, like a sharp sword, piercing the eye and dominating the entire field of vision. Emitting a heart-pounding crimson light, blood continuously dripped from the writing, each drop seeming to gush from an endless abyss, carrying with it a desperate wail and endless resentment. An inexplicable terror instantly struck my heart, and my heart suddenly stopped beating. What kind of despair was this? I was completely desperate and wanted to sink into darkness. Changge woke up from the mural, and the two men and the beast looked at each other, not knowing where to start. At this moment, the innate magical power, auspicious halo, started to operate automatically, and a warm force illuminated the entire cave. The negative emotions in his heart gradually receded, and were replaced by a kind of peace and tranquility from the heart. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. Fairy Qinshin regained her usual composure and nodded slightly to express her gratitude. Fortunately, Xiaobai is here. The content of this mural is truly shocking. And the last part. Nangong Yu didn't finish his words, but Changge and Fairy Qinshin understood. They took a deep breath and continued. Not to mention the final battle. The previous battles have greatly benefited our cultivation. Why don't we carefully contemplate them here? I'm sure we will gain something. In the murals, there are countless powerful human beings. The tactics and secret techniques they use in battle are innumerable. If one can find one that suits him, her, and comprehend even a little bit of it, the improvement to himself/herself will be extremely terrifying. Fairy Qinshin had no objection. She had a premonition that this place would bring her great benefits, and she immediately began another round of enlightenment. Changge also nodded. There were countless spiritual beasts in this mural, and there were also some that he was particularly interested in. Chapter 78. Although his own comprehension is not very good, he has his own system. The 350,000 healing points on the panel are his confidence. I originally wanted to save it to upgrade my cultivation, but now it seems I have to spend some money here. The deduction and fusion of skills must be put aside for now. Healing points can be earned later, but whether this cave will still exist in the future is a question. If you miss it, you will really miss it. The most important thing is that he had anticipated that it would take a lot of healing points to upgrade Xiangdi to the Earth level, but he didn't expect that it would take so many. With 350,000 healing points placed here, the Xiangdi magical power still had no reaction. It won't cost 500,000 points, will it? Changge pondered in his heart, and the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. This was not a random guess, because when the Huang level was upgraded to the Xian level, the consumption of the law of heaven and earth magical power was 10 times that of other magical powers. As for the other magical powers, each cost 50,000 healing points to upgrade to the earth level, 10 times that. It's killing me. If it weren't for this amazing power, I would have upgraded it. Go eat dust. Thinking of this, Changge didn't think about it anymore. Xiao Nanzi and Fairy Qinshin had already started a new round of enlightenment, and he couldn't fall behind. First, pick a powerful spirit beast, and then the rest. Spiritual power surged, and Changge's spiritual consciousness entered it again, skipping the scene of the battle between the human race's powerful men and directly watching the scene of the battle between the ancient ferocious beasts and the ancient spiritual beasts. Thunderstorms poured down like rain, seas of fire surged across the sky, ice waterfalls cascaded down 3,000 miles, and waters flooded the giant peaks like waves of clouds. Battle scenes flashed before its eyes. It wasn't that these weren't awesome, but that they were lacking something. He had a feeling that as long as his cultivation was sufficient, he could also do these. It's impressive, but it's not enough to make him shine. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him, attracting his attention firmly. The body was slender and extremely elegant, emitting a faint fluorescent light. Every move it made revealed the origin and mystery of the world. That's a Psylocke. Compared to those giant beasts that are hundreds or thousands of feet long, she is so petite, less than 10 feet long. Her pair of huge wings are covered with colorful colors. Every spot on the wings is like a world, flashing with mysterious light. At first glance, it seems to swallow everyone. The colorful rays of light emitted by the Tenjong body covered the entire sky. In that colorful rays of light, countless creatures were constantly destroyed and reborn. High peaks and valleys, towering mountain ranges, endless seas, and even the stars in the sky were annihilated and reborn. The wings flapped slightly, the sun and the moon intertwined, falling from the sky. Tens of thousands of stars smashed down, the continent overturned, and in the blink of an eye, everything seemed like a dream. All the enemies have lost their vitality and are annihilated in it. Changge stared at the figure without blinking, muttering to himself, "Mom, I want to learn this." Then he was startled and immediately changed his words. "System. This. I want to learn this. Deduce it for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the image on the mural froze at that moment, and the healing points he had painstakingly saved disappeared like a flood. In a misty world, an ordinary grass seed fell into it, grew and sprouted, one after another, and then there were grasslands, deserts, and gradually high mountains and valleys, forests and trees, blue sky, and everything emerged one by one. It is like the creation of the world, from the moon and the sun, to the 9 stars in the sky, to the scattered wild beasts, the roaring and swooping ferocious beasts and birds, the most intelligent human race, and all living things are shown in it. Then everything turned into nothingness, and rose again in the next moment. One glance destroys, one thought regenerates. TSK, what kind of gold-devouring tycoon is this? Changge was completely dumbfounded, not knowing whether to be happy or distressed. Small investment, big return. Only by giving up can you gain. Without giving up, there is no gain. Investing now is for greater returns in the future. I prepared myself mentally, carefully glancing at the control panel like a thief, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I only used 200,000 healing points. I almost thought this wave would suck me dry. Fantasy world, not in grade, not up to par? Changge almost vomited blood from his mouth due to a cerebral hemorrhage. Is that it? 200,000 healing points will make a sound wherever they are thrown, right? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Feel it first. After a long time, a piece of green grass slowly condensed from nothing in the void. Gradually, more and more grass appeared, covering the entire cave, and then directly wrapped the bodies of Nangong Yu and Fairy Qin Xian, and the two were still unaware. Changge took a sip with his mouth, savoring it thoughtfully, and couldn't help frowning in thought. The grass created by the magical power of the fantasy world is not fake, but it is not real either. It seems to be between reality and illusion. In other words, it can be real or fake, depending on its strength. Thoughts flowed like running water, comprehending the secrets of the magical powers in the fantasy world. Illusionary magical power. That's pretty awesome. Changge muttered to himself, his voice trembling barely perceptibly. To put it simply, it creates an illusory world, a realm completely controlled by my will. He could imagine that as his cultivation continued to improve, the illusionary world would become increasingly real and powerful. In the later stages, perhaps he would be like that psionic butterfly, able to cause the sun, moon, and stars to fall with a simple flap of his wings, and an entire realm to fall with a single strike. Within the fantasy world, everything is possible. All imaginations can be realized within the fantasy world, whether it is mountains and rivers, living things, the laws of heaven and earth, and the flow of time, all will be left to his creation. Everything will be under his control. Creation, destruction, and even the flow of time are all in his control. At that time, if this power were projected into reality, or even further, directly covering the entire continent. Thinking of this, Changge's heartbeat could not help but accelerate, and a bright light burst out in his eyes. Hiss! He gasped, not daring to imagine what kind of pleasure it would be to reach that point. In the illusory world, he was God, the creator, the destroyer, the master of all. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Nangong Yu pushed Changge's body and waved his hands in front of his eyes. After watching it again, I opened my eyes and saw Xiaobai standing there with a silly smile on his face, with an unknown liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth. I almost thought that Xiaobai was fooled by the mural. When Changge came to his senses, the grass that had previously covered the cave had long disappeared, and Xiao Nanzi was looking at him with a worried look on her face. "Ah, cough, it's okay, did you get anything?" He quickly touched his mouth with his spiritual power and asked back. Nangong Yu felt relieved and said, "I have gained a lot, but I still need to comprehend it a few more times." The gestures and movements of those ancient powerful men, as well as their various secret techniques and fighting methods, were enough to make him fascinated. It would be a pity not to gain more insights into such a precious place. Then go and comprehend it quickly. I need to study it further too. After driving Xiao Nanzi away, Changge looked at the 3 words, "not up to par," behind the magical power of fantasy world, and his face became uncertain. Chapter 79. He wanted to upgrade this magical power, but when he looked at the 150,000 or so healing points he had left, he was a little unsure. His skills have not been integrated yet, his cultivation level has not been improved, and there is also a gold-devouring beast, Fatan Xiangdi, standing in front of him, which makes him a little conflicted. The awesomeness of the fantasy world magical power is unquestionable, and its upper limit seems to be higher than that of law of heaven and earth, but it also has some late-stage meaning. With so few healing points in the early stages, it is really not cost-effective to use them to upgrade them. After thinking for a long time, Changge gritted his teeth and decided to maximize the benefits. He would first integrate and deduce the wind-walking body tempering technique. If it could alleviate the sequelae of the magical power of Xiangdi, it would be great. Just do it. System, deduce and integrate the wind-running body tempering technique. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to have arrived in a stormy land. Everything was torn into pieces like paper in front of the storm. All he could see were sharp wind blades, covering the sky and the earth, spinning violently in this world. Suddenly, a silver moon appeared, and countless moonlight gathered from all directions like silver rivers, forming a huge silver vortex. Immediately afterwards, the moonlight in the void began to fluctuate, as if pulled by some mysterious force, and the power of the tide emerged, forming a vast ocean, with waves rising and falling with the rhythm of the tide. The purity of the moonlight, the surging of the tides, and the ferocity of the storm, these three forces collide with each other in this void, and every collision releases dazzling light. Changge was shocked. He didn't know if it was because of the system or his ancestors, but he fell into enlightenment. His consciousness shuttled among these three forces, like the darling of heaven and earth. As time passed, the three forces slowly condensed into three mysterious diamond symbols, floating up and down in the mind. Deduction completed. Not bad, not bad. The after effects of using heavenly law, again, will be much smaller. Changge stepped on the ground and felt the strength of his body. The spiritual power had just been converted and was about 30% stronger than before. It was worth his hard work. As for the name of the technique, he no longer wanted to complain. Moonlight Wind Tide Technique? Haha, I'll try to integrate a wood-attributed technique later, or a fire-attributed one. Well, you know what? I wonder what the system was going to be named at that time. He is looking forward to it. Looking at the healing points again, there were still 90,000 left, which means that the fusion technique only consumed 60,000. It's okay. Although it's the first time I've merged two techniques, both of which are Earth level, it only cost me more than 30,000 points. But even a fool knows that the more skills you have, the harder it is to integrate them, and it is normal for them to become more and more expensive. If he wants to become stronger, he is willing to pay this price. Besides, it's just a little bit of healing. You can just go and take advantage of the situation. The worst that can happen is that you'll have to work a little harder. These days, it's too tiring to maintain a system, right, Tongzi? Changge breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. The cave in the stone wall was still the same cave, and he didn't know how to get out. If you want to give it a try, try it. There are two other bipeds trying to comprehend. Look at that spirit butterfly again and try to gain some insights. After saying this, he practiced the new technique to strengthen his cultivation and body, while putting his spiritual consciousness into the mural. At the entrance of Luanfeng Gorge, the morning sun shines on the 2,000-foot peaks, dyeing them a dazzling golden color. The scene at this time was no less lively than before. A large number of spiritualist cultivators stood outside the valley, tempering their bodies with the weak, strong wind. Not far away, the sounds of buying and selling could be heard one after another, creating a lively scene. However, the atmosphere in Luanfeng town was a little strange today. It has been more than half a month since the opening of Luanfeng Gorge. Everyone who should have entered has entered, and only the remaining cultivators are keeping Luanfeng town lively. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a large number of cultivators coming here, but early this morning, several groups of cultivators poured into Luanfeng town. There were at least several thousand people, all of whom had strong cultivation skills. After arriving, they did not stay in any inn, but directly surrounded the entire entrance to Luanfengjian. The spiritual mirror monks who were using the faint strong wind to temper their bodies at the entrance felt the oppressive atmosphere and retreated consciously. For a moment, the vendors' shouts became much quieter, and some of them became absent-minded, staring at the group of monks from time to time. "Hey, what do you think these people are doing?" a monk whispered. "I don't know. They are not here to pick up anyone. I think this group of monks are not from the same wave, but divided into several groups." The monk next to him shook his head. And this isn't the expression they have when they meet someone. Everyone's eyes are filled with excitement and murderous intent. Some monks also speculated. Could it be that a monk has offended them and is hiding in the Chaos Wind Gorge? There is only this one exit from the Chaos Wind Gorge. If we guard here, that person will not be able to escape. What you said is very likely. I just saw them each send a few monks in. At this moment, Many monks came one after another. They didn't seem to be from the same camp, but without exception, they were all guarding the entrance with shining eyes. At this time, there were already 3,000 to 4,000 monks surrounding the entrance. Alas, no matter who they are guarding, this person can't escape even if he has wings. Another monk chuckled and shook his head. This has nothing to do with them. They can guard whoever they want. Some timid monks immediately packed up their things and left Wanfeng town, while others heard about this and came from afar to watch the excitement. The appearance of all living beings is clear without a doubt. 6th level of spiritual sect, awesome. Reaching this level through self-cultivation, this sense of accomplishment is truly unique. Changge stretched hard. In the blink of an eye, they had been in this stone cave for more than half a month. The two bipeds had finally completed their comprehension. As for what they had comprehended, he had no idea. Only when he was awake did he see countless flames rising from Xiao Nanzi's body, and the spiritual power fluctuations of Fairy Qinshin became deeper and more obscure. So, how are we supposed to get out? Changge looked at the two of them. He searched the cave carefully and found no protruding points like the ones he had seen when he came in. Nangong Yu pondered for a moment, and a spear appeared in his hand, which he pointed casually at the blank space where there was no mural. Rumble, the entire mural cave began to shake violently, and the murals around it, including the top, fell off and fell to the ground. The entire cave was shrinking continuously and finally began to spin like a whirlwind. Changge's eyes went dark, and he immediately felt as if he had been thrown out. When he opened his eyes again, he and Xiao Nanzi were already in the Wanfeng Gorge. That's where they entered. Suddenly, a scream came from the side. Emperor Nangong Yu? Da. Chapter 80. Changge was startled and looked back with Nangong Yu, only to see a woman with an enchanting figure, a curvy figure, without a trace of excess fat on her body, and eyes as affectionate as autumn water. Seeing Nangong Yu looking over at her, she seemed shy, lowering her head slightly, her cheeks flushed pink, as delicious as jelly. She folded her hands together, nervously twirling her fingers together. From time to time, she stole a glance at Nangong Yu, then fell into shyness again. Her face flushed even more, and her fingers twirled even more vigorously. Changge shuddered violently. It was Meng Linger, who was born with a charming body. Well, the scene was a little awkward for a moment, and Changge even felt a little guilty for stealing someone else's opportunity. Fortunately, in the girl's eyes, there was no one else except Nangong Yu. She didn't even look at him, which made him feel much more comfortable. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Nanzi. Nangong Yu felt a little toothache at this time. Looking at Meng Linger's expression, his teeth hurt even more and the corners of his mouth twitched. At this moment, he had no idea what to say. Fortunately, the girl was quite understanding and said shyly, "I won't blame you for what happened to my father. He was the one who coveted your inheritance first. I am now practicing in the inner sect of Lingshao Palace." Well, Meng Linger, we still need to go deep into the mountains to practice. This place is quite rare, so don't waste it. Nangong Yu immediately interrupted Meng Linger, said something hurriedly, and pulled Changge to run deeper. He had never seen Xiao Nanzi's speed, it was so fast. What? When Meng Linger reacted, Nangong Yu had already disappeared. She stomped her feet hard, angry at herself for not talking to him properly. However, when she thought of Nangong Yu's last words, her face couldn't help but blush. "He just told me to practice well," Meng Linger muttered to herself, her eyes hazy. Then, she suddenly thought of something. Her face turned even redder, and she blurted out, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." After a long time, Meng Linger took a deep breath, suppressed her pounding heart, and showed a satisfied look. Then another wave of confusion arose. Is the spirit deer beside him just now the spirit roe deer? Strange, I've never heard of it in my previous life. After thinking about it for a long time, I still couldn't come up with a clue, so I simply gave up thinking about it. Anyway, the memory of my previous life was quite vague. Most importantly, Daddy's death was an obstacle between you and me. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I will definitely listen to you, practice hard, and become the empress. Xiao Nanzi has a good relationship with women. He doesn't even care about his father's life or death. Aren't you touched? Changge squinted at Nangong Yu, who looked like he was being chased by a wolf, and teased. Nangong Yu glanced back nervously, sighed softly, glared at Xiaobai unhappily, and said viciously, "Don't dare to move. This kind of woman is terrible. If her own father doesn't care about her, who else can she care about?" Although she didn't kill her father, he would rather face the siege of thousands of monks than have a chat with such a woman. Shorten your life. Careful. Changge rolled up Nangong Yu and dodged to the side, only to see a huge wind spirit appear where they had just stood. If they had been a little slower, they would have been injured more than just a minor injury. The silver moon rose, shining brightly. A huge moon blade flashed, and the wind spirit was cut in half before it could move. The spiritual power rolled the wind spirit stone back and put it away. We're almost at the inner area here, right? This wind spirit is much stronger than the ones in the previous area. Nangong Yu glanced at the wind spirit and looked into the depths. It was no longer just a simple wind pressure, but had turned into countless dark green wind blades, whistling in the air and cutting through all obstacles. From time to time, they would gather into huge wind columns, and these wind blades would spin wildly in the wind columns, which was truly terrifying. With their current physical strength, the wind pressure in the middle area has no effect on them, so they must go to the inner area. There's less than half a month left. Xiao Bai, we have to hurry. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Changge took the lead and rushed into the inner circle first. As soon as he entered, his speed slowed down immediately. The strong wind pressure squeezed his body tightly, as if to crush him into powder. Several wind blades swept past, and several cracks suddenly appeared on his body. It was so fast that even the blood didn't have time to flow out. But the spiritual energy in the inner area was several times denser than that in the middle area. The wound healed slowly, and his spiritual consciousness enveloped his whole body, feeling it carefully. He could feel that his body was strengthening at an extremely slow speed. Come in quickly, Xiao Nan. This is such a great place. Changge turned around and shouted, his eyes shining with gold. Come on, my blood bag. It can not only strengthen your body, but also earn healing points. Where else can you find such a good thing? As Nangong Yu rushed into the inner circle, his spiritual clothes were soon cut into tatters. Upon closer inspection, there were only minor wounds all over his body. It can be seen that his body is stronger than Changge's under the tempering of the spear intent. At this moment, a huge column of wind, or a tornado, was rapidly forming, and countless wind blades were caught in it. The sharpness of the wind made people's hair stand on end. Changge grinned and urged, Xiao Nanzi, let's go to Fengzuli. Nangong Yu took a look and felt his scalp tingling. He said weakly, Xiao Bai, are we too impatient? Let's improve our physical bodies outside first before going in. Although his body had been tempered by the spear's intent, this thing looked a little scary, and he was afraid that his body could not withstand it. With me here, what are you afraid of? Besides, we've already wasted half a month. If we don't fight harder now, wouldn't that be a waste? Changge continued to persuade, saying that with the healing power, as long as the spiritual power was sufficient, everything would be fine. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce, and said, well, I'll go in first to feel the power. If you can still hold on, you can come in. After saying that, he walked towards the wind column with difficulty, braving the wind pressure. The closer he got, the faster and easier he walked. When he approached the outer edge of the wind column, Nangong Yu's body began to shake violently. Only by squatting slightly and holding on to the ground with his feet could he avoid being sucked into it. Nangong Yu looked back at Changge, made up his mind, and gave up resisting. The whole person was instantly sucked into the wind column. The wind pressure was stronger than that outside, grinding his body and making him unable to move. Countless wind blades also attacked him like a rainstorm. Nangong Yu quickly concentrated his spiritual power on the surface of his skin, forming a protective film, which made a harsh friction sound under the cutting of the wind blade. Despite this, the cutting of the wind blade was still extremely painful. After getting used to it a little, he slowly released the spiritual power except for the vital points. In an instant, a hint of red appeared in the wind column. At this moment, a flash of green enveloped him. Just as the wound healed, it was cut open again, over and over again, until the green light was exhausted. Chapter 81. Ding. You have healed the 6th level of Spiritual Master, 9-star luck, human race, healing points plus 1090. Sure enough, it has to be Conan, TSK. Changge showed satisfaction on his face, and he could replenish another wave of healing points. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Nanzi, allowing the wind pressure and wind blade to play the greatest role, ready to fire another shot at any time. As time passed, Changge gradually mastered the time to give Xiao Nanzi supplementary healing, and no longer waited and watched, but stepped into it himself. He did not forget why he came to the Chaos Wind Gorge. Besides, he had also integrated the wind-based bodybuilding exercises, so he would definitely be more calm than Xiao Nanzi. F***K. The moment he came in, there was a constant hissing sound, and the huge wind column was almost dyed red. The wind was too strong. Changge immediately cast a healing spell on himself and practiced the technique with all his strength. This technique was a combination of the Fengxing body tempering technique, which contained many methods of strengthening the body with the help of the power of wind, which made him feel a lot more relaxed. Oh right, there's also the wind spirit stone. 3 days later. Xiao Nanzi, we should go deeper. Changge stretched his body, and the wind blades passed by, leaving only faint white marks on his body. He moved freely in the wind column, treating the strong wind pressure as nothing. The same is true for Nangong Yu, but he is not a wind element, so he is not as free as Xiaobai. He smiled and said, "Great, thanks to Xiaobai, otherwise I wouldn't have made such rapid progress." Of course, I guarantee it, Changge said this, but he was even happier in his heart. In the first 2 days, he earned a lot of healing points. Fortunately, Xiao Nanzi's luck is extremely strong. To be honest, he has never encountered a situation where he did not receive any healing points back after treating Xiao Nanzi. The wind column was much smaller at this time, and the man and the deer jumped lightly and broke free. "Let's go, I wonder where those spirit kings are now." Changge muttered. "I don't know what good things they got in there, especially Ding Bai from the God Blood sect. Don't expect him to forget, he's a Capricorn." As they continued to go deeper, the color of the wind blade became darker, with a tendency to turn black from green. Even with their current physical bodies, they had to break through the defense of this wind blade. As the spiritual energy grew deeper and deeper, the two advanced all the way. They killed the wind spirits they met and rushed towards the super large wind columns they saw. Under Changge's healing power, the two made rapid progress. The entrance to Luanfeng Gorge. A slightly plump cultivator looked at the muscular middle-aged man beside him and whispered, "Commander, the Chaos Wind Gorge will be over tomorrow. Should we kill him on the spot, or send him back to the eastern wasteland to be dealt with by the clan?" The commander frowned when he heard this, first glanced at the other commanders not far away, and then looked at the monks who poured in later, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He pondered and said, "Aside from our 5 families, there are also quite a few cultivators behind us who are suspected to be independent cultivators. I'm afraid they are also planning to take advantage of that kid. Commander, I've made some inquiries these days, and everyone says that the boy has at least some heavenly-level skills. How about?" The slightly plump monk immediately interrupted and replied, with greed in his eyes not concealed at all. "No matter how extravagant the family is, they will not give these side branches the heavenly cultivation techniques. If they can get it from this kid." The commander raised his thick eyebrows slightly. Who wouldn't want to obtain the heavenly-level martial arts? However, not to mention the people from the other 4 major families, even the independent cultivator at the back is probably here for the martial arts. It is probably impossible for the Chun family to take it all for themselves. Well then we can only cooperate. Commander Chun immediately sent a message to the other 4 commanders. "Brothers, please allow me a moment to talk." The other 4 leaders looked at him and nodded slightly. Then the 5 of them turned into streams of light and disappeared on the spot. Deep inside the Luanfeng Gorge, a cold and violent column of wind was shaking violently, and its rapid and fierce rotation suddenly stopped. Then it exploded with a loud bang, and countless dark green wind blades shot out in all directions, cutting cracks into the huge peaks and stone walls on both sides of the ravine. I saw 2 figures walking out of the storm just now. The surging wind blades in the stream hit them, sparks flew everywhere, and the whole stream echoed with a clanging sound. It was Changge and Nangong Yu. I believe that after strengthening my body this time, I won't be so miserable when I use the heaven-imposing earth-shaping ability again. Changge admired his strong body and thought to himself, if the magical power of controlling the heavens and the earth could become his regular combat power, he couldn't even imagine how awesome he would be. By that time, I'm not bragging, in this northern barbarian world, as long as he doesn't provoke those old monsters, he can beat the younger generation with just 1 hoof. Xiaobai, the Chaos Wind Gorge will end tomorrow. Should we go deeper? Nangong Yu glanced deep inside and turned to ask. The purpose of entering Luanfeng Gorge has been almost achieved, and he has no obsession with going deeper. Come in, why not? You're already here. Changge's eyes flashed, and he tilted his head to look at Xiao Nanzi and continued. Aren't you curious why this chaotic wind stream has such a function, or what caused it to form such a treasure land? There must be a reason for the formation of such a treasure land. It is not in vain to read the novel. If there is no treasure in it, he would eat it upside down. Nangong Yu gave a bitter laugh and explained, Luanfeng Gorge has been formed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Do you think no one has the same idea as you? The deepest part is beyond the reach of our level of cultivation. According to our predecessors, only those who focus on physical cultivation and reach the Emperor realm or even the Venerable realm can enter. After saying that, Nangong Yu spread his hands and said, You know, no one above the Spirit King level can enter Chaos Wind Gorge, so? I'm stuck in a vicious circle with no solution. Even with my healing powers, it won't work. No way. Xiao Nanzi had never seen it with her own eyes, so she thought it was impossible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such rumors. Changge was stunned. If that was the case, then it would be quite difficult. However, this made him more interested. What does this mean? This means the treasure inside will be even more valuable. If you can get it. No, it would be too much of a shame to just leave like this. We have to go in and see for ourselves. Besides, we haven't seen those spirit kings either. Maybe they're inside. Changge said unwillingly. Now that I'm here, I would be unwilling to leave if I don't go in and take a look. Okay, let me tell you first, don't be impulsive. Nangong Yu had no choice but to give more reminders. No one has entered there for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, including some geniuses with strong bodies or extraordinary opportunities. You can imagine how dangerous it is. Chapter 82. They had gone deep enough, so the deepest point was not far away, about 50 kilometers. With their current physical strength, they were moving very fast. Not long after, the man and the deer finally arrived. This place was abnormally spacious, dozens of times larger than the entrance, like a circular valley, and hundreds of monks were inside it. Almost all the powerful Spirit King realm masters from Xintian Pavilion, Lingshao Palace, and Xinshua sect were there, but for some reason, Dingbai was not there. Xiaobai, be careful. Except for Lin Yuanbai from the Soul Refining sect, and Wu Jiqing from the Wuxiang sect, everyone else here is at the Spirit King level. Nangong Yu looked alert and reminded through voice transmission. Changge didn't look at those people. His eyes were fixed on the black wall. No, that was the black wind, which seemed to be isolated by a barrier and could not be blown out. But one can still feel an extremely terrifying sense of extinction through that layer of barrier, which makes people shudder. If this scratches someone, it will definitely leave bruises and purple spots. Seeing that Xiaobai didn't respond, Nangong Yu's spiritual consciousness was shaken. Don't look at it for too long. It will frighten people. Changge avoided his gaze. The wind was strangely strong, and the longer he looked at it, the more attractive it became, making him want to walk in. I'm fine, what are they looking at? Hundreds of powerful spirit kings surrounded a flower bud, staring at it intently. Nangong Yu shook his head. The flower looked quite strange. It looked like an unopened wind spirit flower, but not quite. But since it has attracted the attention of so many spirit kings, this flower bud must be no ordinary thing. At this time, the monks in the valley also discovered that two more competitors had arrived, and they looked at them with a hint of fierceness in their eyes. Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Nangong, you are here too. Fairy Qinshin looked delighted, and then greeted him with some reserve. After spending so many days together in the mural cave, they naturally became more familiar with each other. Moreover, she admired Changge's work as a deer lover. Changge nodded slightly, then responded, and then teased Nangong Yu. How about it, Xiao Nanzi? I think this fairy Qinshin is pretty good. Are you attracted to her? Do you want to flirt with her? With your handsome face, the success rate is still very high. Nangong Yu glared at him sideways and bowed slightly to fairy Qinshin in return. At this moment, 5 monks looked at Nangong Yu and walked up with smiles on their faces. From a distance, one of them could be heard saying, "Ha! This must be fellow Taoist Nangong. I've heard of you for a long time. The 5 of us brothers have heard of your great name for a long time, but we didn't expect to meet you here." Yes, so I can't help but want to get to know fellow Taoist Nangong. Another person also said. All 5 of them had simple, burly looks, and their laughter sounded quite hearty, which made people feel good about them. Nice to meet you. Nangong Yu smiled and clasped his fists, a flash of vigilance in his eyes. Have you heard of his name for a long time? He's famous because of his technique. Could it be that these people are also after it? Changge said in amusement. TSK, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. He looks quite honest, but the malice in his heart is about to overflow. It's just a good opportunity to test your progress this month. Have fun. After saying that, he suddenly retreated hundreds of meters, leaving Xiao Nanzi alone there, with an expression of watching a show on her face. Xiao Nanzi's cultivation has increased dramatically during this period, so she should also polish it up. Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly upon seeing this, and without wasting any words, he immediately took up his stance, and his spiritual power exploded. Hey, there's something interesting to watch. The many monks who were guarding the flower buds turned their heads at this time, all of them looking very excited. That kid hasn't broken through to the Spirit King realm yet. It's already a talent for him to be able to come here, but it's too presumptuous for him to fight against 5 Spirit Kings. One of the cultivators commented. His voice did not decrease, so everyone present also started discussing it enthusiastically. No, No, look at that boy's calm face. He must have some powerful trump card, otherwise he would have slipped away long ago. Another monk retorted, come on, even if you have a trump card, can you take down 5 people at the same time? Do you really think that people who can cultivate to the Spirit King realm are fools? A female Spirit King spoke directly and retorted without any hesitation. The Spirit King beside him chuckled and advised, stop arguing. You'll know if you keep watching. Look, a fight has started. Since he knew that the 5 people had bad intentions, Nangong Yu did not hesitate and took the initiative to attack. A big sun rose into the sky, and the wind in the valley seemed to calm down. That kid noticed it, come on. The 5 simple faces suddenly became extremely ferocious, and murderous aura soared into the sky, grinding towards Nangong Yu. At this moment, the dazzling sunlight covered the entire valley like a rosy cloud. A strong burning sensation came from everyone's body, causing a cry of surprise. This was not the end yet. Countless fireballs as big as millstones shot out from the blazing sun and headed straight for the 5 people. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 people moved left and right, and most of the fireballs fell into the open space, exploding violently like meteorites, cracking the rocks and filling the air with red smoke. The few fireballs that could not be avoided were blocked by the 5 people using their own methods, and for a while they could not get close. Changge, help me restrain him. One of them roared and then cast an ice spell. A huge blue beast suddenly rushed out from the formation behind him. The bone-chilling cold air around it seemed to freeze the entire valley. Nangong Yu's body became extremely slow under the invasion of the cold air. Another big man responded immediately and immediately formed seals with his hands and also performed a fire-based technique. In an instant, 9 fire snakes flew in the air, bringing out terrifying burning waves, and tied them up and took them away. Nangong Yu was slowed down by the cold air and was unable to react immediately and was tied up by 9 fire snakes. The other 3 people, one seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder, with one hand raised to the sky to draw down the destructive thunder, one turned into a shadow and raised a sickle, and the last one was like a Vajra statue, with a radiant light condensed in his right fist. For a moment, the entire valley changed color, and all kinds of mixed spiritual power shook the rocks on both sides to roll down. Oh, I thought I could see something exciting, but it's over now. It's boring. The monks watching the battle were a little disappointed. They were wondering what trump cards this kid had, but unfortunately he was controlled before he could use them. It turned out that he was too young and lacked combat experience. There is really no surprise now. The Spirit King realm is the Spirit King realm after all. No matter how amazing his combat power is, he will be suppressed. Another cultivator echoed. The man who cast the ice beast quickly spoke up. Hurry now. The attacks of the other 3 had already been prepared and poured down towards the bound Nangong Yu. Changge stared at the battlefield with a fierce look in his eyes, muttering, Xiao Nanzi, this little danger shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Chapter 83. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, an even hotter burning sensation came over them, and the ground that had been blown by the strong wind for thousands of years actually showed signs of melting. With their strong bodies, some of them were unable to resist. I saw another big sun rising up. At this moment, the wind in the whole valley stopped. 2 big suns appeared across the sky, and the space was distorted by the heat. Roar the giant ice beast let out a wail and then disintegrated with a loud bang. The 9 fire snakes had already transformed into fire spirits and were absorbed into its body. The other 3 unmatched attacks had already been completely wiped out by the first wave of impact from the 2 suns. What is this? How is it possible he is only at the spiritual sect level? How can he be so powerful? The Spirit Kings watching the battle were so shocked that they were speechless. That kid was only at the spiritual sect realm? Then what were they? I remember now. It's him, Nangong Yu, who was ranked last on the hidden dragon ranking. A cultivator suddenly exclaimed, and then looked at Nangong Yu with burning eyes, as if he was looking at some treasure. I heard that he is practicing the heavenly level. Another cultivator's mouth was instantly covered by his companion. Unfortunately, all the cultivators present were of high cultivation level, and they heard it clearly. What is heavenly grade? It must be a heavenly grade technique, a technique that can lead to the saint realm. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Fairy Qinshin frowned slightly, not knowing how to react for a moment. Lin Yuanbai and Wu Jiqing looked at each other, their expressions somewhat unpredictable. Without exception, all the cultivators in the audience stared at Nangong Yu intently, and even the flower bud that was about to mature attracted some attention. The big man who was besieging Nangong Yu was extremely shocked and couldn't help but blurt out, "No, it's impossible. Wasn't your imperial bone dug out long ago? What? Then he seemed to react and fell silent. Nangong Yu suddenly raised his head and looked over. His deep eyes couldn't help but emit 2 tongues of fire as he looked at the big man who was speaking with a sharp gaze. The voice was as cold as if it came from the underworld and asked coldly, "Who are you? Or who are you?" Nangong Yu stared closely at the 5 people in front of him, trying hard to recall the images of the martial arts they performed in his mind. Ice Beast, Ice Shangwan family. Are you from the Shangwan family? The leading man's expression suddenly changed, and then he laughed out loud. Now that he had been seen through, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Master Nangong has a good memory. It seems that our Shangwan family's reputation is still quite famous. The Shangwan family man chuckled, pointed at the other 4 people, and continued, "Then why don't you guess? Who are they from?" As soon as these words came out, the other 4 people all looked at him with frowns, their expressions very dissatisfied. He just grinned and said murderously, "What are you afraid of? Do you think he can escape this time?" Then, without waiting for the 4 people to react, he looked at Nangong Yu and introduced them as if giving alms. "Hey, the Ouyang family who uses thunder, the Chun family who uses fire, the Wang family who plays with the body, and as for that ghost-like guy, Master Nangong, why don't you take a guess?" He spoke very quickly, and before the 4 people could stop him, he blurted out everything, and then looked at Nangong Yu with a smile. "What a joke. My own family has been exposed, and you still want to hide? Although this kid is doomed to die this time, what if? Right. Let's share happiness and fight hatred together." Nangong Yu looked at the figure that appeared and disappeared like a ghost. His pupils shrank slightly. The Taisher family that was closely connected with the imperial family, was the sword of the empire. Ha ha ha. It seems that Master Nangong has already guessed it. Now, you should be able to rest in peace. The big man from the Shangwan family had a smile on his face, but there was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Having said that for so long, the 2 sons of this monster are so powerful, and the consumption must be great. After all, he is just a rookie, and he allows his spiritual power to be wasted like this. Don't you know that when masters fight, it is all about details? Kill. With a loud shout, the ice field expanded directly, wrapping Nangong Yu in it. Countless ice spikes merged into one, turning into a giant sword hundreds of feet long that slashed down. The other 4 were not willing to be outdone, so they stopped using their domains and instead used their best fighting techniques, hoping to defeat him in one fell swoop and kill him right there. When Nangong Yu first got the information about his family's enemy, he was so confused that he stood there in a daze. It was not until the attack was approaching that Nangong Yu suddenly came back to his senses. He barely managed to unleash the power of 2 suns, but was still blasted back 1,000 meters and slammed hard into the stone wall of the mountain stream. Blood splattered, his breath weakened, and then he fell down. Seeing this, Changge appeared on the battlefield in a flash, first cast a healing spell, and then looked at the 5 people in front of him. "Let me play with you, you little bastards. Where did this ignorant beast come from? A mere spiritual sect master dares to speak so arrogantly." The big man from the Wang family stomped his right foot hard, causing the ground to tremble and punch forward. The golden Vajra image wrapped around his whole body, and it was extremely sharp. Changge sneered, and his spiritual power surged. All the wind blades in the entire valley were controlled and merged in an instant, forming a terrifying black giant blade, which was extremely cold and chopped down on the head of the attacking Dharma image. Boom! When the Dharmakaya fist collided with the giant black blade, an unparalleled force burst out, spreading out and causing rocks to fly. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Crack! I saw that the cracks started from the fist and spread all over the body very slowly and quickly, and finally exploded with a loud bang. The big man from the Wang family spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and flew backwards in an instant. Hiss! Where did this spirit deer come from? It's even more ferocious than that young man. The spirit kings watching the battle were shocked. Are they unable to keep up with the times? Is this the case for all spiritual sect members nowadays? No, that's not a spiritual deer, but a spiritual roe deer. Once it shows up, it will directly be ranked first on the hidden dragon list. A cultivator narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said lightly. When everyone heard this, they all gasped. "You mean, the spiritual roe deer that caused a sensation in the 4 regions when the results were announced last month? That race that has never appeared on the mainland? Oh my God, this is too amazing." The monks immediately recalled. After the results were announced last time, the creatures of the 4 realms had studied it privately countless times and had confirmed that the spiritual beast, the spiritual roe deer, had never appeared from ancient times to the present. Now it seems that it is actually a mutated spiritual deer, and once it was born, it shocked the entire continent. Seeing a live spirit road deer for the first time, the spirit kings could not help but observe it carefully. It was a little small in size, but its body was smooth, its snow-white fur was as smooth as jade, with a crystal luster, and its head had 4 horns and was majestic, which was truly extraordinary and magical. According to the overall ranking, this spirit road deer is less than a year old. It's even stronger than the offspring of the Western region demon saint. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the battlefield intently, trying to see what magical powers this spirit road deer had that allowed it to suddenly become number 1 on the overall ranking. Chapter 84. You are the spiritual deer? The spiritual deer who ranks first on the continent's potential dragon list. The other 4 families obviously also heard the exclamations of the spiritual kings and couldn't help but feel shocked. No wonder even the Wang family's body, which was as strong as that of ancient ferocious beasts, was easily chopped into pieces by it in one move. It's really terrifying. Lingwu, our 5 major families have no grudges against you. Why are you stopping us? The big man from the Qin family was shocked and immediately shouted angrily. Yes, just leave now. We won't bother with you because you are young. But if you insist on going your own way and insist on protecting these remnants, we will not be polite to you. The big man from the Ouyang family also spoke at this time. His voice was indifferent, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Even if you are number 1 on the hidden dragon list, you are only at the spiritual sect level. A monster that has not grown up, no matter how amazing its potential is, still needs time to grow. This identity is not enough to make the 5 major families afraid. If they really provoke it, they will kill it as well. Changge glanced at the 5 of them with disdain and chuckled softly. Just a few of you chickens and clay dogs? Come on, let me see how you treat me rudely. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 people flew into a rage, their aura rising into the sky, causing the weather in the valley to change color and dark clouds to roll in. Looking for death? Go ahead. In an instant, thunder fell from the sky, glaciers spread, and a huge firestorm swept forward. Changge raised his front hooves high and stomped down on the ground suddenly. The glacier exploded, ice chips flew all over the sky, and then turned into heavy rain. The spiritual light behind him sprayed out, and a huge wave of 100 feet high rose up, directly annihilating all the thunder and firestorms that were attacking him. His power remained undiminished, and he rushed towards the 4 people in an unstoppable manner. In an instant, the waves surged like a natural disaster, roaring and shaking the earth, determined to grind the 4 people into ashes. It's so terrifying. He deserves to be the number 1 spiritual master recognized by the list. The spiritual kings who were watching couldn't help but shudder when they saw such power. If they were in his place, they would probably find it difficult to resist such divine power. Hey, that's not right. Aren't there 5 people? There's one more. A careful monk suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared from behind Changge, and the first move was a killing move. The huge sickle, emitting an extremely cold aura, hooked towards the neck. If this hook hits the target, the deer's head will fall to the ground, no doubt about it. Changge's hair suddenly stood up, and in a hurry, he mobilized all his spiritual power and condensed a giant shield in the blink of an eye. The shield was like water and wind, shining with silver-green light. At the moment of collision with the giant sickle, it vibrated at a high frequency. Boom! An extremely powerful wave accompanied by a dazzling light swept across the entire valley, and the people watching the battle closed their eyes to resist. Changge turned around and stepped aside, his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. He whispered, "It's a bit interesting, otherwise it would be too boring." The mission was interrupted due to the tsunami, and the other 4 people escaped. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would probably have been seriously injured and dying and unable to fight again. The ghostly-like man had a cold expression on his face, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He said calmly, "Lingwu, you have achieved so much at such a young age. I advise you not to make mistakes. It would be a pity if you died here." A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the other 4 people. This spirit road deer was indeed extraordinary. If it had not been interrupted by the Taisher family, they would have been seriously injured. Yeah, Lingwu, you still have plenty of time. How can you accompany a young boy to die? I might as well tell you this. Even if you save him now, he will still die when Chaos Wind Gorge closes tomorrow. That's right. The 5 major families have already laid a tight net at the entrance. This kid can't escape even if he has wings. The 5 great commanders are even at the imperial level. Do you think you can protect this kid from the 5 Imperial-level masters? The 4 of them also spoke up at this time. They were not afraid of it and the remnants of the Nangong family knowing about these things. What would happen if they knew? There was only one exit from Wanfeng Gorge. There were no restrictions at that time. Even if he hid inside and didn't go out, the commander could come in and kill him there. Hiss. Those people in the eastern wilderness are quite cruel. They chased us all the way to the northern barbarians. That's too cruel. The Spirit Kings also understood at this time that the 5 major families not only wanted to destroy the other family, but also wanted to kill them all. Cross-domain pursuit. TSK, TSK. What do you know? If it weren't for the young man's amazing talent, the 5 major families wouldn't be so wary and eager to kill him to avoid hidden dangers in the future. Another cultivator understood this approach. Cutting the grass without removing the root? Are you waiting for others to grow up and then take revenge? Besides, didn't you just listen carefully? This young man was the genius who was famous throughout the continent 6 years ago. He was born with emperor bones, but then there was no news. It turns out that the emperor bones were dug out, and his family also. Yeah, it's so tragic. The 5 people's expressions changed slightly after hearing what they heard. Although they were in Bai, if this news got out, the reputation of their 5 major families would be in jeopardy. The 5 of them exchanged glances, and their gazes towards Lingwu became increasingly impatient. The Ouyang family's big man had the most impatient temper, and he shouted angrily. Then Lingwu, let me ask you one last time. Will you retreat or not? As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes turned to Lingwu. What choice would it make? Should it play it safe or fight to the bitter end? Seeing this, Changge smiled slightly. Are the 5 imperial realms so great? He wanted to see how powerful the Spirit Emperor realm was, and whether his law of heaven and earth could hold up. So he smiled contemptuously and said sarcastically, just because you attacked me by surprise, you think you can beat me? Are all the families in the East Desert so naive? No way, no way. When the 5 people heard this, their faces turned red instantly. A beast is a beast. It doesn't know what is good for it. You are stubborn and will be killed. Want to use your domain? Come in and have some fun. The moon rises over the sea. Changge directly used his most powerful fighting method besides his magical power of controlling the heavens and the earth. Immediately pull all 5 people into the realm of artistic conception. The 5 people only felt a blackness before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on a dark sea. The sea here was boundless and the boundary could not be seen at all. Oh no, the sea water under our feet is still sucking our spiritual power. The big man from the Chen family's face changed immediately. He practiced fire-attributed martial arts, which made him more sensitive in this place. The burly man from the Taisher family frowned deeply and said, I'm afraid this is the domain of the spirit roe deer. Let's expand our domain, break through this strange domain, and rush out. It is really unbelievable that the spirit roe deer has such a magical domain, even though it has not yet broken through the Spirit King realm. Because in the minds of all spiritual practitioners in Lingwu Continent, only those at the Spirit King level or above can master the domain. This spiritual roe deer is indeed an alien species in heaven and earth, extraordinary. Fire field open. Ice field open. Chapter 85. The 5 of them fully extended their own domains and immediately shook the calm sea surface, causing the waves to churn and roar. The space also made a buzzing sound. Everyone, work harder. This space will be broken soon. The man from the Shangwan family saw this and looked delighted and immediately spoke out. At this moment, a huge bright moon slowly rose from the sea. Its light illuminated the entire sea surface and also firmly attracted the attention of the 5 people, as if the whole world was immersed in moonlight. When the bright moon rose to its highest point, the originally surging waves became even more turbulent, directly rolling up a tsunami hundreds of feet high and crashing down with unparalleled power. The 5 people came back to their senses in an instant and wanted to activate the domain, but they were unable to move at all. The bright silver-white moonlight trapped them firmly in this space. No, open it for me. I'll open. In the emergency, the 5 people burned their vitality without hesitation, burst out all their potential, and finally broke free from the moonlight's confinement. The 100-foot-high tsunami struck down with terrifying force, completely submerging the 5 people. Boom, boom. Suddenly, an explosion sounded directly beneath the sea surface, and 5 streams of light shot into the air from the bottom of the sea at an extremely fast speed, with a layer of faint flames surrounding each person. That is the burning of vitality. Once it is started, it is irreversible until it burns out and life disappears. At this time, The 5 people's clothes were stained with blood, their eyes were like torches, and their aura was extremely powerful, but they could not hide the hatred in their hearts. If it were not for this spiritual roe deer, the 5 of them would not have died here. Break the domain and kill the spirit roe deer. Kill. There's something strange about that bright moon. That must be the core of the domain. The man from the Taisher family said in a cold voice with an icy look on his face. The 5 of them unleashed their strongest offensive techniques at this moment, bombarding Mingyue, burning their vitality, and their power doubled directly. 5 unmatched attacks appeared from the sky. Their brilliance was blinding. Before they even arrived, they caused the space to vibrate violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Lu Changge concentrated his mind, feeling the trembling of the realm of artistic conception, and then sneered. Huh? Is this how you play? Then I will let you play to your heart's content. Don't you want my moon? Then I will give it to you. After saying that, the huge silver moon trembled slightly, and then with supreme power, it fell straight towards the 5 people. It depends on whether you can take it or not. The divine moon falls, and heaven and earth weep. The 5 people's pupils dilated instantly, and their eyes were bloodshot. Can't you afford to have fun? However, it was too late. As the silver moon fell, the space collapsed all the way. The moment they met, all the sounds in the entire space disappeared at that moment. Time seemed to stand still until a dazzling white light swept across the entire valley and soared into the sky. All my eyes hurt. Shit. I can't see anything. What happened? Is the battle over? What's with this white light? The many spirit kings who were watching the battle felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and they couldn't even open them. When they sent out their spiritual consciousness, they only found nothingness. It was unknown how long it took before everyone recovered. He quickly looked towards the battlefield, only to see that the 5 men were no longer in the valley. Only the spirit roe deer stood in the air, its fur still as white as jade, and a silver moon appeared when its eyes opened and closed, with astonishing power. The spirit king, who originally wanted to seize Nangong Yu's martial arts, hid the greed in his eyes and remained motionless. The strength of this spirit roe deer was unknown, and it was trying its best to protect Nangong Yu, so it was difficult for them to take action. For the time being, they could only wait and see. Nangong Yu also woke up from the dazzling white light at this time and said in a low voice, "Thank you, Xiaobai." Then he looked around, his eyes full of murderous intent, and continued to ask, "Did those 5 people escape? How could they possibly escape after I took action? It's a pity that the space ring was also destroyed along with it." Lu Changge had a look of regret on his face. He had not expected that the power of the falling silver moon would be so great. However, he was not feeling well either. The backlash of the shattered realm of artistic conception had caused him to be seriously injured. If I hadn't cast a few healing spells in time, I'm afraid these spirit kings would have already rushed over. As he spoke, he glanced fiercely at the spirit kings who were watching the battle. This spirit roe deer is too powerful. If it reaches the realm of spirit king, or even spirit emperor, I wonder how powerful it will be. A spirit king sighed in a low voice. Needless to say, he will definitely be on the list of geniuses and compete with the most monstrous geniuses on the continent. I heard that those who are in the top 10 of the list of geniuses have the opportunity to become emperors. I don't know whether it is true or not. The cultivator next to him immediately interjected and then shook his head. As soon as these words were spoken, all the spirit kings became interested. I don't believe it. Just count how many people were in the top 10 of the Tianjiao list in previous years. But what happened in the end? They were either dead or disappeared. The one with the highest achievement was probably a spirit saint, right? Yeah, it's been tens of thousands of years since anyone on this continent has claimed the title of emperor. I don't know what's going on. Don't tell me. This spirit roe deer has the potential to become an emperor. What a boast. Well, you're right. It's only been less than a year and has achieved such a high level of cultivation. You can imagine its aptitude. Lu Changge snorted coldly and looked away. A group of mere spirit kings dared to dream of becoming emperors. They were really ignorant, didn't know what was good for them, didn't know how to live or die, and had no shame. Xiao Nanzi, is what they said true? Emperor Chang. Nangong Yu nodded helplessly and explained, "That's a rumor on the mainland, but not many people take it seriously. And those monsters in the top 10 of the Tianjiao list are indeed, as they say. They always disappear in the end." At this point, Nangong Yu's expression grew serious, and he said solemnly, "Xiaobai, it's only a matter of time before your talent reaches the top 10 of the Tianjiao ranking. So, when that happens, you must be extremely careful. This kind of thing has happened countless times in the past thousands of years. The top powers in the 4 regions have investigated but found nothing. so they have no choice but to spend more energy on their own genius. However, even so, only a few can survive, and their spiritual hearts are destroyed, making it difficult to improve their cultivation. Changge was shocked when he heard this. Is it really true? How can this be called a list of geniuses? Isn't this a list of deaths? Well, the geniuses after the top 10 are fine. Nangong Yu said hesitantly. Changge snorted and shook his head vigorously. Forget it. Let's talk about it after we climb the mountain. It's still early now. Let's talk about how we can fight our way out after the chaotic winds stop blowing. If those 5 people were not lying, the entrance to Luanfeng Gorge must have been surrounded by people from the 5 major families. It would be impossible to sneak away. The most important thing is that all 5 leaders are at the emperor level, which makes it difficult to deal with. Chapter 86. Nangong Yu's expression froze. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "When the time comes, you take Xiao Jin gang and leave Luanfeng town first. I will leave later through the contract." In this way, he could leave Luanfeng town directly and make them wait in vain. After all, they are at the spirit emperor level, and there are 5 of them. This is not a joke. Even if Xiao Bai is very powerful, he can only stop 1, but can he stop 5? Although Xiao Bai's physical body has improved a lot after coming in, no one can tell to what extent the sequelae of his magical powers have been reduced, so it is better not to take too many risks. Okay, that's not bad. Changge agreed reluctantly. Actually, he wanted to confront the Spirit Emperor head-on, but the timing was not right this time and the amount was a bit large, so he decided to wait until next time. At this moment, a sudden angry cry caught everyone's attention. "Hey, where's that wind god flower? Who the hell picked it? Stand up for me." Everyone suddenly looked in the direction where the flower bud was originally, only to see that it was empty and the flower bud had disappeared. Damn, who on earth picked the wind god flower right under our noses? It was there just now. How come it's gone now? The white light just now was so dazzling that I was blind for a long time. Could it be that someone took out my eyes during that time? It must be Linglua's accomplice, that kid. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately looked at Changge and Nangong Yu with burning eyes. Changge frowned, staring at the monk who spoke last, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his voice as cold as ice as he said, "I didn't hear what you just said. Please repeat it to me." That cold yet calm tone was so frightening that it made people shudder with fear. The monk, who looked ordinary, shrank his neck. Then he glanced at the monks around him and said with his neck stiff, "If it wasn't you two, who else could have picked the flowers from under the eyes of so many spirit kings?" After saying that, he glanced at everyone, as if asking, "Can you do it? Can you do it? You dare not take responsibility for what you did. You took the spiritual flower that we worked so hard to guard, and you still don't dare to admit it. We have hundreds of spirit kings here. Are you afraid of you too?" The ordinary cultivator raised his head high, and the more he spoke, the bolder he became. He laughed and continued, "Not only the wind god flower, but also the skills that boy has. Hand them all over to us. Don't make us come and get it ourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, greed flashed in the eyes of the spirit kings. "We are hundreds of spirit kings, and we are afraid that we can't take down 2 small spirit masters. Compared to the wind god flower, the heavenly grade martial arts is thousands of times more precious than it. If you don't grab the opportunity that is given to you for free, when will you? That's right. Hand over the heaven-level technique, and we will turn a blind eye to the matter of the wind god flower. Otherwise, brothers, surround them and don't let them run away. Hand over the heavenly grade technique." Fairy Qinshin was stunned. She never expected that things would develop to this point in such a short while. Anyone can see the purpose of the spirit kings, but it is also a fact that when there are too many people, there will be more trouble. No matter how powerful fellow Taoist Lu and fellow Taoist Nangong are, they are certainly no match for hundreds of spirit kings. Then he stood up and said, "I can testify that the wind god flower was not picked by those 2. Fellow Taoist Lu and fellow Taoist Nangong are the most important guests of my Lingshao palace. Stop it." As soon as Fairy Qinshin opened her mouth, the valley instantly became quiet. The faces of the spirit kings changed, and some became hesitant. Lingshao Palace is one of the 8 great sects and an absolute giant in the northern barbarians. Although this place is not within the territory of Lingshao Palace, it is not far from its border. If they are offended, they cannot afford it. Just as everyone was hesitating, the ordinary-looking spirit king stood up again and said in a cold voice, "Fairy Qinshin, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is not your Lingshao Palace, and you have no right to interfere here. We've taken the skills, and the worst that can happen is we'll just stay away from your Lingshao Palace." I don't believe that Lingxiao Palace would hunt us all over the northerny land just for a so-called guest of yours. The ordinary Spirit King looked like he was planning a strategy, then said with a half-smile, "You're protecting me so much. Aren't you thinking of taking me for yourself? Or are you from Lingxiao Palace too? If you dare to talk nonsense again, we'll take care of you too." His words immediately dispelled the worries in the hearts of the Spirit Kings. "At worst, I will not stay in your Lingxiao Palace's territory and hide my identity. Once my cultivation is perfected, what can Lingxiao Palace do to me?" The Spirit Kings already had the intention, and the words of the ordinary Spirit Kings were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing them to let go of their concerns and give it a try. "Well said, Fairy Qinshin. You have to think carefully about whether it is worth it for you to die with this boy." "That's right. This kid, he can't be your lover, right? He's so protective of him. Ha ha. Ha ha. It's hard to say. This guy is so handsome. It's normal for Fairy Qinshin to be tempted by love." "That's right. Isn't that all the Lingxiao Palace knows how to do?" Once these Spirit Kings let go of their fear of the sect, they became like evil ghosts tearing off human skin, revealing their ugly side. Fairy Qinshin and the several Spirit Kings behind her had extremely ugly expressions and cold eyes, as if they wanted to remember the appearance of every Spirit King who spoke rudely. But they did not move, because once they did, they would have no way to retreat as they were surrounded by hundreds of Spirit Kings. "Thank you, Fairy Qinshin, for your words. I appreciate it. You can go first," Lu Changge said indifferently, as if he didn't take these Spirit Kings seriously at all. Fairy Qinshin hesitated, glanced at the several Spirit Kings behind her, nodded, and said coldly, "Let's go." The Spirit Kings obediently gave way and did not dare to stop them, otherwise they would really offend Lingxiao Palace. Fairy Qinshin has a special status in Lingxiao Palace. If she dies here, I am afraid that every one of them will be buried with her. The diplomatic influence of Lingxiao Palace is not just talk. As soon as everyone from Lingxiao Palace left, Ling Hongjue from Xinyuan Pavilion looked at both sides, chuckled, and left as well. Several Spirit Kings of the Divine Blood sect were hesitant. The Spirit Road Deer was too powerful, and Dingbai was not interested in that, so he gritted his teeth and left. Soon after, several cultivators who did not want to get involved in this matter left, including Lin Yuanbai from the Soul Refining sect. Lin Yuanbai? Lu Changge's expression suddenly froze, and he glanced around. Where was Wujiqing from the Wuxiang sect? Aren't they from the same group? Wuxiang sect, Wuxiang sect. He felt as if he had missed something, and his spiritual consciousness directly enveloped all the spiritual kings on the opposite side. When the Spirit Kings were about to scold, they suddenly looked at the ordinary-looking Spirit King. The Wuxiang sect's Wuxiang divine art is quite well trained. "Wujiqing, you are really eager to instigate us." Everyone present was stunned. Wuxiang sect? Another superior sect? Who is it? Everyone followed Lu Changge's gaze and saw that it was the ordinary-looking monk. Chapter 87. Seeing that he had been exposed, Wu Jiqing simply stopped hiding. With the surge of spiritual power, a handsome face comparable to Nangong Yu was revealed, and no one knew if it was his own. He smiled playfully and said jokingly, "A Spirit Road Deer is a Spirit Road Deer. But even if he recognized me, what can he do? After all, I'm just a mere spiritual sect master. I can't steal that kid's skills, right?" His words made the faces of the Spirit Kings present look better immediately. They stopped staring at him and turned to look at Nangong Yu. At this point, their patience had been exhausted, and any delay would lead to changes. "Boy, let me ask you one last question. Are you going to hand it over or not?" The Spirit Kings turned their eyes away from Lu Changge and stared at Nangong Yu. It seemed that if he dared to say no, he would be killed here with thundering means. At this time, the aura of nearly 200 Spirit Kings gathered together, shaking the valley and making a buzzing sound like the roar of mountains and seas. Seeing this, Lu Changge looked solemn and said, "Xiao Nanzi, unless I use my magical powers, it will be difficult to escape." In fact, with his speed, it is completely feasible for him to break out of the encirclement with Xiao Nan. But the problem is that the entrance to Luanfeng Gorge has been tightly surrounded by people from the 5 major families. By then, there will be wolves in front and tigers behind, and it will be impossible to escape even if you have wings. Unless one of the waves is completely wiped out, he will have to use the magical power of Law of Heaven and Earth. The Chaos Wind Gorge will be opened tomorrow. If he cannot use this magical power in a short period of time, it will be very dangerous for them. After all, he didn't know whether the 5 people had communicated with the family leader before they died. If Xiao Nanzi's method didn't work when they got out of the ravine tomorrow, this Law of Heaven and Earth would be the last resort. Nangong Yu naturally understood Xiaobai's thoughts, and his brain was working rapidly at this moment. Then he became ruthless and showed an inappropriate smile on his face. Looking at Lu Changge, he chuckled and said, "Xiaobai, do you dare to go crazy?" Lu Changge took a look at the black gale wrapped in the barrier deep in the valley and immediately understood it, with excitement on his face. There must be treasures in there. His damn curiosity has never stopped since he came to this valley. So he chuckled and said, "That's just what I want. Boy, have you thought about it? That's right. Grandpa's patience has run out. If you don't give it to me, you will die. Forget it, brothers. Let's do it ourselves to avoid making things difficult for him. Kill him." Just as the Spirit Kings were stirring up their spiritual power and were about to take action, Nangong Yu stepped forward, stood beside Lu Changge, and said loudly, "I've thought about it." Wu Jiqing's face changed. Is this kid so spineless? All this he did was not for that damn heavenly level technique, but because he had offended the two of them before. Rather than causing endless troubles, it would be better to nip the hidden danger in the bud. This is his life creed. Once he offends someone, he must do everything he can to kill him. Otherwise, he will not be able to sleep or eat. Everyone looked surprised and stopped immediately. This spirit roe deer was too powerful, and this kid was not an easy person to deal with either. It would be best not to take action. Otherwise, if the two of them counterattacked before they died, no one could guarantee that they would be the ones to die. If you've thought it over, then hand over the technique. Throw the technique to me, boy. Get the hell out of here. Leave it to me. Lu Changge clicked his tongue twice. If he really threw the skills out now, these people would kill each other without them having to do anything. Throwing away fake skills, these Spirit Kings are not fools. Will they throw away the real ones? Nangong Yu was reluctant to do so. So he said softly with his thin lips, "I have already thought about it. How to ask you all to die. Damn it, I got beaten by this guy. Go ahead and kill them." The Spirit Kings were stunned at first. Then they reacted and went straight into Hong One, charging forward with rage. However, at this moment, a silver moon and a big sun rose up behind Lu Changge and Nangong Yu, and the sun and the moon appeared across the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations were gathered in this small valley, forming a huge yin-yang magic circle directly above the entire valley. One sun, one moon, one yin, one yang, slowly rotate in the sky. The brilliance of their brilliance and the dazzling of their holy light cannot be described in words. The huge yin-yang magic circle enveloped them and the valley barrier. The powerful aura swept across the entire valley, and the aura of destruction directly tore the world apart. When the Spirit Kings felt this breath, their bodies trembled like sieves, and they were terrified. What's going on? My domain can't be opened. Damn, mine too. What should I do now? It must be the formation. Let's rush out first. When everyone heard this, they immediately wanted to rush out of the coverage of the yin-yang formation. Unfortunately, the faster they rushed out, the faster they would fly back. At this moment, the terrifying energy in the sun and the moon began to gather in the center of the magic circle, blooming with brilliant light, and the aura seemed to annihilate everything. Everyone was in a panic. They just wanted the skills. They had finally cultivated to the Spirit King realm. They still had plenty of time to enjoy, so how could they die here? Lord Lingluo, Lord Nangong, please forgive me. I was bewitched for a moment and will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me. The Spirit King finally collapsed under this terrifying momentum and knelt down to beg for mercy. This scene seemed to activate the fear in the hearts of many Spirit Kings, and they began to beg for mercy. In the face of life and death, dignity? What is that? Master Linglu, please forgive my mistakes and treat me like a fart. Master Nangong, no, Grandpa Nangong, please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again. Lu Changge looked at this scene expressionlessly and felt it was extremely ridiculous. Where is your arrogance just now, and that arrogant face? Nangong Yu was even more indifferent. Since his family was destroyed, he had seen countless ugly human natures. This begging for mercy under the threat of life and death was ridiculous. If it were him and Xiaobai who were in this situation, and you look at the faces of these people, Wu Jiqing looked at the Spirit Kings who were kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, with a trace of disdain on his frightened face. The dignified Spirit Kings were so miserable. He really didn't know how these people cultivated to this level. His disdainful look happened to be seen by the Spirit King, who was begging for mercy. The Spirit King stared at him ferociously. His face was mad, his voice full of resentment, and he said viciously, "It's all your fault. You be asterisk 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 D. If it weren't for your instigation, how could we have attacked Master Lingluo and Master Nangong? This is human nature. At times like this, people often look for scapegoats to alleviate their own guilt and protect themselves." Chapter 88. Yes, it's all the fault of this Wuxiang sect be asterisk 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 D. Kill him. If we kill him, maybe Master Linglu will let us go. Kill him. Kill this be asterisk 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 D. Several spirit kings rushed directly towards Wuji City. Before Lu Changge and Nangong Yu took action, chaos broke out in the Yin-Yang magic circle, with battle techniques flying and rays of light scattered. No matter how gifted Wu Jiqing is, he can fight one or two spirit kings alone, but it is more than that. Even if most of the spirit kings do not take action, there are still dozens of them. For a moment, all the tendons and veins in his body were broken, blood gushed out of his body, and he was on the verge of death. The life creed he had summarized over more than 20 years was finally overturned in the turbulent wind, and the price he paid was death. The spirit kings looked over, their lips moving as if they were still begging for mercy. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, Lu Changge and Nangong Yu never even looked at them, and the magic circle was finally ready at this moment. If these spirit kings had worked together from the beginning, perhaps they could have broken the formation with only a small price to pay. The funny thing is, they didn't. Now, they have no chance. The two men looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, from the center of the Yin-Yang formation, a beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth shot out, passing through the spirit kings with the momentum of destroying everything. Without any hindrance, all matter touched disappeared instantly, as if it had never come into this world and was completely wiped out, until the beam of light hits the barrier. The two fell into a brief stalemate, and soon, a slight cracking sound rang in their ears like thunder. Xiao Nanzi, hold on to me for a moment, don't let go. Lu Changge's voice was trembling, a mixture of fear and excitement. The thrill of jumping between life and death made his adrenaline surge, and the hair on his face could not hide his flush of excitement. Nangong Yu nodded heavily, with a hint of madness in his eyes. At this moment, a continuous clicking sound was heard, getting faster and faster, until, boom, the barrier shattered. Great healing. The inky black wind, carrying a breath of devastation, instantly swept across the valley and blew towards the outside. In the darkness, only a green light was seen going against the wind. The green light kept flickering, as if it would go out at any time, which made people tremble with fear. Finally, when his spiritual power was about to run out, he plunged into a cave. Lu Changge lay on the ground, gasping for breath, then laughed, and finally burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha, this is so exciting. The black wind was so terrifying that he noticed with the help of the green light that the moment the black wind blew out, the surviving spirit kings were blown away like a handful of yellow sand, and in the end, nothing was left. If it weren't for his healing technique that directly covered the whole body, he and Xiao Nanzi would probably have followed in the footsteps of those spirit kings. The big healing technique is just a term. It is an alternative method of use that he developed himself. Like the group healing technique, it just changes the single-shot healing technique into a continuous output. His bet was that they could reach a safe place before their spiritual power was exhausted, and now it seemed that they had succeeded. I have to say, it's so exciting. Then Lu Changge turned to look at Nangong Yu and exclaimed, I didn't realize that you, Xiao Nanzi, are also crazy. You don't know anything, but you dare to go crazy with me, huh? I believe you. Nangong Yu glanced back at him and said concisely. After saying this, he couldn't help but smile. He always thought he was restrained and rational. It was not until today that he realized that the madness of him and Xiaobai was engraved in their bones. At critical moments, it would jump out and affect their judgment and choices. This feeling is indeed not bad. The man and the beast were too lazy to get up at this moment, so they just lay on the ground and practiced their skills to recover their spiritual power. After a long time, let's go and see what big treasures are inside. I hope there will be a surprise for us. Lu Changge rolled over and stood up. His spiritual power trembled slightly, and his fur became as smooth as new and as crystal clear as jade. The cave was extremely dark and steep, and before I had taken a few steps, a majestic and heart-pounding sense of oppression came over me, making my hair stand on end. Xiaobai, be careful. Nangong Yu warned in a low voice. Now that we are here, it is impossible to go back. The deer and the man walked for nearly half a quarter of an hour. As they got closer, the sense of oppression became stronger. At this moment, the sky not far ahead suddenly became much brighter. It's finally time, otherwise, I would have given up. Lu Changge couldn't help but mutter, his whole body wrapped in spiritual power, speeding up. Nangong Yu followed closely behind him, not daring to be careless. Soon, they reached a bright place, and the view before them suddenly became clear. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Nangong Yu saw Xiao Bairu being strangled by someone. with his eyes wide open as if he was suffocating, and immediately stepped forward anxiously to ask. Then he followed Xiao Bai's gaze, and in an instant, his pupils constricted, his scalp went numb, and he stood there in a daze. The two seemed to be trapped in the spot. This is a huge cave battlefield, where the body of a strong man sits quietly. Although he is dead, the oppressive feeling he had in life still shrouds the surroundings. Although the corpse's face was pale and bloodless, its tightly closed eyes still seemed to reveal an indomitable fighting spirit, as if they would open at any moment and release that terrifying gaze again. Nangong Yu slowly approached under the suffocating pressure, only to see that the armor on the corpse was broken into pieces, with dents everywhere from the attacks. Every crack was a trace of battle, exuding an inexplicable charm. I could feel that invisible pressure with every step I took. It was truly terrifying. Nangong Yu was secretly horrified. What kind of existence was this corpse in its lifetime? It's so powerful. This is unbelievable. Such a being can also fall. Changge didn't pay attention to the strongest human body at this time, but looked at the corpse lying on the ground on the other side. Even lying here, one could still see the size of its body. The wings of the corpse were half spread, covered with dark purple feathers, each of which was like the sharpest blade, and even when still, it seemed ready to tear apart any creature that dared to approach. A huge sword mark ran through its body. It was a fatal blow and the most terrifying blow that ended its life. Changge stepped lightly on his four hooves and walked over with a breath as if being cut by a knife. The giant beast's eyes were angry and its eye sockets were deep, like two black holes, swallowing up all the light and making people dare not look directly at it. This breath is so familiar. Changge muttered to himself thoughtfully. Did you feel it too? Duh. Chapter 89. Nangong Yu also came up at this time and said softly, the aura of this giant beast's corpse is very similar to the shadow we saw in the mural before. Or, in other words, it is basically the same aura. His expression was solemn. He originally thought that the mural was just a coincidence and was not real, but when he saw the corpse of the giant beast here, he couldn't help but think about it carefully and felt terrified. As a descendant of a wealthy family, he had read all the historical records of the mainland, but these things were not recorded at all in the historical records, as if they had been deliberately erased. I'm afraid even his grandfather's generation didn't know about it. Changge looked back at Nangong Yu, frowned, and murmured, it seems that this Lingwu Continent is not simple, and it contains many secrets. Now that they have learned this news, they don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Will the mysterious shadow in the mural and this terrifying beast appear again? How could this continent possibly resist such a being? Forget about the spirit saint realm. Even if a spirit emperor came, it would be enough to deal with it. The aura of any of the strongest members of the huge race in the mural seems to surpass the aura of the phantom of the Yin Emperor who appeared when Xiao Nanzi opened the Yin Emperor's inheritance. And these two bodies, the strength is still far from enough. If it is strong enough, no matter what secrets he has, we can fight him with our own strength. Anyone who stands in my way of eternal life will be killed one by one. Thinking of this, Changge's mind became clear. His eyes were like torches, shooting out two crystal silver rays, and his fighting spirit caused the huge cave battlefield to vibrate and tremble. The powerful aura remaining in this place had no power over him, and he ignored it. Haha, Xiao Nanzi, hurry up and search to see if there are any other treasures here. We finally came in here. We can't go back empty-handed. After saying that, his eyes were like a pair of searchlights, searching and looking around. Upon hearing this, the gloom in Nangong Yu's eyes disappeared. He laughed and joined the search team. The place was filled with traces of battles and sword marks, and lingering with the supreme and indestructible sword intent. It was so sharp that even with their physical bodies, they did not dare to confront its edge. Is this big guy at the Emperor realm or above the Emperor realm? So, even such a powerful being can fall. What realm must one reach to truly be free and achieve true immortality? Nangong Yu concealed the shock in his heart, but still couldn't help but speak out. Changge bypassed a sword intent and laughed. Xiao Nanzi, what are you afraid of? The avenue is endless. One step forward, one step of joy. As long as you know that you are getting stronger all the time, that's enough. It took a full half hour for the man and the deer to return to their original place. Changge frowned and said, this is not right. There is nothing but traces of battle on the entire battlefield. Could it be? The two looked at each other and then turned their attention to the two strongest corpses. In front of the human corpse, a man and a deer bowed reverently, muttering to themselves. Senior, I'm sorry, There's nothing in this cave. I hope you can't bear to see us go back empty-handed. Senior, Nangong has offended you. After muttering, Nangong Yu slowly walked forward, with cold sweat on his forehead constantly dripping. Obviously, he was extremely nervous. Xiao Nanzi, be careful. Just when he was about 10 feet away, a violent wave came and Nangong Yu dodged far away. The strongest human body was like the sun, emitting dazzling holy light, and the entire dim cave battlefield instantly became as bright as day. Then the dazzling holy light gradually gathered to a range of 10 feet and condensed into a red cloud barrier. Changge looked carefully and saw that the strongest corpse in the barrier turned into countless golden light spots, and then formed a strange golden line pattern. Upon closer inspection, it was mysterious and ancient, exuding supreme divine power. What is this? At this moment, Nangong Yu looked very excited, and his handsome fair face was a little red. He exclaimed, "This is a magical power, an ancient great magical power, which can be learned by any spiritual practitioner." Then he looked at Changge and said quickly, "Xiaobai, this magical power was transformed from the corpse of the strongest human. It will definitely not exist for too long. Don't waste time. Comprehend it carefully. Even if you can't comprehend it now, you must remember it." After saying this, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Changge was stunned when he heard this. This magical power is not limited to any race. Anyone with the opportunity can practice it. In this case, this magical power is either too weak or very strong. This corpse is the strongest among human beings, so it should not be the former. Never mind. It's always good to have more skills. I'll learn them first. So, I immediately started to read attentively. No, I started to comprehend it. A quarter of an hour later, Changge suddenly fell to the ground and woke up instantly. He looked around vigilantly and came to his senses. What the hell? Why the hell did I fall asleep? Is it possible that I am not destined to possess this great supernatural power? Or is it that my understanding is just that poor? Then he looked at Nangong Yu, only to see that he had his eyes closed, his hands constantly forming seals, and golden chains dancing around his body one after another. It was obvious that he had already entered the door and was practicing. Changge couldn't help but twist her face. She felt a little bit of toothache. Then his face turned grim. No fate. I think we are very destined to be together. The system is giving me enlightenment. As the healing points decreased, Changge seemed to have come to a vast white space, with only a peerless figure holding a sword in one hand, standing in the air. The light behind him was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. Is this the dead strongest person? Before he could think about it, another huge figure appeared. It was the huge two-winged beast. At this moment, Changge got a glimpse of its full appearance. Its body seemed 1,000 feet long, its face ferocious, its eyes gleaming with a dark green light, revealing endless malice and madness. It had a pair of enormous wings, their feathers as black as night, their edges gleaming with dark purple lightning. The most shocking thing is that its body is covered with mysterious black runes. Just one look at it will make you feel eroded, and the whole person seems to be dragged into an endless abyss. The strongest human being stood in front of it, looking so small. In the confrontation of their auras, the giant beast firmly gained the upper hand, and its evil aura spread throughout the entire sky. At this moment, the battle began. The giant winged beast flapped its wings and instantly released countless sharp, dark wind blades, pouring down with a cold and destructive breath, and wherever it passed, cracks were created in the space. Black Windblade. Could it be that the black gale in the deepest part of Chaos Wind Gorge is caused by this giant two-winged beast? It's really scary. It has been dead for who knows how many years, but it still has such power. At this time, the strongest human being moved. Chapter 90. I saw that he had arrived at the top of the giant two-winged beast without knowing when. He formed seals with his hands, and his body became illusory. In an instant, he split into countless clones, which quickly spread out on the battlefield and surrounded the giant beast tightly. The most terrifying thing is that each of these countless clones exudes the same powerful aura as his original body, as if each one is the original body, and yet as if none of them are. A single person turns into a group fight? Changge took a breath and continued to watch intently. The countless clones attacked the enemy with lightning speed, faster than lightning, as if teleporting. Every attack was carried with the immortal sword intent, forming a storm composed of clones. The giant beast was instantly covered with wounds, as if it was about to be dismembered. Roared, the giant winged beast was not a vegetarian either. It roared towards the sky, and its 1,000-foot-long body was filled with black smoke. No, That was not black smoke, but a black hurricane of annihilation. The black storm, which was far larger than his 1,000-foot body, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. This is not the residual power that has dissipated in the Luanfeng Gorge for who knows how many years, but its true original unparalleled power. Thousands of the most powerful avatars of the human race were caught up in it, and in an instant, they began to turn into black sand and were blown away. This is too awesome. Changge was shocked. Whether it was this clone or this black hurricane, they were both powerful abilities that ordinary people could not imagine. If any one of them appeared in the world, it would probably shock the entire continent. Although they were in the system's deduction space, Changge couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw the strongest human being falling into a disadvantage. At this time, the strongest human being seemed to be about to show his power. There were still countless figures performing the same sword technique at the same time, and countless golden sword beams shot straight into the sky, and the sky seemed to be pierced with countless holes. Then they slashed towards the black hurricane together. At this moment, the world stood still, and countless golden rays of light shone through the black storm. Even the sight of a god descending upon earth was not enough to describe even 1/10,000th of it. All that was heard was a cry of "kill." It was as if chaos had just begun. The sky and the earth were split in two, and everything was invisible. Rumble, the sky completely collapsed, revealing chaos. After a long time, Changge opened his eyes. The fear in his eyes was still visible. His heart was beating like thunder, and his whole body was trembling. This kind of battle was far beyond his ability to watch, but due to the system, he was able to get a glimpse of it. The shock brought about by this completely suppressed his arrogant nature and taught him a severe lesson. People must always be in awe. There is always someone better than you, and his path of cultivation has just begun. Changge took a deep breath, suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart, and murmured, "Clone technique? It's worthy of being called an ancient, great supernatural power. I feel that compared to law of heaven and earth, the two are probably on the same level. The only difference is that the art of clone is a crushing of numbers, while the art of heaven and earth is a crushing of single combat power. As for how to use it, it depends on the occasion. In order to maximize its effect, we need to think about it carefully." Changge exhaled a breath of foul air, looking towards the panel with great joy. Why is my transformation magical power gone?" He was stunned to see that in the column of innate magical powers, the original Earth-level transformation had disappeared and was replaced by clone technique, Xian level. It seems reasonable. Changge thought about it carefully and realized that the two magical powers were quite similar. Well, he was overestimating the magical power of transformation. Its various abilities can also be achieved by the magical power of clone technique, and it can be done more perfectly, so it is normal for it to be integrated. Moreover, each clone of the clone technique can be the real body, and the clone and the real body can be switched at will, which has endless uses. However, the current Xian level clone technique cannot yet achieve the same strength as the original. Although he can currently unleash 100 clones, each clone only has 30% of his original strength, which seems a bit useless. Suddenly, Changge thought of something. His eyes flashed, his hooves stomped hard, and he became extremely excited. K, why am I so stupid? He suddenly thought, if he first used the heavenly law, magical power, and then used the avatar technique. TSK at that time, there will be a roar, and countless 10,000-foot-tall bodies will appear, and then they will ask you, "Are you afraid?" The enemy was scared to death. He didn't even dare to imagine how spectacular and shocking it would be at that time. Shaking her head, Changge retracted her divergent thoughts. She didn't dare to think about it now, because she couldn't do it. Then, look at your healing point balance. Healing points, 181,000. Few fortunately, I almost thought I had used up all of it, but I'm glad there's still some left. I had almost used up all my healing points from studying the murals and deducing the exercises before, and then I practiced with Xiao Nanzi and rushed into the battlefield cave, so I had saved up a lot of them. This time, he only spent 100,000 healing points to deduce the ancient magical power, clone technique. It was really like Qin Shi Huang touching the wires. He won. Oh no, this magical power is about to dissipate. I wonder if Xiao Nanzi has understood it yet. Changge saw the golden pattern in the barrier, which was now very dim, flickering in the air. He was afraid that time would soon pass. At this moment, Nangong Yu seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. The golden pattern in his pupils slowly disappeared. The barrier finally dissipated, along with the golden light and the corpse, disappearing from the world. In the end, The strongest person left nothing behind. The man and the deer bowed respectfully. This most powerful being had the grace to teach them, so they bowed with utmost sincerity. Xiaobai, look at my clone technique. Nangong Yu suddenly shouted loudly, formed seals with his hands, and immediately split into 10 little Nanzi, who surrounded Lu Changge. Each of them had a different expression, as if they had their own independent thoughts. Childish, Lu Changge rolled his eyes and snorted disdainfully. How old are you and still playing this? Then his body became illusory and split into 10 clones. So, the 10 silly road deer and the 10 little Nans started chasing and fighting in this cave battlefield. Ha ha, Xiaobai's comprehension is pretty good. I was always worried that you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Tisk, who am I? The only foolish road deer in the entire Lingwu Continent? Pa, how could the one and only Master Linglu not be able to comprehend this mere magical power? Little thief, stop being so arrogant. Wait for this Master Lingluo to destroy you. Hee, I'll capture you and take you back to guard the house. Watch out for me. Only in front of Xiaobai will Xiao Nanzi show the appearance of a real 17-year-old boy. Chapter 91. The two childish ghosts played around for a while, then stopped and withdrew their magical powers. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. I just feel that my mind is clear, and even if there are thousands of difficulties ahead, I can still face them calmly. Let's go and see what treasures are hidden in the corpse of this giant winged beast. Lu Changge took the lead and walked towards the giant beast's corpse, followed closely by Nangong Yu. Having obtained a great magical power from the strongest human being, I think this giant winged beast should be no worse, right? Don't let your dignity down. The two men, bearing the sense of annihilation as if being cut by a knife, walked all the way to 100 feet away from the corpse and could no longer move forward. Xiaobai, the aura is too strong. We can't go any further. Nangong Yu tried hard to stabilize his spiritual shield and spoke with difficulty. This is not as powerful as the human race. The ancient great supernatural power seems to have been left behind intentionally, so they can easily get close to it and comprehend it. But this is an enemy. The strongest cannot be humiliated. Even if he is a strong man who has died with only a corpse left, just from the fact that he has been dead for who knows how many years, he can still emit such divine power. It is not difficult to see that he was a sky overlord-level existence in ancient times. Lu Changge suppressed the boiling rage in his heart and stared at the corpse of the giant beast with some reluctance. Going into a mountain of treasures, but returning empty-handed? This was not his style, and he glanced at the healing point balance on the panel. Then his face turned grim, and he didn't believe it anymore. He said he would squeeze a few pounds of meat out of the bones for me. Then, he turned to look at Nangong Yu and said softly, Xiao Nanzi, you step back first. We are both animals. I will try to understand it. If I can't gain anything, I will withdraw. All right, it's a great fortune to be able to learn such an ancient magical power as the Avatar technique. Don't force it. Nangong Yu naturally saw Xiaobai's unwillingness and took another look at the giant winged beast and gave him a serious warning. Don't worry, I'll save it. After hearing him say this, Nangong Yu slowly stepped back. System, have you seen that precious body? Deduced it for me. From a distance of 100 feet. Lu Changge didn't know whether the system could deduce the answer, but whether it succeeded or not, how could he be satisfied without giving it a try? After waiting for a while, my body didn't feel anything. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Staring intently at the corpse of the giant beast, he had a hunch that if he could deduce it successfully, it would definitely deepen his foundation. If I could get another magical power. But this opportunity is right in front of me. So do I have to give it up? No, impossible. Magic power? Clone technique. Yes. There is also clone technique. Lu Changge's eyes suddenly lit up, his body became illusory, and he split into a clone. He flashed and retreated to Nangong Yu's side. Xiao Nanzi, help me protect this clone. Be careful. Nangong Yu directly covered the clone with his spiritual power and also understood Xiaobai's plan. Clone technique. The magical power can switch between the clone and the original body in an instant, and once encountering danger, it will switch back immediately. As for why not just let the clone go deeper? Of course, it was because the clone's strength was only 30% of his own, and he was simply unable to resist the pressure of that powerful aura. Lu Changge glanced at Nangong Yu, then continued to approach. He saw that the spiritual shield on his body began to tremble violently, and his forehooves also bent slightly under this pressure, and he almost knelt on the ground. He felt as if he was carrying a 1,000-foot-high mountain on his back as he walked forward, and every step he took was extremely heavy. After taking a few more steps, the spiritual shield was finally unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and shattered directly. Lu Changge felt a tightness in his heart and spat out a mouthful of spiritual blood. Noob. Nangong Yu couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this, his face full of anxiety and worry. At this time, the spirit deer clone beside him spoke. It's okay, don't worry, I can still handle it. Although he had also practiced this magical power, this scene made Nangong Yu feel a little weird. This interruption alleviated a lot of my worries. As time went by, Lu Changge also came to the range of 80 feet. System deduction. After a moment, the body still showed no reaction. He gritted his teeth, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and then he kept moving forward. There would always be a time for a reaction. The closer he got, the more violent the pressure became. Every step Lu Changge took was accompanied by blood, and he had to rely on his body to withstand it. 70 feet. No response. 60 feet. Still no response. Lu Changge was a little irritable. System, are you really capable? Are you broken? The response was, of course, no response. Damn it, I don't believe it. Let's fight. Lu Changge's face was distorted as he stared at the corpse of the giant two-winged beast. The healing magic wrapped around his whole body and suddenly burst out, using the step on the moon magic. He directly crossed the distance of 50 feet and appeared within 10 feet of the giant beast. Bang! The enormous pressure instantly crushed him into the ground, and his whole body made crackling sounds. That was the sound of bones breaking, and then they recovered under the treatment of healing magic, but broke again the next moment, and so on. Lu Changge was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his spiritual power was rapidly depleted, which was why he did not use healing magic to move forward. System deduction. Lu Changge roared in his mind with a ferocious look on his face. Boom, he only felt his body suddenly lighten, and the fluctuation of deduction finally came to his mind. Finally there's a response. If it was a few seconds later, I would have died. At this moment, his consciousness flickered and he came to a desolate and boundless land. There were gullies everywhere and no grass grew. A sense of deathly silence enveloped the entire space, like a doomsday land. Lu Changge seemed to be standing in the center of this evil land, surrounded by darkness and silence, without a single sound. At this moment, call. The sound of wind. The sound of the wind broke the silence, gradually becoming stronger from being weak at first, and finally turning into a deafening roar. It was a black wind. From afar, it looked like a huge, inky pillar, extending from the sky to the earth, towering and majestic. With the power to destroy everything, everything turns into nothingness wherever it passes, and even time seems to have stopped. The inky black pillar of heaven approached rapidly, causing a roar in the heaven and earth, and an epiphany emerged in his mind. The wind of extinction. Lu Changge closed his eyes, feeling and understanding its power. At this moment, he seemed as if Xiao Nanzi had come to him, and immediately fell into enlightenment. As time passed, a faint black light lingered around him, and his figure appeared and disappeared in the wind, as if he had merged with this wind of annihilation. The rune representing wind that was condensed in his mind when he integrated the wind-walking body tempering technique was instantly dyed with ink, making it even more mysterious. At this moment, a bright moon suddenly rose, and the brilliant silver moonlight fell. The sea tide submerged the land full of gullies, and the sea water surged wildly. In the end, all that was left in this world was the brilliance of the moon, the surge of the tides, and the fury of the storm. Healing points minus 120,000. Chapter 92. The system deduction is completed. Lu Changge came to her senses, and for a moment she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I clearly wanted to deduce a magical power, but I didn't expect to end up with a technique. However, with a thought, a black tornado with a diameter of several centimeters appeared in front of him, emitting a terrifying sense of annihilation. That's not bad. Lu Changge nodded with satisfaction. The potential of his own martial arts was unquestionable, and its growth potential was no less than that of supernatural powers. He was full of confidence. The technique has unexpectedly been upgraded to the upper level of the Earth rank. Not bad. It seems that I have to collect the skills of the Demon Clan in the future. I really don't have a moment's free time. When he looked up, Lu Changge was instantly startled by the scene in front of him. I'm such a huge beast. How could I be gone? As you began to realize your enlightenment, the beast's body slowly began to dissolve, leaving only a pair of large wings. At this time, Nangong Yu also came over with his clone and explained. After he finished speaking, he looked at the small black tornado in front of him curiously, with a look of admiration on his face. Xiaobai's comprehension is really good. He actually made you comprehend it. He knew very well how powerful the black wind was. Now that Xiaobai had this ability, his strength would surely increase greatly. Changge retracted his clone and felt a little guilty about Xiao Nanzi's praise. But then I thought, isn't the system's understanding the same as mine, Lu? There's nothing wrong with saying that my understanding is good. So he nodded with a look of contentment. Not bad. The strength I have today is all due to my extraordinary understanding and hard work step by step. Nangong Yu looked back at the bloodstains along the way and sighed solemnly. Yes. It was not easy for Xiaobai. Ahem, this giant beast is pretty good. It still has a pair of large wings left. Xiaonan, you should quickly refine it into a magic weapon. Changge coughed uncomfortably a few times. His eyes swept towards the huge wings of the beast, and he raised his chin slightly to signal. I can fly by myself, so wings are useless. Besides, after coming in, these gains are enough. It would be good if Xiao Nanzi had more tricks up her sleeve. Xiaobai, you can refine it yourself. Spirit beasts can also use magic weapons. Nangong Yu shook his head and refused. Xiaobai had finally walked close to the corpse of the giant beast and made the corpse melt. How could he take it by himself? Moreover, he knew very well what kind of existence this giant beast was. If the wings left by such an existence were sacrificed and refined into a magic weapon, how extraordinary would they be? I'm afraid it's not inferior to the heavenly level, or even the imperial level, right? I can use this wind of annihilation without wings, and as for my speed, I'm afraid I can catch up with it. Just practice it if I tell you to. Man, don't hesitate. Changge pursed his lips and walked aside to close his eyes and rest. My current cultivation level is the 8th level of spiritual sect. Should I break through to the spiritual king level first? Nangong Yu stared at Xiaobai, who had his eyes closed for a long time, a warm feeling rising from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but laugh silently. I still have 61,000 healing points. What should I do? Changge was a little confused, but then he thought, there are 5 emperors blocking the entrance of Luanfengjian, so why hesitate? Just wait. When I break through the Spirit King realm, I'll celebrate with you 5 Emperor realm ones. Extra points, extra points. Minus 19,000, cultivation, 9th level of spiritual sect. Green light enveloped his entire body. Surging power surged within his body, flowing endlessly along his tendons and veins, and rays of light bloomed within his body, causing Nangong Yu to tilt his head. This is another breakthrough. Xiaobai's talent is amazing. He truly deserves to be called the continent's one and only spiritual roe deer. Xiaobai's cultivation speed is too fast, so I have to work harder. Otherwise, I will fall behind too much, and how can we dominate this continent together? Thinking of this, Nangong Yu no longer hesitated and began to refine the wings of the giant beast. What's going on? I still have so many healing points. Why can't I increase my cultivation? Changge's face was full of confusion. The cultivation bar was still lit, but no matter how many times he clicked, there was no response. This is strange. What's going on? Since it's still lit, it means the healing points are completely sufficient. Changge pondered for a long time without any result, so he had to start from the top of the panel and began to observe line by line. The system is his good friend. They have been together for such a long time that they have developed feelings for each other. There cannot be any problems. He was not afraid that his future cultivation speed would be much slower than Xiao Nanzi's. At that time, where could he, the eldest brother, put his face? In fact, with his current foundation, even if the system has problems or even disappears, he can still rise up and still be invincible in the same realm. The 2 great magical powers, the art of clonehood and the art of controlling heaven and earth, are the source of his confidence. Even if the speed of cultivation cannot catch up with the fastest, it will not be too slow. After all, the foundation is there. However, the system was not working for unknown reasons, so he had to find out the reason. As he checked row by row, Changge's sight was fixed on the magical power of Fantasy World, ungraded, in the column of innate magical powers. I was just saying it's you. Little guy, you're hiding something quite well. It's true that appearances can't judge a person's abilities. No, that's not right. My highest magical power level is already Earth rank. It doesn't make sense that my bloodline is so poor that I can't even break through to the Spirit King realm, right? Changge frowned deeply and thought, forget it, no matter whether it is true or not, I will get promoted in the future. Let's get to the yellow level first. Then, with a thought, a magical force surged out from his body and enveloped his entire body. After a moment, it slowly retracted into the body. Healing points minus 3,000, Fantasy World, yellow level. System, is it me? Am I dazzled? Or did you make a mistake? Changge was stunned and stammered in his mind. This is a promotion to the yellow level, not to the mysterious level. Do you have to be so outrageous? Now there are already 3,000. How many Xian levels should there be? What about the earth level or even the heaven level? I'm warning you, the extortion amount you've extorted is 3,000. It's already reached the standard for filing a criminal case. You'll have to learn your lesson. Can I give up this great magical power? Lu Changge looked hopeless. Tired, destroy it. One glance creates, one thought destroys, creates, destroys. Call. After brainwashing himself, Lu Changge finally calmed down. The greater the cost, the more extraordinary the magical power is. Creation and destruction are just my own imagination, but I will study in this direction. My own cultivation level is getting higher and higher, and Xiao Nanzi's cultivation level is also improving. It will only become easier and easier to earn healing points. It's just a matter of a few more group healing spells. It seems I must continue my mission of cultivating auspicious beasts. I vow to let the holy light of the silly roe deer illuminate every corner of the continent. Lu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 93. The Fantasy World. Magical power has been promoted to the yellow level, but its power is really average, which is totally unworthy of the 3,000 healing points he spent. It is no problem to use some small illusions, and even to create the illusion of mountains and forests, but in terms of power, it is okay to deal with small minions, but it is not enough to deal with strong people of the same level. As of now, compared with the two great magical powers, Law of Heaven and Earth, and Avatar Technique, it is far inferior. Needless to say, Law of Heaven and Earth, the Xian level can allow him to crush those of the same realm and fight across levels. Although Fantasy World is only yellow level, its performance is too poor, and it does not seem like a great magical power that can surpass these two great magical powers. Forget it. Maybe the grade is too low and it hasn't achieved qualitative change. Lu Changge sighed slightly, feeling a little disappointed. His efforts did not get the expected rewards. He could only wait and see the results. Thinking that there were 5 emperors and an unknown number of cultivators blocking the way outside the Wanfeng Gorge, it was imperative to improve his strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult to leave. I thought Xiao Nanzi's enemies were at most 1 or 2 aristocratic families, but I never expected that 5 families would suddenly appear before my eyes. And I don't know if there are any more who have not appeared in the background. The 5 great families of the Eastern Wasteland are really generous. Moreover, judging from what Xiao Nanzi said, the royal family of the Eastern Wilderness Empire is probably also involved, and it would be very difficult to take revenge. Not to mention being the overlord of the East Wilderness and the imperial royal family, the strength of any one of the 5 major families alone, even if it cannot compare to the top sects of the northern barbarians, is probably not much different. Now, let alone revenge, it is difficult to even protect themselves. How long had Nangong Yu been on the overall rankings? The 5 great families were already charging down on him. To deal with a mere spiritual sect member, they dispatched 5 Emperor Realm warriors. Their resolve to eliminate this hidden danger was evident. Not to mention the Eastwild Empire hidden behind the 5 great families. Although its control over the families is not as strong as before, the Eastwild Empire, which can rule hundreds of millions of miles of territory, can decline even further. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. How much lower can it decline? Thinking of this, Lu Changge frowned deeply, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Has the Eastern Wasteland Empire really declined? Or, he shook his head and gave up thinking about it any further. It was too early to consider these things now. With the current limited cultivation level of him and Xiao Nanzi, it was useless to think about it. In short, Xiao Nanzi's road to revenge is long and arduous. It's difficult, no easier than becoming an emperor, tisk. Sighing for Nangong Yu, Lu Changge looked at the panel. Healing points, 39,000. He muttered to himself. Let's break through first. Healing points minus 30,000. Lu Changge's mind moved, and in the huge cave battlefield, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled violently and rushed towards him fiercely. It was so thick that it almost dripped water. Nangong Yu was shocked by the drastic change in the spiritual energy in the cave and almost failed in refining it. You have to know that these are the remains of a pair of wings left by a giant beast, at least at the emperor level. If there is a mistake in refining, they will be completely destroyed. He quickly made a seal to stop refining and looked at Lu Changge. He saw that the surging spiritual energy had formed a huge spiritual energy vortex above Xiaobai's head. Is Xiaobai about to break through to the Spirit King realm? Nangong Yu's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it at all. This was too astonishing. He had just broken through to the 9th level of the spiritual sect, and now he was going to break through to the spiritual king realm. The Spirit King realm is different from the previous realms. It is the sublimation of the entire living being. Once a breakthrough is made, One can borrow the power of heaven and earth, and use the mighty power of heaven and earth to open up a territory to defend against the enemy. Within the territory, one is like a master. If you want to break the domain, you have to fight against it with your own domain, or you have enough power to defeat the opponent with force and break out with strength. In the previous fight with the Spirit King, if he did not possess the imperial magic, he would have died. Even so, if he was trapped in the domain, he would be extremely passive. Among the billions of creatures on this continent, those who can cross the border to fight are rare and can be counted on one's fingers. Haven't you seen how many people there are on the continent's list? Across the entire continent, countless people are trapped in the spiritual sect realm, unable to reach the king realm in their entire lives, and can only waste their lives. He stood aside at a distance, as if to protect Xiaobai. This step was particularly important and could not be taken lightly. Not to mention Nangong Yu. Even Changge was shocked by the huge noise. He had never expected that just a breakthrough to the Spirit King level would cause such a big commotion. The previous breakthroughs were just a slight glow surrounding the body, nothing like now. The whole body was covered in rays of light, crystal clear and translucent, illuminating the entire cave with exceptional brilliance, which was extremely beautiful. Not only that, as time went by, strange visions began to appear. The cave seemed to disappear at this moment, and a deep and boundless ocean appeared. Sometimes it was as calm as a mirror, and sometimes it would surge with a tsunami hundreds of feet high, roaring and surging, which was extremely shocking. After a while, the sea level slowly dropped, and a bright moon jumped up from the bottom of the sea, hanging high in the sky. The silver moonlight sprinkled down, and its appearance was reflected on the sea surface, rippling with dense silver-white scales, full of tranquility and peace. Suddenly, a black column of wind shot up into the sky, breaking the tranquility here. The black column grew bigger and bigger until the entire sea surface was turned upside down by it, sweeping everything wantonly with the surging sea water. Unfortunately, there was nothing here except the sea water, it, and the bright moon in the sky. Gradually, everything calmed down. Spirit King Realm. At the moment of breakthrough, he felt that inexplicable energy leaving his body. Looks like it's been removed from the list. Strange. I always feel like something's wrong, like something's missing. Changge frowned, wondering in his heart, but he couldn't tell what was missing. Never mind. Anyway, I've finally reached the Spirit King Realm. His eyes opened, and the terrifying scene in his pupils slowly faded away. Nangong Yu walked up quickly, circled around him twice, and exclaimed in amazement, I can't believe you're not even a year old yet, and you've already made it this far. Xiaobai, your talent is incredible, isn't it? It's just SOSO, just okay. Changge felt a little guilty because of the amazement in Nangong Yu's eyes. In front of Xiao Nanzi, he dared not call himself a genius. If it weren't for his continuous breakthroughs, Xiao Nanzi's cultivation would have caught up with his. He didn't have a system. However, I have to say, this is the charm of Krypton Gold. Then, Changge saw the giant beast's wings that had not yet been refined. He said awkwardly, I thought the breakthrough to Spirit King would be the same as before. I didn't expect such a big commotion. Can these wings still be refined? It's okay. I'll just continue refining it. It won't affect anything. Nangong Yu shook his head indifferently. Even if it was destroyed, it didn't matter. After all, it was just an external possession and was not as important as Xiaobai's breakthrough. Then, he continued, Xiaobai, you have just broken through. You should consolidate your strength first while I refine these wings. After saying that, he walked toward Shuangqi and continued the unfinished refining. Changge nodded and looked towards the entrance of Luanfengjian. At this time, he had broken through to the Spirit King level and was already a little impatient. I am ready. 5 Emperors, are you ready? Chapter 94. Outside Luanfeng Gorge, at the entrance, the 5 great Emperor-level commanders stood high in the air, looking down at the cultivators who came out from the ravine one after another. Their eyes were sharper than an eagle's as they swept over these cultivators one by one. The powerful aura oppressed them, making these cultivators angry but not dare to speak. That is the Imperial Realm. The spiritual domain has merged with itself. Any attack carries the power of the domain with it. It is extremely powerful. If the Venerable does not come out, he will be able to dominate the entire domain. Oh, I don't know who they are looking for. What a big move. They can actually mobilize 5 emperors at once. The little monk muttered in a low voice. They also suffered an unexpected disaster. No matter who they are looking for, they deserve to die. I don't know how many people have the courage to anger the Lord of the Imperial Realm. The gaze that just swept across me made my whole body feel like it was cut by a knife. Now my blood is boiling. A spiritual practitioner next to him was indignant. Hatred towards the Imperial Realm? He didn't dare to do that, so he could only vent his dissatisfaction on the person he was looking for. Hey, have you heard? A major incident occurred within Chaos Wind Gorge. Only a few spirit kings escaped, and the rest all died inside. At this moment, a slightly plump monk spoke mysteriously. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. How do you say it? Tell me more. I'm a humble person, but I had a small opportunity in the ravine and broke through to the peak of the spiritual sect realm. This time, I was fortunate enough to reach the depths of the middle circle in the last few days. Just as the Chaos Wind Ravine was about to end this morning. Hey, guess what? The slightly plump monk first smiled triumphantly, and then kept everyone in suspense, whetting everyone's appetite. The many monks around them were tickled, their curiosity and thirst for knowledge instantly bursting, and they asked anxiously, "Tell me, what happened next?" "That's right. Tell me quickly, tell me quickly." A large group of monks urged him on, and their voices caused quite a commotion. Seeing everyone staring at him eagerly, the slightly plump monk's vanity was satisfied, and he stopped keeping the secret and continued. Then I sensed a holy light from the depths of the mountain stream, rising straight into the sky. Before he could finish, a mottled iron chain as thick as an arm stretched out from the void and tied him up. Everyone was immediately horrified and scattered like birds and beasts. They looked towards the void and saw that the source of the iron chain was a half-naked, burly man with a full beard. He was one of the 5 emperors. Arcs of lightning flashed on the mottled iron chain, carrying the stunned plump monk into the void. "Hey, tell me, what did you see?" The rough emperor glared at the slightly fat monk who seemed to have been frightened silly, and glared at him impatiently. Sizzle, an arc of electricity instantly shot into the body of the slightly plump monk, and immediately a burnt smell came out. Ah! The slightly plump monk screamed in pain, white smoke coming out of his whole body. He lost half his life in an instant, and could not even scream afterwards. The crowd below watched this scene, their hearts trembling with fear. Is this the Imperial realm? Just a casual glare, and a peak spiritual master nearly perished on the spot. Okay, Commander Ouyang. He will die in a moment. At this moment, a middle-aged man surrounded by cold air ejected a wisp of ice chips, and the chain instantly broke and disappeared. A stream of cold air lifted the body of the slightly fat monk and moved to his side. Then he stretched out his finger and gently tapped the plump monk's brow. Let me see what he saw. A moment later, the slightly plump monk with a look of pain and despair turned into a giant light blue ice sculpture and fell from the sky. With a bang, it shattered into small pieces like porcelain, and then scattered into the shape of a blooming light blue flower, which was extremely beautiful. All the monks in the valley felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene, but they hesitated and dared not say a word. Fairy Qinshin frowned slightly and looked towards Xiandan Pavilion and Xinshua sect, only to see Ling Hongshui shaking his head slightly at her, indicating that she should not get involved in this matter, as he was just a casual cultivator. Seeing this, Ding Bai from the Divine Blood sect snorted disdainfully, then turned around and watched the show with great interest. He had a premonition that this was going to be a big show. Nangong Yu. On Nangong Yu, I really don't know whether to say you are lucky or have a tough life. 6 years ago, you were known throughout the 4 regions as a genius. This time, let's see how you will survive, huh? At this time, he also learned about Nangong Yu's identity from his fellow Spirit King, and couldn't help but sneer. Even if the Spirit Road Deer was by his side, he had to see what kind of enemy he was facing. Speaking of which, the 5 great families are also very generous. I like this style of doing things, haha. In the air, Commander Shangwan, what did you see when you searched the soul? Could that kid and that Spirit Road Deer have died in there? Commander Ouyang asked impatiently, hesitating and not at all straightforward. The 5 Spirit Kings they sent out had their life plates broken. Before they died, they spread the news that the inconspicuous spirit deer that had been staying beside the boy was actually the Spirit Road Deer that had been famous in the continent not long ago. This surprised them a lot. They didn't find it strange that he was ranked first in the Qianlong list and could kill 5 Spirit Kings. For ordinary cultivators, fighting across borders is extremely difficult, but for the geniuses on the list, this is a normal operation. Commander Shangwan understood his personality, so he didn't take his tone seriously and said directly, "Those Spirit Kings who haven't come out yet are probably already unable to come out." From this cultivator's mind, I saw that the area surrounding Chaos Wind Gorge had been taken over by darkness. It was a black wind, tinged with a sense of annihilation. It was truly terrifying, and even gave me a palpitation. Those remnants and the Spirit Road Deer might have died in there. Even if we entered, we might not be able to withstand the strong wind, let alone them. Unfortunately, the wind has been blocked by the barrier. When these words were spoken, the other 4 commanders were amazed. If they were allowed to enter, they would definitely go and see it for themselves. Commander Chen frowned and suddenly said, "Should we wait? If this guy dies in there, wouldn't it be a waste of our time?" They had been delayed here for more than 20 days because of this remnant. At this moment, they felt quite powerless, as if they were punching cotton. They came here with great fanfare, but they did not expect that the remnant was already dead. Humph, maybe those remnants know that you are waiting at the entrance, so they hide in the middle or outer area and dare not come out. The leader of the Wang family clenched his fist as big as a casserole and said in a rough voice. Commander Taisha frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, "How about this? We'll send a few more spirit kings in to search the inner and outer areas. We've waited so long already, so we'll patiently wait for another 3 days. 3 days later, it will be time for the mainland list to be announced. We will know whether he is dead or not at a glance. We just need to wait for the news." A cave battlefield deep in Wanfeng Gorge. Nangong Yu slowly stood up. "Xiaobai, let's go. It's time for us to go out." Duh. Chapter 95. Let's go. I want to see how powerful the Emperor realm is. There was a gleam in Brother Lu Chang's eyes, and he licked his lips unconsciously. His heart was beating violently, and his spiritual energy was steaming up as if it was about to burn. The man and the deer flashed and soon arrived outside the cave. Looking at the pitch-black gale in front of them, they smiled at each other and plunged into it. Lu Changge walked through it, as if he was strolling in a garden. The wind of annihilation that was so terrifying before could no longer hurt him at all. The same went for Nangong Yu. The pair of huge dark purple wings behind him flapped slightly, and the inky black wind of annihilation split to both sides, making way for a wide path. After a moment, the two of them felt a moment of collision and then left the inner area of Luanfengjian. Thankfully there's a barrier that blocked the wind of annihilation, otherwise we would have committed countless murders. Lu Changge looked back at the barrier that blocked the wind of annihilation and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had some guesses in his mind when he started, he couldn't guarantee that there would be no problems. I am afraid that no spirit king will come here in the future. After all, the strong wind effect in the middle circle is useless to the spirit king, and the inner circle is no longer accessible. Nangong Yu also nodded and said softly, "Fortunately, this barrier only restricts entry but not exit. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have to spend more effort." If the barrier is broken again, he dare not say whether the wind of annihilation will blow to Wanfeng town. There are tens of millions of cultivators there. If huge casualties are caused because of them, not to mention that he will feel uneasy, the 8 major sects in Bai will probably not let them go, whether it's for reputation or sincerity. Xiao Nanzi, let's go. It's already the 2nd day since the violent storm in Wanfeng Gorge ended. I'm afraid Xiao Jin Gang is still waiting for us there. Walk. At this time, the noise that was heard when entering the Wanfeng Gorge had disappeared, and the strong wind had disappeared without a trace. Only the occasional natural breeze made a slight sound. Little King Kong, huh? Why aren't you here? Lu Changge's spiritual consciousness probed into the small cave, which was where Xiao Jin Gang had been hiding before, but now there was no one there. Should we go back to Wanfeng town first? Xiao Jin Gang, where have you been? Lu Changge sent a message through the contract, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear a reply. Nangong Yu did the same. The man and the deer looked at each other, and immediately turned into 2 streams of light and rushed towards the entrance. At the entrance of Luanfengjian, although the Gangfeng body tempering had already ended yesterday, there were still many cultivators here, but they were all cultivators at the spiritual sect level or above. In addition to the disciples of the 3 great sects and the cultivators of the 5 great families, there are no less than thousands of independent cultivators or people from 2nd and 3rd-rate sects who are watching from afar. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking up into the air at a giant ape over 10 meters long that was tied up by Huolian. TSK. This is the ancient ferocious beast, the King Kong ape. I heard it's Nangong Yu's contracted beast. This kid is so damn lucky. A casual cultivator who was watching the fight said jealously. Oh, you're lucky? If I ask you to switch with him, would you be willing? Upon hearing this, another monk looked at him sarcastically and sneered. Well, forget it. The family was destroyed, the emperor's bones were dug out, and now he's been caught in a trap by the 5 emperors. Even if he has a heavenly level technique, I'd be a fool to trade with him. No matter how good something is, you have to live to enjoy it. The cultivator who spoke earlier shook his head like a rattle. Then he sighed. What a pity for this ancient beast. It was captured by the Emperor realm right after it left Chaotic Wind Gorge. What a pity. In the distance, a slender figure stood atop the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's attic, gazing towards the entrance of Wanfeng Gorge. He muttered to himself, "Can you withstand this wave?" After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Xiajiao, young master." A figure covered in a black robe appeared and knelt on one knee. "If the man and the deer are ultimately defeated, you must save their lives." "Yes, young master." The young man was none other than Xiao Lan, the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After giving the order, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Your reminder saved me from disaster. It would have been such a shame if I had perished in this small Wanfeng town." Then he thought of his good elder brother, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Why hasn't this kid come out yet? Commander Ouyang's patience has been exhausted. At this moment, he is like a barrel of explosives about to be ignited, with thunder all over his body. Above the entire valley, dark clouds are pressing down and thunder is roaring. Commander Chen smiled faintly and consoled him. "Be patient. It would be bad if you scare him back again. I'll take care of it." After saying this, the fire chain that bound the King Kong ape suddenly ignited a divine fire. Roar! Little King Kong suddenly woke up, howled in pain, and struggled continuously in the air. The flames seemed to be able to burn his soul, causing him unbearable pain and a scattered mind. He couldn't even communicate through the contract channel. It's Little King Kong's voice. Just as they were about to reach the entrance of Wanfeng Gorge, they heard a painful roar suddenly from outside. Lu Changge immediately recognized that it was the voice of Xiao Jingang. The spiritual energy around him immediately became violent. These sons of B********** are looking for death. Nangong Yu's face was ashen, his brows were furrowed, his chest was heaving rapidly, and he was trying his best to suppress his anger. Little King Kong must have been manipulated by the Spirit Emperor, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to open the contract channel. Before Xiao Nanzi finished speaking, the two of them reacted immediately. Lu Changge communicated the contract channel without saying a word. Roar, scream, louder, more miserable. Ha! Commander Chen laughed out loud at Xiao Jingang's painful struggle, and the flames burned more vigorously. The other four commanders also smiled and watched with great interest, commenting from time to time. "Not bad. It's worthy of being the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast, and its defense is pretty good. After killing that kid, I'll take the King Kong ape back to guard the gate. It will be very interesting." The coldness on Commander Shangwan's body dissipated a lot, and he was obviously in a very good mood. "You guys, are you willing to use the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts to guard the gate? Why not take it back and let the younger generations contract it, so that it can also add some combat power?" Commander Taisher shook his head helplessly. Commander Ouyang, who had been impatient just now, also became interested and said happily, "Let me add some ingredients to it." After saying that, he flicked his finger slightly, and an arc of electricity as thick as a hair shot into Xiao Jingang's body. Roar! Xiao Jingang's eyes suddenly widened, his whole body trembled violently, and he howled in pain, which made the five people smile. At this moment, an elliptical red vortex suddenly appeared beside Xiao Jingang. Yo! Duh! Chapter 96. Isle. The five men were suddenly startled, took a step back, and were about to attack. Suddenly, two pitch-black wind pillars with a diameter of 1 meter rushed out of the vortex, and in an instant turned into 100 feet long and rolled towards the five people. "It's the black wind, don't touch it." Commander Shangwan shouted loudly and raised his hand, which turned into a light blue giant palm shadow hundreds of feet long, and slapped towards the wind column with an extremely cold wind. Commander Wang shouted loudly, and was wrapped in a huge Dharma image. His whole body was golden, like a god on earth. The surging blood and energy rushed into the sky, and he punched out like a 100-foot-long fist made of gold. Bang! The sound of the three colliding echoed throughout the entire Wanfeng town, and the clouds in the sky were instantly swept away. Everyone was shocked back to their senses by this sudden change. "Big brother, second brother." Xiao Jingang forced himself to open his eyes and shouted weakly, with a hint of grievance in his eyes. Lu Changge looked at it with scars of electric shock and fire all over its body, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said softly, "It's okay. Watch Big Brother avenge you." He wrapped it in rich healing power, and then used his spiritual power to tie the shrunken little King Kong to his back. There's no safe place for it to recover. Then he looked at the five people with a calm and deep gaze, and said expressionlessly, "You deserve to die." Nangong Yu was furious at this moment, and his eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the five people. New and old grudges surged up in his mind. If he had not had some rationality left in him, he would have rushed up long ago. The unexpected disaster that Xiao Jin gang suffered this time was all because of him, which made him even more angry, and the dark purple wing runes behind him flashed. The 5 people standing in the void opposite were not moved at all when they saw that little King Kong had been rescued. Their target was not this little beast. TSK, Lingluo, Lingluo. As the top of the continent's hidden dragon ranking, you are willing to make a contract with such a brat. A beast is a beast. No matter how talented it is, it can't change its desire to be enslaved. Commander Chen sneered coldly. He actually let the King Kong ape be rescued in his hands. This was a great insult to him. Oh, really? Why don't you go to the Misty Mountains and talk to the Mist Dragon Saint about this? Or go to the Western regions? If this gets out, TSK, with your IQ, it won't be easy to cultivate to the Spirit Emperor level, right? As soon as Lu Changge said this, the 5 people's faces changed drastically. There were many onlookers here, and there were also people from the 3 major sections. If this really got out and the Spirit Beast Demon clan heard it, it would probably bring a lot of trouble to the family. Commander Taisher glared at the commander of the Qin family, then said coldly, Spirit Ro, you are indeed sharp-tongued. Do you really want to go against my 5 major families just for a remnant? Talent is ultimately just talent. Without it to mature, it's nothing. There are countless geniuses on this continent who died prematurely. I urge you to think carefully before answering. Before Lu Changge could speak, another gloomy voice came. Are you finally willing to come out? Look, our young master Nangong is really lucky. It seems he has got quite a good opportunity. Commander Shangwan just laughed, but when he looked at Nangong Yu, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then he let out another strange cry and pretended to be distressed. Oh, look at my memory. Our young master Nangong has been extraordinary since he was young. Not only did he kill his entire clan, but now he's killing his friends too. Why don't you just commit suicide here to save the lives of the Spirit Roe deer and that little beast beside you? Ha ha. Nangong Yu was breathing heavily, and the look he gave him was as cold as the abyss. He clenched his fists tightly, trying his best to restrain himself. Lu Changge said coldly, I want to see what you 5 people are capable of. How dare you speak so arrogantly here? After saying that, he glanced past the 5 people and looked towards Luanfeng town not far away. If a war broke out, the innocent townspeople in this town should not be harmed. His glances around made the 5 people think that he was looking for an opportunity to escape, which made them even more proud. The burly and robust Commander Ouyang tossed the thunderball up and down in his hands, mockingly saying, You talk so loud, but you're secretly watching for an escape route. How disappointing. Don't worry, there's no need to bother with any more tricks. This place has been surrounded by the magic array of my 5 families. You won't be able to escape today. After that, the 5 of them looked at each other and yelled. Formation, start. At the entrance of Luanfeng Gorge, hundreds of brilliant beams of light shot up into the sky. 5 black battle flags stood at the 5 corners of the sky, forming a complex magic circle. The area that was originally thousands of feet large seemed to have been expanded dozens of times, as if it had fallen into another space. Alas, it's a pity for these 3. These 5 great families are really cruel. The cultivators watching the battle side. These are the top and bottom of the Qianlong ranking. They didn't expect that they would perish here together. What a pity. The strong cannot be humiliated. Even when they are about to die, they are still provoking the emperor. If they don't die, who will? The cultivator beside him sneered, looking gloating. As soon as these words came out, many monks around him looked at him unfriendly. The monk's face flushed red, and he continued with his neck stiff. Why, isn't it so? Alas, some people can never stand up again after kneeling for too long. How sad. How lamentable. An old monk said with a sigh, and then ignored it. Such a person, even if he becomes a cultivator, is destined not to go far. If he does not have the heart of a strong man, why would he embark on this path? Lu Changge narrowed his eyes slightly. Since there was such a magic circle, he didn't have to worry about hurting innocent people and could fight with all his might. He did not underestimate the 5 people. The Spirit Emperor realm was not just talk. The aura of any random person on the opposite side could make him feel palpitations, and he could not afford to be careless. Xiao Nanzi, if a fight breaks out soon, be careful to hide yourself. Nangong Yu nodded. Although he was sad and angry, his current strength did not allow him to fight against the Emperor. He was not a brainless person. So he stared at the dozens of Spirit King realm and thousands of Spirit Master realm below. These were probably the forces left behind by the 5 major families in Bei. Today, let's start with them. At this time, the little King Kong on his back had recovered under the treatment of healing magic, but he was also full of ferocity at this time. He could not forget how he had been tortured just now. Brother, put me down. I want to fight with you. Xiao Jingang's voice was filled with anger. His eyes were red as fire. Having already broken through the spiritual sect realm, he also wanted to join Nangong Yu in killing all the enemies below. Don't make trouble. You are still young. I may not have time to take care of you when you fight with the Emperor realm later. There are too many spirit kings below. It will be too dangerous for you to go down. Lu Changge refused immediately. Xiao Jin had just broken through to the spiritual sect realm. Such a battlefield was too dangerous for it. He will inevitably be tied down by the 5 spirit emperors, and if the 2 of them fall into danger, he will not be able to rescue them in time. Yes, when you grow up, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to take revenge. Nangong Yu also advised. At this moment, Commander Wang on the opposite side laughed and said loudly, "Have you finished saying goodbye? You are all going to die anyway. Why not go downstairs and have a good chat?" After saying this, the shadow of the Vajra Dharma image slowly stood up behind him, with his hands clasped together, showing no joy or sadness. His whole body was shining with dazzling golden light. He was about 30 feet tall, looking mighty and majestic. He just stretched out his right hand, and with the strong wind surging around him, he slapped over with his palm with supreme power. Nangong Yu retreated instantly, only to see Lu Changge roaring angrily, raising his head and roaring. Dark clouds condensed over the entire battlefield, making a huge roar that shook all directions. The entire deer's body suddenly increased to 200 feet in size, like a towering mountain, with a black wind of annihilation lingering all over its body, like an unparalleled demon god. The powerful aura directly formed a domineering field, and the golden giant palm instantly collapsed under the pressure of the field. Chapter 97. The 30-foot-tall golden Dharma image looked as tender as a baby in front of him. Nearly 10,000 spectators outside the battle formation could not help but stare in amazement and shock. Is this the spiritual roe deer? Such a majestic posture and such a majestic aura like the sea are really amazing. A cultivator said foolishly, This is comparable to the ancient great magical powers. Is this why the spirit roe deer ranks first? It deserves it. Another cultivator murmured, his whole body trembling with excitement. Fairy Qinshin of Lingxiao Palace had sparkling eyes. She had heard about it from the elders of the palace a long time ago, but when she saw it with her own eyes today, she was still deeply shocked. This is the true strength of fellow Taoist Lu. Thinking about the previous battle with the Blood Shadow Spirit King in the village, he was secretly happy that he had saved fellow Taoist Lu, but it turned out that it was not necessary at all. Yo, come on, let me see why you are so domineering. Lu Changge's eyes were like 2 bright moons, suddenly shooting out 2 silver beams of light, carrying endless silver divine light, sweeping towards the 5 people. This silver divine light seemed slow, but in fact it was faster than lightning. The 5 people were worthy of being in the Emperor realm. Their figures flashed and turned, and they avoided it one after another. Wherever the silver divine light passed, the earth collapsed and rocks flew through the air. It was very terrifying. How shameless. Just because you've grown in size, you're just a sitting duck for us. Commander Shangwan snorted coldly, hiding the horror in his eyes. This spirit roe deer is no simple matter. Let's attack together. Commander Taisher shouted in a low voice, and he rushed up in a few flashes like a ghost. Commander Wang focused on cultivating his physical body, so he naturally took the lead. His entire body was covered with a 30-foot-long diamond shadow, and he rushed straight to Lu Changge's face. Suddenly, countless blue runes surrounded Lu Changge, and each rune emitted an astonishing aura fluctuation, and the entire gray sky directly turned into light blue. Prepare to die. Commander Shangwan roared, and an ice sword emerged from each rune, carrying an icy air that could freeze everything, as if all the swords were returning to their origin, and fell rapidly from the sky. During the descent, thunderclouds quickly condensed into a huge thunderball, which suddenly exploded. Amidst the roar, countless electric arcs attached to the ice swords, and the momentum of each blue ice sword increased several percent. Obviously, this time, the 5 of them went all out, just wanting to get rid of him quickly. Lu Changge's eyes were solemn. The Spirit Emperor was indeed extraordinary. It seemed extremely wise to advance to the Spirit King realm in Chaos Wind Gorge. Otherwise, any of these attacks would have seriously injured him on the spot. But who made me break through? Just because I'm big doesn't mean I'm slow. Lu Changge muttered, looking at the sea of fire rising from his feet. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. When the crowd's attack was about to hit him, the figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom. The continuous earth-shaking noises seemed to shatter people's eardrums. The sky was shaking and the earth was trembling. The entire battlefield was vibrating violently, as if it was the end of the world. The void was distorted by the impact of the strong energy. It's empty. Where is the spirit road deer? Commander Chun was standing the farthest away and had the clearest vision. He clearly saw that the spirit road deer disappeared at the moment when the attack filled with rosy clouds was about to come. Old Chun, be careful, the other 4 people suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, he felt that it was getting dark. When he looked up, he was instantly shocked. In his eyes, it was as if stars were falling, or as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. 2 huge deer hooves were carrying unparalleled power and stomping down towards him. The whole person was trapped in an invisible field, like being in a quagmire, unable to escape. It was Lu Changge who disappeared suddenly. He did not forget who had caused the injuries on Xiao Jingang's body. Don't you like playing? Then let me play with you. And that guy who plays with thunder. Damn it, I'm going to fight you. Commander Chun roared, his face fierce, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. As the sound of the rumbling was heard, a volcano rose from the ground, magma erupted wantonly, and the sound of sulfur filled the air. It was like a real volcano descending, magma and flames gushed out, carrying a fierce breath of destruction, and rushed forward. Lu Changge was extremely surprised. It was the combination of combat tactics and domain power that could condense such a realistic volcano. The Imperial realm was indeed not simple. But that's not enough. The 2 hooves pressed down with even faster and stronger momentum, and the air made a sound of explosion at this extreme speed. Crack! The gushing magma and flames were extinguished in the contact with the hooves. The iron hooves pressed down mercilessly, and with a loud bang, the raging volcano was instantly reduced to dust. At this time, the 4 people's support had arrived. Facing the 4 pressing attacks, he did not hide anymore. His whole body shook, and the 4 gusts of death wind turned into 4 huge wind pillars and rushed forward. Lu Changge's body shook violently, and he was pushed back several steps by the 4 men. With every step he took, the battlefield shook violently, and the 4 men flew back. Looking at Commander Chun, who was bleeding, hunched over, and coughing up blood, he couldn't help but feel a pity in his heart. He had used all his spiritual power to attack him, but failed to kill him. The vitality of the Spirit Emperor realm was indeed very strong. Are you truly at the Spirit Emperor level? Why are you so weak? Did you take drugs? Lu Changge taunted. His voice resounded like thunder throughout the world, shaking the clouds overhead. The intensity of his taunting was astonishing. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Commander Chun stared at him with hatred, saying with a face full of resentment, I must kill you. This spirit road deer was truly despicable. Even if he had ascended through drugs, so what? He was still at the Spirit Emperor realm, and had still killed countless so-called geniuses. He hated geniuses the most in his life. It's ridiculous to try to shake a tree like an ant. Come on, I can suppress you few frivolous emperors with one hand. Lu Changge said mercilessly, mocking even more vigorously. Our ancestors told us to despise the enemy strategically, and he understood the essence of it. Arrogant. You dare to insult us? Come on, kill this beast. Except for Commander Chun, who was temporarily unable to take action, the other 4 surrounded them in an instant. All kinds of dazzling lights roared throughout the battlefield, making people dazzled and frightened. Lu Changge relied on his physical body and the wind of annihilation to fight against the 4 people in a fierce battle, with the strongest fluctuations boiling across the sky. How can this spirit road deer be so powerful? It's at the 5 Emperors' realm. Ding Bai of the Divine Blood sect stared at the battlefield with a gloomy expression. He could feel the terrifying attacks, and any one of them could force out all his trump cards, or even kill him directly. Ling Hongshua's eyes widened, stunned by the fighting power of Ling Luo. Just as he was about to sigh out loud, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Ding Bai not far away. Seeing his gloomy expression, he instantly became happy. He raised his voice in a gloomy tone and said, Alas, someone has offended Ling Luo and Nangong Yu before. What should we do now? Ding Bai glared at him fiercely upon hearing this, and snorted coldly. Don't be too happy too soon. After all, that spirit road deer is only at the Spirit King level. I don't believe there's no time limit for such a great magical power. Once the time is up, they will be like cattle and sheep, and can only be slaughtered at will. Chapter 98. Ding Bai's expression was indifferent. Although he was shocked, the spirit deer at the Spirit King realm couldn't maintain such an unparalleled magical power for long, and would eventually die. It was a pity for such an alien species. And that kid, I didn't expect he could grow to this level in just 1 month. On the battlefield below, Nangong Yu, who had reached the 8th level of spiritual sect, was charging among many spiritual kings and spiritual sect masters, and was the most popular one at the moment. It was unknown what kind of ferocious beast the pair of wings behind him were forged from, and they were extremely powerful. Nangong Yu, give up struggling, give up your wings and skills, and then commit suicide to avoid the pain of being skinned and flesh gouged. A young monk looked down from above with an arrogant look on his face. He was actually at the Spirit King level. Nangong Yu fluttered his dark purple wings and came in front of the young cultivator. He looked at him as if he were a corpse and said with murderous intent, "Ouyang Wu, I wanted to go to Fundan City to find you, but I didn't expect to find you here." This young cultivator was the second young master of the Ouyang family, who was seen during Seoul search outside Feiyun City. It was good that way, as it would prevent him from running away again. Ouyang Wu sneered and said disdainfully, "How shameless. I'll send you down to reunite with those short-lived ghosts of your family." After saying this, he raised his right hand high, and spiritual power gathered in the sky. Dark clouds rolled and condensed, and countless electric snakes moved around. The rumbling sound was deafening. As his right hand pressed down, it struck down from the sky with dazzling lightning. Nangong Yu slightly opened his right palm, and a sharp spear appeared. The astonishing spear intent burst out instantly. The bodies of many spiritual masters around him felt as if sharp weapons had cut through their bodies, and they were in great pain. He was surrounded by spear intent, and without even looking at the thunder that struck from the void, he speared straight into the dragon's body, stabbing at Ouyang Wu's body. Before he got close, Ouyang Wu felt a strong wind pressure with a biting cold light coming straight at his face, as if it was going to tear his head into pieces. Arrogant, Ouyang Wu shouted. Facing his destructive thunder, he did not dodge or evade. He really looked down on him. Thunder Shield. Faced with the cold light that arrived earlier, he did not dare to be careless at all. He drew circles with his arms, and a blazing thunder shield blocked in front of him, emitting icy blue and white light, which made people close their eyes. The thunder that fell from the void was all blocked by the dark purple wings. The wings were surging with electricity, but it did not hurt Nangong Yu at all. His speed increased again, and the spear, with the aura of piercing through everything, finally hit the dazzling thunder shield. Sizzle. The piercing sound caused everyone's blood to boil. A cracking sound was heard, and a crack appeared where the thunder shield touched the tip of the gun. Like a fuse, cracks spread across the entire shield in the blink of an eye. Ouyang Wu's face changed in shock, and he immediately clenched his fists and crossed them in front of his chest. There was a loud bang, and he was instantly blown hundreds of meters away. Trickles of blood flowed down his palms and fingertips and dripped onto the ground. Ouyang Wu's face was gloomy, and he gritted his teeth and said, "This kid's double-wing magic weapon is too powerful. Everyone attack together." "Oh." Nangong Yu snorted sarcastically but did not expose him. He was just a dead man, so why waste time talking to him? Looking at the thousands of people coming towards him, he felt no emotion. If he hadn't obtained these wings, he would have been no match for them, but now, aiding the tyrant is not worthy of death. Nangong Yu had an expressionless face as he looked at the oncoming attack indifferently. The mysterious runes on his arms flashed with black light and flapped rapidly. Suddenly, dozens of black tornadoes swept in all directions with him as the center. Most of the cultivators here did not take the wind column seriously. They were extremely brave and attacked head-on. If it were an ordinary wind column, it would definitely work. Unfortunately, this was the wind of annihilation. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with screams, and a sense of annihilation filled the air. The cultivators from the 5 major families who came to besiege were destined to pay the price for their ignorance. In the face of the wind of annihilation, the realm of the Spirit King was as fragile as paper and could not withstand a single blow. In one blow, more than 1,000 monks were killed or injured. Those who managed to escape were all looking in horror at Nangong Yu, who was standing on the battlefield with wings on his back and looked like a living demon. "Boy, you are looking for death." Commander Ouyang looked at his subordinates who suffered heavy casualties, his eyes bloodshot, and slashed at Nangong Yu with a thunder knife. Lu Changge's eyes opened and closed, and the moon blade flew out to block it. He laughed and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? I am your opponent, Field." In order to prevent them from taking the opportunity to attack Xiao Nanzi, Lu Changge instantly pulled the 5 Emperor realms in. After being promoted to the Spirit King realm, the artistic conception of his own battle method, Rising Moon over the Sea, was integrated with his own domain. After performing the magical power, Law of Heaven and Earth, it became even more powerful. It was impossible for the 5 of them to break it in a short time. Lu Changge and the 5 great spirit emperors disappeared on the battlefield, shocking the people watching from afar. Have we been pulled into the territory of the spirit road deer? Will this be useful? A spirit king realm cultivator who was watching the battle looked confused and looked at others in confusion. Yes, only the battles between spirit kings involve a clash of domains. It is completely useless against the emperor realm, another cultivator replied. The domain of the spirit emperor realm has become one with itself. Every move and every style carries the power of a domain, and one can break through the domain of others at will. Therefore, battles in the spirit emperor realm will not directly involve domain battles, as the gain will outweigh the loss. However, they waited for a long time but did not see the 5 emperors breaking out of the realm, and they could not help but look at each other in confusion. Perhaps, the spiritual road deer's territory is somewhat special. After everyone's guesses proved fruitless, they had no choice but to look at the other protagonist. They didn't know until they saw him, and they were immediately horrified. There were thousands of monks. How come there are only these few left? Ouyang was in a trance, watching in disbelief as the black wind column that was raging on the battlefield slowly dissipated. Looking around, there were only about 30 spirit kings and dozens of spirit masters who had managed to escape. Despicable. With the help of the magic weapon, you have the guts to fight us head-on. Ouyang spoke angrily and looked over fiercely. When he saw the pair of wings fluttering slightly behind him, his pupils tightened and revealed a hint of greed. You, the villain, only dare to use magic weapons to attack us. That's right, if you dare, let's fight head-on and see if Grandpa will give you a beating. Those who had managed to survive had fear in their eyes and shouted harshly. Nangong Yu glanced over with cold eyes, shook his head, and said with disappointment, "This little trick may be used to stimulate children, but it is ridiculous to use it here." After he finished speaking, the spear floated in front of him, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. A huge red magic circle covered the void, and countless flaming lotuses emerged. The sky was full of red clouds, and the void became a pool, full of red fire lotuses. Go! With a finger from Nangong Yu, countless fire lotuses with dazzling brilliance fell from the void, like meteors, with blazing tail flames, rumbling down. Chapter 99. Looking at such a powerful attack, even King Ling was trembling with fear, and everyone was terrified. With such a dense attack, there would be no way to survive if they escaped alone. Resist together. Ouyang shouted loudly, and 4 jade swords wrapped in lightning flew out of his body. They immediately dispersed in all directions and turned into a defensive magic circle. Seeing this, the others did not dare to hold back and filled the circle with their own spiritual power. The magic circle instantly lit up, and a layer of blue light visible to the naked eye protected all of them. Boom! When each fire lotus hit the magic circle shield, it bloomed with a bang, sparks flew, and smoke and dust filled the air. Ouyang put away the magic circle, his expression bright with joy, and he quickly said, "That kid used such a spiritual energy-consuming fighting method, and his spiritual energy must be very low now. It's time for us to take action. As it should be, kill." Nangong Yu sneered in his heart. He did have some consumption, but the recovery speed of the imperial law was beyond their imagination. The consumption of their energy in this defense was not small. The wind of nirvana had been exposed, and they had to find the right time to use it again. Looking at the dozens of spiritual masters behind him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Let's clean up the small fry first. Thinking of this, he flapped his wings violently, and his whole body turned into a stream of purple light, passing through the battlefield. Wherever he passed, his spear was stained with blood and blood splattered everywhere. "No, don't kill me, ah." The spirit kings all looked grim. Nangong Yu didn't fight them head-on. He only killed the cultivators at the spiritual sect level. With their speed, they could only follow behind this guy and eat dust. What are these wings? They have extreme speed, attack, defense, everything. Do I have to use that one move? Ouyang expression kept changing, and then he suddenly clenched his fist. It wouldn't be a loss if he could get this pair of wings. In his early years in the eastern wilderness, he was suppressed by Nangong Yu. It was difficult for the Nangong family to be wiped out. Now, how could he watch Nangong Yu rise again? All your treasures and opportunities are mine. With these things, I will definitely be no worse than my brother. A look of madness flashed across Ouyang face, and then disappeared. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand, and a deep blue crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal is irregular in shape and emits a dazzling blue light. You can faintly hear the roar of a dragon, which is shocking. This crystal stone is the dragon soul of a thunder dragon killed by the ancestor of the family in his early years. It was refined into a one-time magic weapon, and a huge price must be paid every time it is used. If he had not insisted on coming to Bai for training, the ancestor would not have given him this dragon soul crystal for self-defense. Ouyang looked at the group of frustrated spirit kings beside him, a cold gleam in his eyes, and he thought to himself, as long as I can kill this remnant, I'm sure the family will not blame me. To be able to bring honor to the family is a worthy death. Thinking of this, Ouyang said, Everyone, I have a magic weapon given by our clan's ancestors. I can definitely kill him, but my spiritual power is not enough to activate it. Please help me. The spirit kings felt the tremendous energy contained in the dragon soul crystal and had no doubts. Ouyang was a direct descendant of the Ouyang family, so it was not surprising that he had so many treasures. If it weren't for his thunder sword formation just now, they would have been seriously injured if not killed. Okay, Master Ouyang, just speak up. I will kill this boy right here. That's right. What should we do? The spirit kings all echoed. Ouyang smiled slightly and said, Please inject spiritual power into the dragon soul crystal in my hand, and I will control it. The spirit kings nodded. This was actually quite simple. More than 30 spirit kings attacked directly. The surging spiritual power instantly poured into the dragon soul crystal. For a moment, divine light splashed, and the aura was astonishing. Ouyang curled his lips and said, It's done. Then he made a hand gesture, and the crystal stone suddenly rose into the air. A huge suction force came, and the faces of the spirit kings changed drastically, and they looked over in shock. He said anxiously, Master Ouyang, how much energy does this dragon soul crystal require? Our spiritual power is almost being drained. Yes, Master Ouyang. If you don't stop, I'm afraid we'll all die. There were spirit kings who wanted to cut off the supply of spiritual power, but found that they could not do so at all. Instead, their acts of resistance caused the dragon soul in the crystal to roar fiercely, shocking the spirit kings into losing their minds. Ouyang, what are you doing? How dare you murder us? Once the 4 great families find out, they will definitely not let you go. King Yiling reacted and roared in a stern voice. Does the Ouyang family want to tear its face off with the other 4 families? Ouyang, stop it. Ouyang eyes flashed as he stared at the dragon soul crystal. He said with a hint of madness, Aren't you here to kill the remnants of the Nangong family? As long as I kill him, this little sacrifice will be nothing. Who knows, maybe the 4 of you will even thank me. Master, I'm from the Ouyang family. We are from the same clan. Oh, I almost forgot about you. However, for the sake of the family and me, you should go with them too. Don't worry, your family and the family will still take good care of you. Ouyang eyes were red, and he could vaguely see a dragon shadow wandering between his eyes. At this time, Nangong Yu had already killed all the spiritual masters. He came here in a flash and looked at the scene in front of him in shock and doubt. Seeing that the spirit kings were all looking at Ouyang with resentment and their auras were becoming weaker and weaker, he immediately understood. Madman, still as inhumane as ever. Nangong Yu sighed in his heart, but there was no mercy on his face. These people deserve to die. However, to pay such a huge price, this crystal must be hiding a shocking killing move. Stop him. With determination in his heart, the imperial law was quietly put into operation. The spear suddenly turned red like fire. The dragon body engraved on the spear seemed to come alive. With the aura of tearing everything apart, it tore through space and shot forward. Bite! There was a clanging sound, and a translucent blue light curtain emanated from the crystal stone, blocking it lightly. What? Nangong Yu was shocked. Although this attack was not a full-strength attack, the power of the imperial law could not shake it at all. Ha ha! Once the dragon soul is activated, you can't interrupt it. Nangong Yu, just wait for death. Ouyang laughed wildly, and the magic spells in his hands became faster and faster. As a stronger suction force came, more than 30 spirit kings instantly turned into blood, energy, and essence, and were completely swallowed up by the dragon soul crystal. The entire azure crystal was dyed blood red. Ouch! Accompanied by a dragon roar that resounded throughout the fields, like the roar of mountains and seas, a blue dragon shadow of 50 or 60 meters long rushed out from the crystal stone. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, lightning flew, and thunder roared. I don't know which of these 5 families this young man is from. He is too cruel. Ling Hongshua's face changed slightly, and he sighed. This approach is too extreme. Are all the noble families in the eastern wilderness so cruel? Fairy Qinshin had a blank expression on her face at this moment. Only when she looked at Ouyang did a hint of disdain appear in her eyes. she said lightly. If you only know how to be ruthless, you won't get far. No, 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 I actually admire this person. It's just the law of the jungle. Since you've embarked on this path of cultivation, you have to do whatever it takes. This Thunder Dragon's aura is comparable to that of an emperor. Nangong Yu is doomed this time. Dingbai laughed heartily, feeling extremely happy. No matter how many opportunities he had, it would be useless if he couldn't keep them. Nangong Yu's expression changed. This aura was too terrifying, more terrifying than any of the 5 commanders. He was about to be attacked by Ouyang Wu directly, but he saw the shadow of the Thunder Dragon circling, and Ouyang Wu directly merged into it. The originally illusory shadow of the Thunder Dragon immediately solidified a bit. Nangong Yu, kneel down and beg for mercy, haha. Ouyang Wu's voice came out from Lei Long's mouth. The sound was rumbling and waves of sound were coming. Nangong Yu's spiritual power surged, and he resisted with his spear, but was directly forced back dozens of meters. Chapter 100. Ouch! Then the Thunder Dragon, or Ouyang Wu, roared towards the sky, and the entire sky was instantly occupied by thunderclouds, turning into a pool of thunder pouring down. Like a falling galaxy, the power of thunder and lightning was as thick as paste, and the electric flashes intertwined, and in an instant it arrived in front of Nangong Yu. Block! A big sun rose behind him, and the fire dragon rushed out with a blazing light, colliding with the thunder lava. Bang! The lightning plasma and red flames exploded violently, and Nangong Yu's body was blown away directly. Blood splattered all over his body. He couldn't even get up, and kept coughing up blood from the corners of his mouth. The huge battlefield was shaking continuously. The ground was suddenly covered with magma, and choking smoke and dust filled his body. Ha ha ha, Nangong Yu, aren't you a genius? How come you fell down before I even used any strength? Ouyang Wu's crazy voice echoed over the battlefield, showing his arrogance and complacency. At this moment, a huge ball of fire rushed out from the dust and smoke with terrifying power and crashed into it like a star. Oomph, you are overestimating yourself. Ouyang Wu faced this astonishing attack without taking it seriously. He snorted coldly, twisted his huge body slightly, and swung his tail over. Have you run out of tricks? Don't embarrass yourself by using this level of attack. It's just a last-ditch effort. He smashed the huge ball of fire into pieces with incredible ease, turning it into fireworks scattering all over the sky, and he couldn't help but feel even more proud. Suddenly, a voice came from above his head. You talk too much. The one who was just blown away was just a clone of his clone technique, but he was still rejoicing about it. It was really ridiculous. Ouyang Wu's hair stood on end immediately, and his dragon body, which was over 50 meters long, stiffened for a moment. He wanted to leave, but it was too late. Behind Nangong Yu, 4 majestic suns were arranged across the sky. Each sun contained destructive heat, as if to turn everything into ashes. Nangong Yu's eyes were cold, and he pressed down with one hand. The 4 suns instantly connected with flames, shooting out a beam of blazing and terrifying light, which hit the Thunder Dragon's head directly. Roar! Ouyang Wu's roar of pain resounded throughout the battlefield. His huge body struggled and twisted wildly in the air, but no blood flowed out. Only scales flew everywhere and turned into streams of spiritual power that dissipated. With a swish sound, the ferocious dragon's neck was directly pierced through by the terrifying beam of light, revealing a huge hole. The battlefield was swept by the aftermath of the beam, and the earth and rocks instantly collapsed and turned into powder, leaving behind a deep pit of dozens of meters. Nangong Yu's face was pale, but he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ouyang Wukong had a strong dragon body and unparalleled energy, but he didn't know how to use it. He was arrogant and conceited. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him. As soon as the scene of the 4-day sudden change appeared, the people watching the battle outside were immediately excited. What kind of martial art is this? It's so terrifying. Even through the formation, I feel like I'm going to be burned to ashes. A cultivator was so shocked that he unconsciously stroked his arm with his hand. It is rumored that Nangong Yu possesses a complete heaven-level skill. I'm afraid this is it. Our trip here is not in vain. Another cultivator's eyes flashed with greed, but then disappeared immediately. For suns in the same sky, for suns, hiss. A cultivator suddenly reacted and covered his mouth tightly, fearing that he would accidentally roar out. Seeing that no one was paying attention, his whole body trembled violently, looking at Nangong Yu on the battlefield with burning eyes. Dingbai was startled, as if he thought of something, and then he became inexplicably excited. If it weren't for the formation blocking him, he would have rushed in immediately. Fairy Qinshin looked at the battlefield absent-mindedly, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, ouch! With a dragon roar, the thunder dragon, which was just dying, suddenly rushed out of the thundercloud, its body surrounded by lightning and dazzling electric light. The thundercloud in the sky rolled violently. The thunderclouds covering the entire battlefield shrank smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared completely, as if they were all swallowed by the thunder dragon, and the battlefield immediately became bright. Nangong Yu, you want to kill me with such an attack? Now your spiritual power is exhausted. Prepare to die. The thunder dragon reappeared with the same momentum as before, but its body, which was over 50 meters long, was now less than 40 meters, shrinking completely. Nangong Yu had a serious expression on his face. He had just used all his strength, but he had not expected that the thunder dragon's secret technique would be so difficult to deal with. Now that his spiritual power had been greatly depleted, he would not be able to use it for the time being. If I can shrink you once, I can shrink you twice. Nangong Yu looked up at Ouyang Wu expressionlessly, flapped his wings behind him, and looked at him from a distance. He thought to himself, now I can only deal with him first, recover some spiritual power, and then kill him in one fell swoop. That's all. This kind of secret technique must have a time limit, and it will kill him if you delay it. Ouyang Wu had already seen through his plan at this time and smiled coldly. Thunder Dragon dominated the attack with speed, so how could he hide? Naive. Thunder Dragon wagging its tail. A flash of blue and white lightning appeared, and in an instant it was above Nangong Yu. The slender and ferocious dragon tail smashed down with a tremendous force, and the sound of air exploding suddenly came from the battlefield. Before the dragon's tail arrived, the powerful wind pressure was like a mountain collapsing, and the sound was extremely shocking. At the critical moment, Nangong Yu flapped his wings vigorously and used the wind pressure to narrowly avoid the tail swing. I've been fooled. Ouyang Wu sneered. It turned out that the dragon's tail was just a feint. The real killing move came now. A pillar of lightning came crashing down and shot straight towards the place where he was dodging. I can't hide anymore. Nangong Yu understood the situation instantly. In a flash, huge double-winged runes flashed and crossed in front of him. Boom! Nangong Yu was blasted directly into the ground, creating a huge pit of dozens of meters. Electric light flowed all over his body. He flapped his wings and appeared in the air again. Impossible! How could he only suffer minor injuries after being hit head-on by me? Ouyang Wu was a little defeated. It was not easy to trick this remnant last time, but he did not expect to fail. Looking at the pair of dark purple wings behind Nangong Yu, he felt both love and hate for them. He could only say that they were worthy of his fancy, but unfortunately, they had now become the biggest obstacle to killing the opponent. Roar! Ouyang Wu roared and rushed forward again. Every part of the Thunder Dragon's body was a sharp weapon. Nangong Yu did not dare to confront him, so he had to dodge repeatedly and recover his spiritual power in secret. Unable to dodge, he used his wings to protect himself, trying not to waste any spiritual power. Two rays of light, one blue and one purple, were flying rapidly in the sky, occasionally colliding with each other, and the sound of dragon roars continued. This behavior completely angered Ouyang Wu, who roared in a vicious voice, Nangong Yu, run away. When the 5 commanders come out, you will die too. This place is quiet and peaceful, with mountains, sea, and moonlight. If a poet were here, he would definitely recite a poem. Unfortunately, there are no poets here, only 5 great men from the imperial realm.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.